Good morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham and here it is, the Mike Graham Show sign to tell you exactly why we are here. It is 7 o'clock, actually just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday the 27th of August and it's raining, believe it or not. I know what everybody's going to say. They're all going to go, yeah, well, it's been raining in lots of other places for a long time now, but it's now raining in London, so obviously it's top news, right? I know we'll get pelters for saying that. William Yarwood is here. Very good morning to you, sir.
Mike.
Looking very smart.
Thank you,
I may say so.
Yeah,
Taxpayers Alliance is obviously paying you far too much money. You know.
I don't think so. No, I needed a new suit. I had my last suit for about 3 years. It lasted me a decent while.
That's good, actually.
But I had to constantly, after all the dry cleaning and I had to repair it multiple times, it just ended up becoming a bit of a money sink.
Yeah.
So I decided last night, sod it, it's conference season coming up, I need a new suit. Yeah. And also it's getting into the winter season again, I can't wear linen shirts and polo shirts anymore.
Coming up. No, you can't wonder about. Well, it's actually, it's dark this morning.
It is dark.
You know, really dark. And again, we were told by old Sadiq Khan there was going to be flash floods in the middle of the night. There was going to be thunderstorms. None of that happened. 2 nights in a row now he's predicted it, and 2 nights in a row he's got it completely wrong.
Wow, so you can't get things wrong? Shock.
Yeah, I know. But this morning, actually, yes, it is raining, and it's rather welcome, actually. I'm looking forward to going out to Sussex at the weekend, where hopefully the garden might turn green again.
But I was also,
Nobody's talking about wildfires.
No one's anymore talking about wildfires, no. But one thing I do enjoy about this is because now you can get into autumn season clothing, so you can wear your big coats and your scarves, and your autumnal colours can come out and sort of stuff. And also, it's close to my birthday, actually.
Oh, right, okay.
Because I'm a September baby, so I'm 19th of September, and my birthday's on a Saturday this year.
On a Saturday?
Let's go. So I can get twatted on the Friday and on the Saturday.
Excellent. Yeah, can make a weekend of it. Actually, we've got a poll going on because I'd forgotten until yesterday. It's bank holiday weekend coming up. But of course, we'll be here as usual on Monday, as we always are. Charlotte will be here with us as well.
I will probably be working as well.
Yeah, because I don't understand people that take bank holiday weekends off, and I've never really wanted to.
I'm not a bank, mate. I don't need a holiday.
Yeah, also, the point about bank holiday weekends is when everybody used to work all the time, every single day of the week, and you suddenly get a little bit of respite, but have the odd Monday off. We don't need that anymore because the people don't go to work anymore. Half the country's not working, right? Half the country doesn't have a job. The other half are working from home half the week. What do you need a Monday off for?
It's just me and you in the office every day, Mike. That's it.
I'm like, don't worry about it. Just, so we've got a poll out, which we probably haven't quite got ready for you yet, but we will have. But it's about what you can do for the weekend.
Does it not encourage you to drink a little bit more on a Sunday and then wake up a bit later on a Monday?
Well, not for me, no, because I've got to be in here at 6 o'clock on a Monday morning. So my Sunday will be exactly the same. Here's the poll. What are you doing for bank holiday? Heading to the beach, getting out of Britain, having a barbecue, or staying under the duvet?
That's probably the best option, I think.
Staying under the duvet, a lot of people are going for that, 60%. Because you know why? Because every time you peek out from under the duvet, you go, oh, crikey. There's another tax coming my way. There's some marauding migrants running down the street. You can't get anywhere because the traffic's terrible. I haven't really got a job to go to, so I'll just stay under the covers.
And of course, massive fire warnings and government alerts.
Another alert going on. Yeah, oh my God.
Careful, remember taking umbrella to work, guys, today. Government alert.
Yeah, government alert. You know what I'm supposed to be going to do this afternoon, which I'm slightly concerned about. I'm supposed to be going to the cricket.
Not great weather for cricket.
It's not great weather for cricket, but I don't know what but I'm not really going for the cricket.
No.
I'm going for the lunch. So
that's why you go to the cricket, right, isn't it?
Yeah, presumably they don't postpone the lunch just because it's raining.
Oh, that's all right then.
I'm assuming they don't, because otherwise they'd lose a load of money.
I learned that about cricket, actually. I'm not a massive cricket fan. I'm a rugby guy mainly, and obviously you go to rugby to actually watch the sport. Obviously you do get drunk in the
you watch but you do actually watch the game.
Yeah, but you don't watch cricket. It's different entirely.
Well, cricket kind of goes on around you, doesn't it? While you're actually sitting there eating and drinking. So anyway, we'll see. I'm hoping it's not going to be cancelled. Obviously that would be horrendous, because I've set aside the entire rest of the day after this to get to Lord's and hang about until about 7 o'clock at night, stagger home, go back to bed.
I think the rain does stop, but it stops around this late this afternoon, around 1 o'clock.
According to my incredibly inaccurate app that I've got here, which I think is run by the Met Office, they usually get it completely wrong. Light rain forecast, it says here, for the next hour. And then rain 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock the sun comes out.
Yes, that's the one.
And then it's a bit... Well, so that might be all right then.
Yeah, so that might be okay.
Just as lunch is served.
Although rain is not as bad as it was when I woke up this morning about 5:30. Yeah. This is quite radical of me, I actually had to take an Uber to come here.
Did you?
Because I don't have an umbrella.
Well, Charlotte was saying to me, do you live far... And I've got in my head, I don't think you live very far away.
I don't.
I assumed you sort of walked
I
here.
don't live far away. I live in southwest London, in Wimbledon, and it's only a few stops on the SWR line for me.
Yeah.
But I looked outside in the weather this morning and I thought, I actually don't have an umbrella because I threw my last one away because it was broken. I haven't bought a nice new one yet either.
Well, I have loads of umbrellas, right? And my son came and stayed with me in my place in London, and now I don't have any. I've got one. And I said to him, "Did you nick all my umbrellas?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "You must have done, because nobody else has been there to nick them. So you're the only other person here. So I'm accusing you, j'accuse, of taking all my bleeding umbrellas." You know, I've got a nice tally money one though, but it's quite big. I don't want to take that one on the tube because you might poke somebody's eye out. Anyway, so we'll see what happens. But I may have to take an umbrella with me. Because I generally if you go to anywhere in London, it's better to just go on the tube and then walk the rest of the way. So to go to St John's Wood and walk to Lord's, if it's not raining too heavily, be all right. But there's nothing worse than turning up somewhere completely soaking wet. And
that's the problem, right? And also I'm quite precious about my hair. I'm a big girl's blouse, so I get
ginger hair.
I'm quite precious about my hair. I like my hair actually. I think it's a lovely colour, and I always get a good haircut. Just saying so myself, folks.
It's got a little wave going on.
It's got a little bit of wave. It doesn't need natural as well. I put no product in it.
Zero
product at all.
It just waves like that normally.
That's
quite cool.
Which is cool.
I see the other gingers returned. Yes, on the front pages. They're back without taxpayer-funded security for now, according to the Daily Mail. And there's a picture of Harry Meghan. They flew in on a private jet.
Of course they did.
Of course, into Birmingham Airport.
So why do they need taxpayer-funded security if they can afford a private jet?
That's a very good question. Apparently, there are some people who think they should get it. I'm not one of them. Because, I think they've opted out of taxpayer-funded security.
Well, I agree, but also the argument someone posed to me, and I thought it was an interesting argument, didn't mean I agreed with it, but I heard this position before, is that apparently a lot of the people, I think it was Harry in Afghanistan or Iraq or one of the two.
He was in Afghanistan.
A lot of the Taliban basically want to go and find a way to kill Harry because, of course, Harry boasted about it in his book Spare. Which apparently many military veterans thought was a really stupid idea.
It was a stupid idea.
And also something that they don't do. It's a bit uncouth. And the argument is that, he may not be a member of the royal family, but he is a public figure, and as public as you could possibly get, and therefore needs some form of security. Now, I'm fine with him having...
But then you can have the Nigel Farage argument, who's also a public figure who had his security withdrawn.
And that's what I was coming to. The point of the matter is that there's plenty of people in British life who are public figures who, in reality, in a nicer kind of world, should all have security. But I don't think that taxpayers should be footing the bill for it. Now, Farage is an MP, that's fair enough, but of course they did take it away from him for whatever reason, and he got no explanation for it, which is why he got that £5 million donation to use for security. But my view is that if you give Harry and Meghan security, taxpayer-funded security, you essentially set a precedent. I remember when like early days of Keir Starmer, who remembers, and there was this massive who
let me go. You've got to give us the
I've sort of gone now.
Has it gone?
I haven't done it.
Have you forgotten?
Because I was doing it every single week. Now I'm sort of now on R&D from.
That's a very good point. By the way, I don't know, we were both asking this question yesterday. We don't know what's happened to the Burnham alert, do we, Charlotte? There's somebody who's meant to be doing one. We still haven't got one. No, it's not your fault. It's just we still don't have one. He's only been in for a month.
But when Keir Starmer was first in power, there was this massive... remember that massive Taylor Swift sort of scandal where all the cabinet ministers were getting free Taylor Swift tickets?
Free tickets, He went twice.
He did went twice. He did go twice, and Bridget Phillipson was on TV, awful woman, talking about how it was really difficult to, reject these tickets because her kids really wanted to go. No, I bet she wanted to go really deep down. But apparently... Taylor Swift's mum, of all people, demanded the Prime Minister and indeed Sue Gray to give them taxpayer-funded security. And what did Taylor Swift get? Taxpayer-funded security.
Well, do you remember that there was a footage, wasn't there, that somebody took from their house in Uxbridge of the motorcade going from Wembley Stadium back into town, and there was like flashing blue lights all over the place. There was high-speed Range Rovers, and they went very quickly from. But to be fair to her, the reason she got that was because in Germany, if you remember, they had to cancel the show because two people tried to blow it up.
That is true.
A couple of Islamists wanted to blow up the hell out of a Taylor Swift concert. So again. This is not a problem, though, because visiting dignitaries get it. And so did Harry. When Harry came back on his own to do I can't come here with my family because it's too dangerous, he got security. Because he's a visiting dignitary. What he doesn't get is a lifetime of it, having opted out of the royal family, if he decides to live here with his kids for the rest of the time.
Exactly.
I think that's the difference.
And while I was against the Taylor Swift one, actually, from a principal reason, she's got the GDP of Estonia in her back pocket, for crying out loud. I don't think she should be right on taxpayers.
For all we know, maybe she paid for it.
Maybe she apparently she didn't in the end, but the point of the matter is that was a one-off thing that happened once. While with Harry, it would be for the rest of his life. And again, I don't mind Harry and Meghan having security. That's completely fine with me. I just don't want to pay for it.
No. Well, given that his father happens to be one of the richest people in the entire world, why doesn't Charles pay for it?
Yeah,
that's what I would say.
Yeah, because King Charles was paying the bed and board of the former Prince Andrew's kids, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
It was coming out of
Beatrice and Eugene.
Beatrice and Eugene. Yeah, it was coming out of Charles's own back pocket, and actually the money he pays tax on, so the money he gets from his estates.
I think that would be a fair settlement, right? So that I don't expect Harry to have to go bankrupt trying to protect himself and his family because of some of the stupid stuff he's done in the past, or because he's a famous person. But he has the wherewithal, he has the ability to ask his old man for the money.
Exactly.
And the old man's got plenty of money, so let him pay.
Yeah. And
That's
if he can afford to keep the bed and board of Beatrice and Eugene, I'm sure he can give his son, for crying out loud, some money towards security. Yeah. And also that wouldn't cost taxpayers a single penny, because of course it's coming out of a different fund altogether, namely off the money that the king makes off his estates, rather than the money that the king receives directly from taxpayers, which also, by the way, the king pays tax on. So there's no problems there at all from my point of view.
No, I don't think so. And I think that would be a much better, because given that we haven't got any money, this is the other reason we can't afford to do it, is we literally have no money left. The last knockings of the cash machine were emptied when old Burnham went over to give Zelensky another couple of billion, and some shadow missiles.
Yeah, here's a missile in 100 million quid.
Here's some blueprints for some missiles. And Fred, this is all I've got. I just emptied my pockets out with a couple of quid, just have it all, right? So, but we've got a quote here. We've got a guy, and this is in our clips collection for today. I'm not quite sure what his name is, but we've got a former police protection officer, I think, haven't we? Where is it? What number is that?
Scott Hayward.
Scott Hayward, that's right. Let's have a look at him, yeah. So he reckons that he should get it.
It has a duty to protect people at risk. It's as simple as that. So I try and keep the subjectivity out of it and just look at this objectively. And my view is, if you look at this objectively, Prince Harry should receive state protection.
With the Sussexes returning to the UK, these questions surrounding security and whether or not they should have taxpayer-funded security, so police protection when they are here, still haven't been resolved, it seems. And this has always been one of the big problems Prince Harry has had when it comes to, as he would put it, bringing his family safely back to the UK. He has always argued it simply wouldn't be possible without police protection, purely because they are tapped into intelligence systems. They're allowed to carry weapons, for example. Now, we know that a risk assessment has been carried out, but the outcome of that risk assessment, which looks at a person's vulnerability to threat and the amount of threat they might face, the outcome of that is still unclear. But it's very interesting hearing from Scott Hamer there. He worked for 2 decades with royal security. He worked with the king for 5 years, in the 5 years leading up to the king becoming the king just before the Queen died. He wrote protection policy. He knows this system. He says it's simply unbelievable that a meeting of what's called the Risk Management Board should take months and months. He says it is simply a meeting of, in many cases, 3 people to sit down and discuss this. He makes a very valid point there, and he says that Prince Harry...
Yeah, I'm already bored with that. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Kinsey Schofield's coming up in a bit, so we'll talk to her some more about the old royal situation. Hey?
Comment.
What comment? Oh, sorry. You both look so perfectly dressed today. 2 gentlemen, says Patricia. Thank you very much indeed. I've still got a slightly dodgy eye, which I got from the hay fever of the week. I
didn't know you had hay fever.
Well, I don't normally, but I've had it this year. I don't like to talk about it much, but like everything else I talk about.
I thought you were just happy to see me, mate. You were just.
I was just weeping. I've had this sort of red eye problem, and I've got stuff to put in it, but it doesn't seem to be doing any good. Anyway, we'll see. Let's talk a bit about Andy Burnham, because more public policy has been formed over the course of the last couple of weeks. He was pictured in a Sainsbury's yesterday with Sadiq Khan stacking bread on some shelves. Well, I actually said they'd been better off reenacting some shoplifting, because that's the most likely thing you'll now see in Sainsbury's, rather than actually a member of the government actually filling the shelves. Look at that.
There he is.
What do they think they're doing? Why are they doing that?
Is Khan on the jabs?
Well, he does look a bit thin.
He looks a bit thin. Yeah. I mean, maybe if he needs a few loaves of Hovis actually to fatten him up a little bit. I mean,
I think he hasn't recovered from the fasting that he did during Eid or whatever it was.
He never stopped.
He hasn't stopped fasting. Can't stop fasting.
I've lost a few kg here. I might continue on with it. I might keep going.
He looks like a child now. He's about sort of this high, and he's really skinny.
Yeah, because he's short as well.
He's very short. Yeah, he walked past me once, and I thought he was on his knees. But that's another story.
No kid, I don't have a lollipop.
No, stop that. Now let's talk about number 10 North. Number 10 North. says here,
north.
50. Now, your name's in this story here.
I'm indeed.
It says William Yarwood from the Taxpayers Alliance said...
Go on.
Right?
What did I say?
You said taxpayers will roll their eyes at ministers insisting this vanity project costs nothing because it comes from existing budgets. Well, in fact, it doesn't, because what they're saying is just to decorate number 10 North, 50,000 quid.
Yep.
Right? And ridiculously, it says £2,000 on crockery, nearly £1,000 on a replica of the famous Downing Street door, right? 20,000 on IT, nearly 9,000 on works to the office space, just over 6,000 on events equipment, lighting and flagpoles, and nearly £1,000 on moving 24 meeting chairs into the new digs. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and actually, that's just a small part of the overall bill. Actually, Reem Ibrahim, who now is over in the States, used to be at the IEA, and has he been on your show? Not just here, but at Talk many times before. She did a FOI and investigated this story. Because actually, one thing that's been interesting when journalists have been coming to me asking me about number 10 North numbers, they're really hard to get because they haven't really finished dealing with it yet. They haven't finished hiring all the staff. They haven't finished building it yet. We don't know the security costs. We don't know the costs of the rent on the building and all these kind of things. Like, we don't have
because
all these
they're not
costs
volunteering it, right?
No,
they're not actually saying, here's what we spent and this is how we set it up.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
Is how we started, because that would be a key question.
Yeah, but although they've never revealed the stats and transparency around it, that would be too easy, and maybe people will go, hang on a second, why is my money being spent on a vanity project? But that's another thing. Well, I mean, did you not want good growth in every postcode and open every arts? I mean, come on.
That turns out we've got a rapist in every postcode.
Yeah, rapist, a HMRC valuation officer in every art.
Yeah, HMRC officer. Good morning. Can we come and have a look at your house?
Please, sir, can I have some more?
I was saying this the other day because I want you to get your view on this. But I was saying the other day, you imagine it would be like the police. Remember the police walking around that guy's house going, "Oh, that book's a bit Brexity." You know, what's he got over there? Oh, look, he's watching the Mike Graham show. Oh, better take that down.
It's 20%.
Yeah, that's another 20%. No, but that's what they'll do. They'll have these kind of woke tax inspectors who are looking for signs that you might be a right winger.
Yeah.
In which case you'll have to pay more tax. Right? I bet you they do that.
Andy Burnham's woke tax police.
Yeah,
that'd be good.
The woke tax police. Oh, you got a copy of Douglas Murray's book, have you? Oh, look, I'll tell you what. Look, they've got a Taxpayers Alliance. What do you call it? A beer mat coaster, beer mat, whatever. And that'll be another 5%.
Exactly. Well, they'll probably charge 50 if they see that one.
I know. But this is the trouble, isn't it? I mean, they seem to think it's their right, their God-given right to tax you just because you've got a house.
Yeah, they do. And the problem with the HMRC story, I remember seeing it first when it came on the Sunday Telegraph, and I actually know the journalist who wrote it relatively well.
Yeah.
The problem, basically, is that there's going to be very little oversight for HMRC to do this the correct way.
Right.
A lot of the valuations are going to be done probably from third-party sources. So that means the HMRC is going to have to go to estate agents, valuation agents, the valuation office itself, and outsource things, which obviously is going to cost money in the long run. But also, there's a fundamental point here of a HMRC officer knocking on your door, demanding access so that he can check whether your house is falling under the mansion tax or under around that 2 million, 1.5 million bracket. And the funniest thing about all of this as well is if you deny entry, you get fined.
Yeah.
So how is that not like quasi-secret police levels of?
That is against every single tenet of democracy, in my view.
And private property rights.
You don't have to let anybody into your home unless they've got a search warrant. The police have to apply to the courts to get a search warrant. Yeah. These bozos apparently just have to knock on your door and you've got to let them in.
Yeah, exactly. HMRC...
I think it will be challenged. I think there will be people who will say, sorry, mate, that ain't happening. And if you try and force your way into my house, I'm going to take you to court and sue you.
Exactly. And the money they raised from the so-called mansion tax is estimated to be around 400 to 500 million pounds, which is a drop in the ocean, by the way, Mike, in regards to basically everything we spend money on. Yeah. And what's interesting is they haven't actually put any costings on how many valuation officers they're going to hire, how much they're going to cost, what their expenses and travel expenses are going to be.
And where are they using these people from existing jobs, or are they hiring more?
Are they using them from existing jobs? Are they hiring new people? Are they taking them back from the sort of estate agent valuation sector? The problem with all of this is that actually most of the mansion tax money that will be taken in is probably going to get used up by the HMRC inspectors on their expenses and their salary.
Like most of these kind of new ideas that they have to collect more money, it actually ends up costing administratively more money to actually run the new version of events than it would be to just leave it alone.
Oh, don't ask about that. I mean, that's you just don't want people to be their fair share, do you, Mike? Come on, you're just a terrible evil right winger who believes people should enjoy their own properties.
I've already
and
paid
the
more
houses.
than my fair share. Thank you very much indeed. Jennifer says this, just wondering how tall William is. A funny question, I know. He just looks a lovely tall man when sitting there.
I'm only 5'11", actually. I'm unfortunately not 6 foot. My granddad was 6'3".
Really?
Yeah, he was tall, but my nana was very short. My mum and dad were relatively short. And luckily I got the last bit of my granddad's good genetics in terms of being taller than most of other members of my family. But unfortunately, I did miss that 6 foot number, which is annoying because
5'11" is
5'11" is respectable, but you go. It's not good for dating apps.
Is it?
It's terrible.
Really?
Dating. I don't use dating apps personally, but when you look at statistics, the majority of this is for women, by the way, because obviously I'm a straight bloke here. Arrest me. Heterosexuality is on trial in this country.
That's not allowed.
That's not allowed anymore.
What are you doing in politics?
I'm a straight white man and I'm right wing and I'm in politics. I'm just undateable at this point. But when it comes to how women swipe on dating apps, over 6 foot tends to be the main area where they do swipe over. While under that, there's some of them will compromise, like 5'10", 5'11". It's about I mean, how many wives has he got?
Well, just the one, I think, that we know of. I mean, you can't say too much. Obviously, that would be wrong. Kinsey Schofield's here, though. We don't need to talk to her about tall men. We know exactly what Kinsey likes to talk about, and it's not necessarily dating apps. Good morning to you, Kinsey.
I wouldn't know anything about them.
Of course you wouldn't. Absolutely not. Now, one of the reasons that I wanted to talk to you, obviously, is Harry and Meghan are back. They've apparently come in under the cover of darkness in a private jet into Birmingham Airport. God knows why. I presume that's closest to where they're going. But interestingly, right, they're on page 17 of The Sun, and I wonder if that's some kind of deliberate manoeuvre. The Sun newspaper would normally, you would think, have put them on the front page. Now, they've got a different story on the front page, but, they could put a little corner picture of them or something like that. I wonder if this is some kind of message that the press are going to try and kind of back off them for a while, or maybe find them a little bit too boring to cover in a massive way. Do you think that's possible?
I mean, I refused to get out of bed yesterday when my phone started blowing up about this story. I thought, is this, it reminded me of like the son that has to pack, or the daughter that has to pack up the car and come home because their first big boy or big girl job didn't pan out.
Right.
And so they move home to mom and dad. Or, I also compared it to like after the Super Bowl, we don't film the losing team coming home. We film the winning team. So why are we filming these two coming home? So, I mean, I have seen some people losing their minds about it, but I am definitely agreeing with the Sun. I'm in the Sun's camp where I'm just kind of like, we're over you. Do something worthy of our front page.
Yeah, it's interesting actually, because maybe that will annoy Meghan more than anything else. Is that they've sort of come back and nobody's got terribly excited. It could be the biggest disappointment of all time, because she probably expected there to be cameras, lights, paparazzi waiting for, like the Beatles when they turned up in America for the first time. Screaming people waiting to welcome them back into the bosom of our families. Maybe not. Just come in on your own. Nobody's there. Nobody cares. Get in a car. Go to wherever you're staying. Tuck the kids into bed and go to bed.
What I thought was interesting was that they were so secretive about this. Van Nuys, which is not the airport we would have necessarily assumed that they would fly from. Birmingham, definitely not the airport that I knew. I knew that photographers were camping out at, waiting to try to catch a glimpse of them. But they chartered this private jet through Planet 9 Private Air, and the reported charter rate for this vehicle is $12,000 an hour. And so you're looking at $120,000 for this flight. And I think that the reason we know who chartered this flight is because, in my opinion, Harry and Meghan said, we'll tell people that you chartered us if we can get a discount, or we can do it for free. Because I don't think that they have that kind of money to throw around.
Well, I was going to say, I presume somebody else paid for the bill, because normally that's what happens. They normally jump on somebody else's private jet and just, pass the bill over there. I mean, I don't deal with that. I don't want the bill. Don't pass it to that person over there. Thank you very much indeed. But yeah, so, but it's still pretty unclear, isn't it? Whether they're here for a while, whether they're here for 6 months, whether they're here for a year, whether they're going to, there's still an argument going on about their security. We talked about this earlier. I think the best way to solve the problem would be for King Charles to pay for it. because he's got the money, and then that would take it out of the public argument realm, and nobody would have to worry about it.
But does that still fall under the jurisdiction of, a specific person can't pay for security, because then everybody could pay for security, because Harry himself has said, I'll pay for the security. And the argument has been, you can't pay for the security, because if you pay for the security, then any Tom, Dick, or Harry could come over and say, I want armed guards to follow me.
Well, I think it would be a legitimate argument to make that since you are the son of the king, and the king is the king can decide that he wants to look after his own kids. And that doesn't apply to any other foreign dignitary at all. And we can make an exception. And that's the reason why people in government don't have any common sense, because they would go, oh, maybe we have to do this for everyone. Well, no. King Charles does it. He makes an exception for his own son, pays it from his own money, and that's the end of it.
But then Harry would say, Dad, why did it take you so long? Because remember, during the BBC interview, he was accusing his dad of not stepping up and interfering in his lawsuit against the government.
Right.
When he was suing the government to try to get this automatic arm protection. But, here's what we have recently learned via the Daily Mail. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But they say that Harry has a 15-year plan there, and that Meghan simply does not.
Yeah.
They said Meghan's going to be going back and forth between the UK and the United States. I said this before we'd even read this article, that I felt like she was going to claim that she had business in the States that would keep her there for months at a time. And now this article is saying almost the exact same thing, that she's going to say that, or she's going to need to be the breadwinner, because Harry has told his friends he's going to gladly be the stay-at-home dad and be at all of Archie's rugby games on the weekends. And Meghan's going to be jumping on a plane, but these climate activists jumping back and forth on a jet to go back to the United States. But this reminds me of something I've seen in the past, and that is Meghan living in a separate country from her first husband, Trevor Ingleson. She was accused of affairs. She was accused of cheating on Trevor with a hockey player, with that cute golfer, Roy McIlroy.
Yes.
At the time, Trevor found out that they were getting a divorce when she threw her rings in an envelope and FedExed them to him. This also reminds me of Princess Diana, who lived at Kensington Palace, while Prince Charles at the time, lived at Highgrove. I mean, we've seen this fairy tale before, and we know that it's not a happy ending.
No, it certainly isn't a happy ending. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. But anyway, we're keeping an eye on them. But I think you're right. It'll be a kind of a low murmur, I think, for a while, until something happens. But they won't be able to help themselves. She will not be able to help herself. She'll have to get in the papers somehow. So she'll have to do something, be pictured somewhere, get out of a car in an unexpected shop or something like that, pop down to the local Waitrose in the Cotswolds or whatever it is, she's bound to do something. But the other thing I wanted to say was that because it's still yesterday where you are, and I know that might sound a bit weird, it's still Wednesday where you are, it's still International Dogs Day. And I know that you've got a couple of dogs there, and I just wondered, because we forgot to do it yesterday. We didn't realise it was International Dogs Day till it was too late. So let's have a look at your dogs, if we can.
Well, I'll show you one of them, because they all need haircuts. This is my favorite one. This is Rooster, who just got up from a nap.
Rooster.
And he definitely needs a haircut, but it's every day is International Dogs Day when you have 4 dogs. It was the cutest thing. I had my Uber food delivered to me today, and the picture is my dog's tongue sticking out, like when they captured me going to collect
very
the food.
funny. Brilliant.
Yeah, so every day is International Dogs Day here, Mike.
Well, Rooster looks amazing, doesn't he? Right, he looks a bit like William, actually. He's got a similar kind of look to it. No, it's a good one. I like it. Kinsey, great to see you. Happy International Dogs Day, and take it easy. Kinsey Schofield, what a beautiful picture that is. I meant that in a nice way.
Yeah.
Because, you would like Kinsey to hold you like that. And
you might think that, oh boy, I couldn't possibly comment.
That would be wrong, yeah, absolutely. Let's not go there.
I'm
anyway,
quite professional.
Yeah, so we've got to talk about a couple of other stories that are in play at the moment. And first of all, we must look at this terrible story in Nepal. And the reason I want to show this to you is because it's such a shocking video. This is, I don't know if you've seen this, but it was running on social media yesterday. It's on the front pages, obviously, because of the numbers of people who are missing. Times has got Britain's lost in Nepal flood. The Mail have got over 30 Britons missing in Nepal flash flooding. I think they're talking about finding so far at least 150 people killed. But this picture is terrifying. If you look at it, this is the sort of the tidal mudslide wave coming down through a town. Have a look. You can see, there's any sound or not? No. As you can see, the people are kind of moving quite quickly because they think they can hear something coming. But here it comes. Look, I mean, it's just incredible. Jeez. It's like something out of a disaster movie, isn't it? That is just awful, and it's completely like wiped away. You know, hundreds and hundreds of houses and structures and buildings. Can we play the other one? Yeah, the other one where you can see it coming from a bit further.
That's like biblical, isn't it?
It's just incredible. And if you watch the way that it comes, particularly when it comes around to the right-hand side, it just wipes all of those buildings away, all of those structures on the right. Just takes them all out. Yeah, here it comes. You see all these buildings being knocked down.
I got it!
Just horrendous.
It's people's homes, man.
I know.
People were in those.
And there would be people in those homes, and I mean,
Yeah.
it's just awful. I mean, it's the sort of the power of nature is terrifying.
It's terrifying.
Just
and
awful.
we don't appreciate it all that much, do we, Mike? Because we live in a country where there isn't really all that much natural disasters. And
No.
because it's I think when I was doing geography when I was at school, it's all the reason we don't get earthquakes, the reason we don't get all these kind of like funk weathers is because we're actually in a very weirdly safe place in regards to where the world is and on regards to our tectonic plates as well. So like, there's never any earthquakes, there's never any real most flooding we do get. I mean, obviously there was flooding. I mean, back in the early 2000s, my hometown was flooded actually, and that was quite bad, but. Even then, it wasn't on the level of something like that,
thing, no.
right? It's very minor and actually very easily dealt with if you just make sure.
I
that
think
you've
the
got
problem.
protection.
I mean, most of the flooding that does happen in this country. I mean, we've been warned by the likes of what's his face, Sadiq Khan, that you know there will be flash flooding because the ground is so dry that the water won't be able to be absorbed. It will just. But you know, the bottom line is that most of the flooding episodes that we get are because of bad organisation.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the drains haven't been cleared out, or because, you know, for example, I mean, my house was flooded years ago several times, and it turned out it was because the local council had refused to clean a stream that went through the local village. Because you know why? Because there were voles living in it. And apparently it was against, environmental protection
regulations,
rules. And so they weren't able to clear out the mud from the stream.
That's not the first time I've heard something like that before.
And it was just unbelievable. And the whole village, as a result, flooded, including a couple of the pubs, and people were put out of business. People lost a load of stock that was in.
But the voles would have drowned as well. They'd probably be dead as well for crying out loud.
Absolutely unbelievable.
So you've spent all your time protecting these voles only to let them essentially be drowned.
Yes.
And then everyone else's house is ruined and people's businesses ruined and stuff. But I mean, that's minor compared to that. I mean, imagine the people's businesses and lives that have been ruined by this flood in Nepal. I mean, how do you recover from something like that?
No,
right?
I know.
How do you recover from something like that?
Well, in Nepal, that is just literally going to be completely, an uninhabitable place now for the rest of time, the rest of most of those people's lives. If they've managed to escape and get out of the way, it's just awful. Horrendous.
And there's no real way to plan against something like that because you see it coming towards you and you can have reservoirs and ways to try and move the water elsewhere and the other, but with the force of it.
Well, the size
there's
of it.
no way to prevent the size of it as well. Yeah,
and they think it was actually. You mentioned seismic activity there. I think they think it was maybe started by an earthquake, by some kind of tremor, which had dislodged a glacier, which then melted and all of that. It's that kind of build-up. So just awful stuff to wake up to this morning. One other story I thought I should mention is in the Telegraph this morning. Germany apparently wants to fund Trident.
Okay.
Yeah, because of course Germany apparently a bit squeamish about getting their own nuclear weapon, and I think most of us probably would be.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I think you'd be okay with that. But they've now decided they'd like to get some kind of. So again, it's part of this, European Union style umbrella security for the European continent. And so they're saying that they want to invest some money in the British Trident program. So this is what it's now come to. We've got so little money of our own that we have to go begging with a handout to the Germans.
Yeah. I mean, are they going to give money towards the improvement of facilities, or is it more Trident missiles? I mean, I haven't seen the full details of this story, although I did get the notification from the Telegraph this morning, which is not surprising considering the Telegraph is now owned by Germans.
Nevertheless, suddenly they're going to have a lot of stories about Germany, aren't they?
Exactly.
This is what happens. According to the story, it says Germany's in talks to invest in Britain's nuclear deterrent.
Okay.
One well-placed source said Germany wanted to integrate itself further into the existing British and French nuclear deterrents rather than pursue its own bomb because of the nation's wartime guilt. So apparently there's now discussions between Paris, Berlin and London because they're trying to come up with some idea of how they can conglomerate themselves together to defend against Russia.
Oh, so it's sort of not combining per se, but putting together more or less all of our Trident missiles with the French as well, who also have a lot as well.
Yeah.
Am I against that in principle? I mean, I'm probably pro the Germans not having much weaponry, to be honest with you, given their track record. But am I against inter-European security to protect against foreign threats? No, not particularly. I mean, I know Trident costs a lot of taxpayers' money, so if we have any way to offload any of that cost possibly onto our French or German neighbours, and maybe there's some reciprocal agreement we can do with them in tune, I don't have a massive issue with that.
But like everything else, though, if you have a company which you then sell shares in, which is effectively what we're doing, selling shares in our own defence, you lose a little bit of the control of that company, don't you?
So that's the secondary argument. So if you give some away to the French and the Germans, then they have some level of control. Will they have some level of control over what is done with it, where they're based, and will they want to take it out of Scotland perhaps and move it nearer into their own territories? I don't know, and that's the problem. The problem, I think, generally, because I do believe in obviously a nuclear missile deterrent, contrary to arguments that it costs taxpayers money. It's like, yeah, of course it does, but like, I'd rather not be, what's the word? I'd rather not be nuked out of the ground, because you've seen what happens when countries get their nukes taken away from them. For example, Ukraine, which had all of its nukes taken away by us, by the way, in the 90s, and said, don't worry, Ukraine, don't worry about it, you'll be fine. And then Russia invades them, and we all go, that's actually what a good deterrent looks like. And that was a key pinpoint of what a nuclear deterrent is for, is to prevent powers which are bigger than you and stronger than you, although, of course, Russia shown to be not as strong as we thought they were. It prevents them from wanting to invade you directly. And you're stuck in this constant, or will they, won't they? But a lot of and I'm terrified of nuclear war. I'm actually a bit soft and cuddly on it, actually. I
don't think anyone is actually in favour of it, to be fair.
But the problem is, I watched I think it's the 80s film Threads. I watched that, and I terrified myself to death. I was scared.
Seen that.
It's really, it's good. It's not.
Right.
Don't watch it before bed.
Okay.
But it's terrifying.
Maybe one for the bank holiday weekend.
Definitely one for the bank holiday weekend. Definitely watch it, because it is terrifying, because how much nuclear war can just devastate and destroy a country, which will, and then the world, it will never recover. Like, there's not going to be, mass recovery of agriculture, because it's going to block out the sun. The weather's going to be so freezing. People are going to have diseases that we thought we've gotten rid of are just going to suddenly come back all again, and they're going to kill loads of people.
This is cheery.
This
is about nuclear.
I'm a doomsday prepper. No, I'm not actually a doomsday prepper. I've got a bunker full of cans and beans and stuff.
No, you don't want that. All right, let's do a few super chats to bring the reality back, because there's not going to be a nuclear war anytime soon.
But there's not. That's fine.
I promise you. That'll be the last thing you hear me say. Chris says, "Big Willie is in the house, top man. Well done." Yeah, absolutely. One from Lou, who says 100 franchise causes a late start to the tests. That's a cricketing reference, I think. There's the cricketing 100s. Yeah, it's probably made it later. Anyway, we could deport Harry and Meghan, says Laura Jane. We could. Yeah, send them back. Thank you very much.
How would that break there?
Ido Man would correct me on the Taylor Swift front. It was 3 shows in Vienna that had to be cancelled, not Germany. Well, it's in that kind of neck of the woods, isn't it? Please discuss Piddington, lights off, terrifying. We will be discussing Piddington. We've got a clip, actually, from Katie Lamb on Piddington, and we'll get to that. Also, we're going to be talking to Christian Drogan a little bit later on. He had an amazing story earlier on this week, and we're going to ask him about it, where he smuggled himself back into Britain as a migrant. Which is incredible. Good morning, Mike. Sending you a big hug, says Cindy Smith. I want to tell you I'm so happy you're in the world. And let's talk about Harry and Meghan. They're out of the USA. You can have them. Yeah, well, we have just talked about it. So thank you very much indeed. I'll tell you what I do want to show to Big Willie here as well. Mike, someday can I come on Zoom with you? Yeah, if you want to. It just depends on whether or not it's possible to do the... I'll have to rely on Charlotte for the technology on that one. Pray for all those people affected in Nepal, says LTL. Yeah, absolutely. It's a shocking piece of video, though. It really is terrifying. But how about this, though, right? How about this is sort of Wally of the Day. It's not something we do normally.
Wally of the Day.
Wally of the Day.
A new section.
Is this guy. It's a new section. This is from Humberside Police. It's actually quite well put together. They've actually obviously got somebody who knows what they're doing on social media. But this is some footage of a guy who decided it was a great idea to try and throw some drugs over a prison wall.
Oh, that's clever.
But he's not very good at it.
Oh.
Have a look. Check it out. There's a whole prison with £12,000 worth of drugs in a bag, right?
Big fella,
He proceeds to empty them. He throws it, but it doesn't get over the wall, right?
Why's he got his...
He doesn't look the fittest guy you've ever seen.
He's not running very fast.
Right? He's unsuccessful in his first attempt. So he enters the car park of the prison to pick up the drugs, right? He's going to chuck them over again. Here he comes.
Why is he walking so, like...
Well, because he's a fat git, that's why. I think that's probably the description you're looking for. There he goes. He chucks it over again, misses it again. It's come back over.
Exactly, right. Olympian
It's
level
gone behind the
athlete
car. Here he comes. Third time lucky. No, it's come back again. Right, still
You've got
throwing
to admire his like persistence. Well, he made
eventually,
it.
well done, mate.
Well done, mate.
Well done.
Look how happy he is.
He wanders out of the car park, unaware that the package was immediately spotted by a guard as it fell into the prison grounds, right? And there he is. Following the discovery of the package, an investigation was launched. Joshua Smith was identified from the CCTV images and interviewed. And he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of throwing a prohibited article into a prison. He was sentenced to 3 years and 8 months in prison.
Good.
On Monday.
Good. And some throwing lessons.
Maybe do some exercise while he's in there.
3 months and was that 3 years and 8
3
months?
years, yeah.
You could lose a lot of weight and get very, very physically fit in that time.
You could.
You could. I mean, I probably should.
But it just shows you as well, by the way. I don't know how long ago he tried to throw it over the wall. But speedy justice can happen in this country. We hear all the time that we haven't got any space to lock anybody up. Well, he gets locked up for over 3 years for just trying to throw some drugs over a wall. I mean, I know that I'm not going to diminish the crime, but it's hardly a violent crime. And there are people who are committing violent crime who are not going to prison at all.
No, I mean,
so what's that all about?
Granted, he should go to prison, and I think the prison sentence he got is perfectly acceptable and completely fine.
He should go to prison just for being stupid.
Yeah, and stupid, fat, and ugly. The prison sentence.
This is a triple whammy.
Otherwise, luckily we're not stupid or ugly, Mike. Otherwise, we might just get thrown into prison for other reasons.
Well, I'm sure other people would argue with that because I get called ugly all the time by people. But that's all right. You, of course, would not. PC Harper's Killers, by the way, we're now told, after all the toing and froing with Andy Burnham, won't he stop them from coming out? We're now told today in a piece of the Telegraph that the Justice Secretary is confident 2 of the killers of PC Andrew Harper will be barred from early release from prison. That's just still not quite a definite, though, is it? They're saying he's confident that they won't be released. Let's hope that's the case.
Well, doesn't the Justice Secretary have any say over this? He is the Justice Secretary.
I said this the other day. Andy Burnham saying, I've asked the Justice Secretary to look into it. Well, why don't you just tell him?
What do you mean look into what?
You're the Prime Minister. Why don't you just order to keep them in jail?
What's there to look into?
Right.
There's no need to look at the crime. There's no need to look at the individuals. There's a need to look at, should we let them out or should we let them out? It's a binary.
Yeah.
And the answer is no.
No.
There we are. Done.
Yeah,
I've solved it in 5 minutes. Or less than 5 seconds.
Case closed.
Case closed.
You get the old gavel out and hit it. Final one for you, Meta. This is quite a big story, and I think it will become a massive story over time. Because, funnily enough, you might have seen that I've written a best-selling book called Fake News. There it is. It's back there. The sequel is nearly finished. Total Control is coming out.
You got another one coming out?
Yeah, I've got another one coming out in the next month or so. I'm going to do a trilogy before Christmas.
Excellent.
But a big part of it is the way that social media affects everything that we do, and this is going to be something that affects, I think, an awful lot of people. Meta have agreed to pay an incredible amount of money, £13 billion, right?
Huge.
Because they've admitted that they weren't actually looking after child safety in the way that they should have been, and they weren't concerned enough about what access children were getting to Instagram, to Facebook, and to, I guess, WhatsApp as well. UK government said it was monitoring events closely as it moved ahead with a ban on under-16s using social media. But what it looks like is that Facebook and Meta are going to have to put in some rules which will stop children from accessing certain things and also from spending too much time on their apps.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to children accessing certain things, I have no issues with companies introducing those kind of controls. I mean, they should have been there in the first place. And there has been an improvement in parental safety and child lock safety across social media. But, because of algorithms and because of the way things change, things always just inevitably get through.
Yeah.
And the problem is, the internet's such a wild west that it's almost borderline impossible to control every little aspect. So the fact that they've admitted that they need to do that is a good thing.
Yeah.
When it comes to reducing screen time and and limits on how long they can be on these programs, how is that going to be measured? Like, what extra infrastructure they're going to put in place? Also, how is it going to affect only a certain group of people rather than adults, so to speak?
Well,
and again, the argument for that will be, digital ID, which I'm not massively keen on,
because they will eventually have to come back to this thing where they say, right, in order to prove that you're not a child, you have to prove who you are.
Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of people are uncomfortable with that.
Exactly. Right? And one thing about the internet that I still think is important is actually the concept of anonymity. So you can be on Facebook, you can be on Twitter, you can be on a variety of things without having a full name and everything there, and you can just sort of lurk or kick around, or maybe you're into politics but you don't want to show your face because you've got quite a high-flying corporate job or whatever it might be, and you can interact with it in that way. And I've got many friends who do that, who work in finance, who work in business, who have anonymous Twitter accounts, but they kind of just like and retweet things and lurk, but they don't do that. But if they had digital ID enforced on them and then made to say, reveal their identities as digital ID possibly could do, that would break anonymity, which I think is a core part of the internet, and I don't think it's a necessarily good thing. Yeah. But I'm not against more child safety on social media platforms, but I think there is, not to be moderate and middle of the road for once, Mike, but there is a middle ground on this issue between the extreme, no, these people don't need regulating at all and dealing with it at all, and the, no, these people need to be banned.
And I think Meta have clearly recognised that, because they've obviously decided that it's worth their while to be regulated at this point, rather than to wait until it gets a lot worse and somehow legislation gets put into place to stop them from actually making enough money.
13 billion is a lot of money.
Interestingly enough, as well, I was hearing this morning that YouTube, as well as I think a couple like Snapchat, are not involved in this particular lawsuit. However, they may conjoin it, if you like, because they may wish to be part of a kind of a preemptive strike by the social media companies to say, all right, we'll do this. As long as you back off. Yeah,
and also they won't have to give any more money over. And also some social media platforms are better than others in regards to child safety, of course. I wouldn't say Snapchat's particularly up there as well. Not that I've used it since I was maybe 18. Right. But I mean, from what I can tell, Snapchat's used by drug dealers and stuff now more than anything else.
Yeah, I've never really understood Snapchat.
No. It was a thing when I was in school. It was a new thing. It was relatively innocent, but I just got rid of it when I went to university because I was like, I'm a grown ass man now. I don't need this. So I'm a grown ass man. I use Twitter. Quite obviously, grown-ass man.
No other show would you hear that, would you?
Grown-ass man. Grown-ass man. Let me be clear, I'm a very grown-ass man. I use Twitter, I use Facebook occasionally. I mean, I get lots of requests actually from people who watch the Mike Graham show on Facebook.
Oh, really?
Loads of people are always mutual friends with either you or Russell Quirk.
Oh, excellent.
And I get loads of requests from people, and I'm just like, I don't really accept people I don't know. Sorry, guys. So if you have sent me a Facebook request, just follow me on Twitter, guys.
People do say they get spotted around town and stuff.
I just don't really use Facebook. It's not really my main area. Twitter is...
You're too young for Facebook.
I'm too young for Facebook. Although Facebook used to be the young thing. When I was in secondary school, Facebook.
I mean, we've got a Facebook page, The Mike Graham Show. If you haven't joined it yet, you should do, because it's good fun. And I post quite a lot of things on there that don't get posted anywhere else, because you have to have this kind of mix of different social media.
And the groups, the family groups.
There's a bunch of those as well. But also, a lot of people say to me that they get spotted in the street and they go, oh yeah, we saw you on The Mike Graham Show. So there's a lot of people watching this show, which we don't even know they are doing it.
And every time, I've told you this before, but every time at a party conference, it'll probably happen at Reform and Tory, which I'll be at, by the way. So if you're at Reform or Tory conference, I'll see you there. At CPAC, at this Thatcher conference I went to, at a few other conferences and events I've been to, they go, oh, I've seen you on the Mike Graham show. I've seen you on the Mike Graham show. And I'm just like, oh, this is crazy considering how much broadcast media I actually do.
Yeah, I know.
But remturns out you're the one I get remembered for.
Well, that's why you're here.
You're the guy.
That's why you're the guest, always the guest of honour on a Thursday morning.
Much.
So good to see you.
Good to see you, Mike.
Great
Pleasure.
suit.
Thank you.
Watch out for the rain on the way back home.
I'll be all right.
Oh, you're going to work now, I suppose.
I'm going to work, indeed.
What's on the menu for today?
Oh, well,
government bashing.
Well, we'll have something for you on Monday morning, actually. We have something coming up Sunday for Monday release.
Okay.
And it's It's to do with Whitehall. That's all I'll say. I'll let you,
right.
know.
Okay.
It's going to be good fun.
Charlotte, we mark that down, and we'll get him on Monday, shall we? Willie's looking hot this morning in his suit. Twitter woo says.
I wish I had this kind of attention from women who are like in their 20s.
I mean, you know,
might be a bloke. Well, you know.
Well, keep playing your cards right. Keep coming in here, and we'll get you sorted. Be no problem at all. Great to see you, William. Thank you very much. Taxpayers Alliance, top man. We've got much more coming up, of course. We're going to talk to Lee Harris in a minute. Have we done any news? We haven't, have we? Should we do some news? And then we'll talk to Lee. Let's get not Howard Hughes. What's his name? Edward Hughes.
Howard Hughes.
You know, Emlyn Hughes doing the news. He used to play for Liverpool. Go on.
Good morning. It's Edward the News Hughes with your Thursday bulletin. Harry the Herbert and Meghan are back after 6 years. The King and Queen have booked the Caribbean. One couple returns. The other books a holiday. Efficient. Energy bills rise 4% in October. No extra help. The PM just wants wealth creators to stay put. Warm thoughts all round. The Knob of the North, Andy Burnham, visited a Sainsbury's, promised work experience for the young, and pubs report a bounce. Labour MPs want voting reform in his first 100 days. Ambition. 33 Britons missing in Nepal floods. A child and her aunt died, and a Middlesbrough fire police are treating as murder. More thunderstorms incoming. Classic August, film legend Tim Curry and pint-sized country icon Dolly Parton have both died. The Palace Guards played 9 to 5. Even the weather couldn't ruin that. That's your lot. Don't look at the bill. Please remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Nice one. I see he's got the heron back. What's he doing with the sunglasses and the Hawaiian shirt, though? Is he away?
Bank holiday mode.
Bank holiday mode early. It's only Thursday, you know, mate. You don't get to take Thursday, Friday and Monday off. You know, you can't do it. Anyway, coming up, we've got Jamie Jenkins, based in Bougie here too. We'll be talking to Christian Drogan later on as well. So much going on. But right now, let's talk to the man, the legend, the myth and the legend. Lee Harris is here. Murphy, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Do you know, I forgot it was a bank holiday until you just said it. I'm quite excited.
I only found out about it yesterday. And somebody was like, oh, of course, you won't be working on Monday. And I went, yeah, Will, why wouldn't I? And he's like, it's bank holiday. I was like, oh, okay, August bank holiday. Of course, it's raining.
Are you still going to do a show on Monday?
Yeah, of course we are. Yeah, we always do shows. Yeah,
we don't stop for bank holidays.
No, I mean, it's not. I mean, I've never understood people that used to take bank holidays off. They'd go, oh, it's a bank holiday. You go, look, you're in the broadcasting business. You have to do a 3-hour show. I think you could probably drag your carcass into a studio for a few hours, and then you could go and enjoy the rest of the day and put a barbecue on in the afternoon, couldn't you? Oh no, got to take the day off. So much to talk about though, because not just the weather, obviously, which is going to have an effect on all sorts of things, but loads of things. I wanted to start off with the arguments that are going on around crime and migrants and Piddington and all sorts of places where now the government is forcing people into communities where there's going to be more migrants than there are people. Shall we kick off with Katie Lamb? This is Katie Lamb, the Tory MP, talking about this migrant village that they want to set up in Piddington.
Piddington, a village with a population of 314 people, is the planned location for a new camp for illegal migrants, set to house 1,250 people. The government themselves said this wasn't going to be a secure facility, but apparently they're going to do it anyway. The plan was announced a couple of months ago, and perhaps unsurprisingly, nobody in the area supported it. But rather than listen to local residents, the government decided to do an urgent planning process, allowing them to bypass the local council and build the site anyway. They claimed that the actual site, a disused military camp, would be largely self-sufficient. But they also said that it wouldn't be a secure detention facility, which in reality means the asylum seekers would be free to come and go as they please. The village we're talking about is home to 268 adults and 46 children. They've no school, no real shop, yet they're about to see hundreds of illegal migrants, most of them young men, imposed on their community. That prospect is terrifying for the people who live there. The village just isn't set up to cope with those levels of population increase, regardless of where people come from, much less hundreds of men who'll make no contribution to the economy and who very often pose a danger to the public, particularly women and girls. Andy Burnham has spoken a lot since becoming Prime Minister about listening to people on the ground. But in fact, when push comes to shove, he'll always choose to continue mass migration rather than listen to...
She's right, isn't she? The government just isn't really listening to the people at all here.
No, she is right. I'm a big fan of Katie Lamb. I'm disappointed. I feel like she's in the wrong party though. It's almost like her party is like an arsonist returning to the fire. It made me cringe a little bit there, listening to her saying that the government is going to go ahead with it anyway. Well, that's exactly what the Tories did. Sorry, I just wanted to get that out of my system. But she is right. I mean, we talk about Andy Burnham being all vibes and happy and nice. But if you remember, he told the public, I think it was on GB News, that he was listening to the people of Piddington. And they did this fantastic collage of the kids saying why they love Piddington. It's a great little collage of videos from all the kids saying they're riding their bike. I'm a dad, I have a daughter, and I try and imagine if that was happening in my village, I would be absolutely furious if that was happening. And you're talking about the crime rates, etc. I'm doing a video after this on the fact that the government are going to be hiding or are hiding the crime rates from foreign nationals. And we know why they're doing that, Mike, because the data is obviously atrocious. The Europeans have just published their crime stat data, and theirs is absolutely atrocious. It shows exactly what you think it is. So my heart goes out to Piddington. They should not. No one should have to go through what they're going through. No part of the country. It doesn't make any sense to me at all why we are powerless to deport people who should not be here. They are criminals, effectively. They're all criminals the moment they break into our country illegally. I don't buy this asylum claim nonsense. I don't think they are not asylum seekers. They're economic migrants. And sadly, they're coming from parts of the world where the culture is so different from ours that it's and
everybody knows it, Lee. We saw the story last week about the leaflets being handed out. What more proof do you need that the government understands that these people who are coming in have not got the same values as us? They don't think that the law applies to them. They think they can carry on abusing women, sexually assaulting women, chatting up children, behaving in ways which are so just awful and uncivilized compared to the way we want them to live in our country. It's clear the government knows exactly what's going on. I mean, you tweeted yesterday that David Lammy's launched a legal appeal to stop these crime figures from coming out. But I was watching GB News last night and they were showing Germany's figures, they were showing, I think, Sweden's figures, and at the top of those lists are all the same countries: Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, Eritrea, all of these countries where these sexual assaults and criminals are coming from. Everybody's not a secret. Everybody knows it, right?
Yeah, the left refuse to admit it. And I strongly believe they refuse to admit it because it'll bring their entire ideology of diversity is our greatest strength will come crashing down. I mean, those of us who are sensible will already know that diversity is not our strength. But having to physically publish those figures will be, I think, a very dramatic event for the country and very bad event for the government. They're deliberately high. I just couldn't believe it when I was finding out that David Lammy, the information commissioner. So how it happened initially, for those who don't know, is that there was an FOI request from the Centre of Migration Studies, and they asked for a breakdown by nationality of these crime statistics. And they turned around and said, "Oh no, we can't do that." I think the first time around they said it was either going to cost too much or it'd be too hard to find the stats. And the Information Commission, they appealed it. The Information Commissioner just turned around and said, absolute nonsense. There's no reason why you can't give these, which is actually quite pleasing to hear from the Information Commissioner, part of the state actually saying, no, there is no legitimate reason why you can't publish it. And the government dug in again and said, well, okay, we're going to appeal it and go through a tribunal process to try and sort of prevent releasing the data. They're doing it because they don't want us to see it. I mean, that's the bit I don't get. Surely there must have been a bit in the Labour Party where they had a discussion about this, like, oh, what can we do? We don't want to show the public that migrant crime is absolutely through the roof. We don't want to show them that. What should we do? I don't know, let's appeal it. But that is an open admission of guilt or an open admission that the stats are awful. If you are going to spend, and that's it. What made me laugh is I think it was about 600 quid was the cost of getting this data. And the cost of going to the tribunal was thousands, right? And they're spending the absolute insult of spending taxpayers' money to stop us from seeing the actual real data, stop us seeing the truth, is an absolute disgrace.
But isn't it just awful as well that their first instinct is to prevent us from finding stuff out, is to stop us from having knowledge, to keep us in the dark, to basically hide the facts from us so that we don't know what's going on, as if there isn't another way for us to find out. Because we all know, as you say, if the facts are released, we won't be at all surprised to see those same countries in the same effective sort of percentages of committing crime. We know it. It's already. And in fact, it's actually worse than us knowing it, because people will speculate even more about what the numbers are going to be.
It does make me wonder, actually, why they are so desperate to hide it. Because I know we can theorise this, as we've just done, because they don't want us to see the data. But I don't know whether there is any other reason why they don't want to show it. Maybe they're going to come out with an excuse, and this is what I honestly thought I would read, is that they, again, this would be a massive admission, because I think they've said something like this in the past, Mike, where they've said that they think there'll be riots. They think there'll be civil unrest. Well, I don't know, maybe that would be the case. I don't know. But the point is, truth is knowledge, and they have to release that information, in my view. They cannot hide it. They work for us, not the other way around.
Exactly.
How dare they hide the information from us? That's stuff that we ought to know. And people are saying, I saw an argument last night where one of the panelists was saying, well, what good would it do you knowing anyway? Well, I'll tell you exactly what good it would do. We could ban visas from these countries. We shouldn't be allowing anyone in from these countries at all. That would keep the British people safer. If you know that, for example, which we do from Home Office figures, that men from Afghanistan are 22 or over 20 times more likely to commit sexual offence. If we know that, we stop them coming in the country. Same with Pakistan, Eritrea. We ban it. We just stop it completely. And that includes asylum claims as well. All of it stops.
Exactly right. Well, let me show you another clip. Let me show you this clip. This is Ceuta, down in northern Morocco, of course, where the migrants have been flooding in and out. According to the lefties, they've all gone back to Morocco. They're not in Ceuta, which is Spanish territory anymore. But this is the locals taking to the streets. This is what they're frightened of. Have a look at this. That's last night. The locals taking to the streets against this, impinging and larger group of people coming in to their country, effectively illegally, right? And so people are not going to put up with it.
You didn't see anything there, Mike. Nothing happened. They're just all the locals, according to the left. Absolute nonsense. That. I remember that day on X when all the left was saying it was all fake news and stuff, and I'm like, hold on a minute, I've just seen thousands of people, thousands, mostly young men, invade a country, and they all start,
well, it was tens of thousands. It was 70,000, wasn't it, on the first weekend that they did it,
Absolute biblical numbers. And I've watched a couple of really good independent journalists out there. I think Sarah White was one of them who had actual footage of these guys, that what they're doing is they're going up to hide in the mountains, because apparently there was a rumor that they said if they were able to hide in those mountains for 1 week, then they believed that the Spanish government would allow them onto the mainland, and that's why they were doing it. But they've caused absolute destruction in Ceuta. I don't even want to repeat some of the crimes that have been committed there against some of the women there, as well as general antisocial behaviour and breaking stuff,
and some young men as well apparently are being attacked.
I mean, it makes sense it's just obvious, isn't it, that if you are not from that country, and you come from another country where the culture is different, there's a rather large chance, and we've seen this play out in a big way, that you have absolutely no respect for the host country that you've gone to. None at all. Absolutely none. And you look at some of the areas that we have in the UK, for example, they don't look after the place. There's parts of Birmingham that are absolute tip. There's no sort of pride. There's no sort of connection to our country. So they don't treat it. In fact, I would argue that a lot of these cultures countries that they come from, they actively hate us.
Yeah.
You know, they're quite happy to take the benefits and the society that we live in because they know they'll have a much more comfortable life here than maybe they would in Afghanistan or Pakistan. But they want to change, you know, they want to bring their culture over here and change our country. That's not on. We should not be allowing it. I just think that we need a kind of perma ban at the moment on all visas from countries where they have a very well. How about we? You know, they say that Britain can set the standards sometimes. I don't believe that's true, but why don't we as a country say, right, if you treat your women like second-class citizens in your country, you're not getting any visas. Full stop.
Right.
You know, why are we giving
Donald Trump managed to do it, right? Donald
millions?
Trump managed to stop importing anybody from certain Muslim countries because he said that he didn't think it was an achievable aim for the USA to have, because they thought that these people coming from these countries want to do us harm. So he just put a blanket ban on it. Everybody sort of jumped up and down for a while, but he managed to do it. He did do it, and nobody batted an eyelid. You know, we've got the ERGC here, the European sort of Human Rights Brigade, who are all saying, oh, we should welcome more migrants in. We should get more migrants in. It's ridiculous. But listen, Lee, we've got to run because we're running slightly behind. It's great to see you. Terrific to see you. We'll look out for your video in a little while as well. Lee Harris there talking to us here on the Mike Graham Show with you all the way through until 10 o'clock, of course, when it's Paul Cox and Mark Littlewood. Paul Cox is riding solo this week, but Mark's still very much in the firmament, talking to him and giving him his view of all manner of things. We've got lots more to do. Jake Wallace-Simons is here. We're going to show you a little clip from Alistair Hilton's work the other day when he came down to the studio here and discovered something on his way home, believe it or not. But should we do a bit more news first up, or not bother?
Not bother.
So we're not going to bother doing the news. Edward Hughes has been bumped off by Charlotte. I think it's because he's not dressed properly. He's wearing a Hawaiian shirt. It's shocking.
Just like Jeremy Vine.
Yeah, he looks like Jeremy Vine. He does, actually, yeah. Jake's here. Jake Wallace-Simons, very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm not wearing a tie, Mike. I feel I should apologise now.
No, not at all. It's bank holiday weekend. It's fine. You know, you can do whatever you like. We're very laissez-faire here at the Mike Graham Show. Before we start on Burnham and his ludicrous latest kind of anti-Israeli policy that he wants to bring in, where he cares very much apparently about the number of houses being built out of Jerusalem. Have a look at this. This is Alistair Hilton, a photographer who's on Twitter quite a lot. He came into the studio down here in South London not long ago, and this was his walk back. I think it's towards the new American embassy in Battersea. Have a look at this.
Good morning, you beautiful people. And now I'm here, and look, a terrorist flag flying in London and an encampment. This is actually in London, and this has been here months now. Months and months and months of these terrorist supporters, anti-Israel, of course. Look at this. How is this actually allowed? The American embassy is through those trees. But here you go. Literally London supporting terrorism. Quite incredible. You know what would happen if these were English flags or British flags, don't you? You know how long they would be here? I'll tell you how long they'd be here. 1 minute. That's how long. Anyway, really annoys me, that encampment. Take care, have fun, bye-bye.
So, you might have seen that before. I actually hadn't. And sadly, it doesn't surprise me, but that's kind of the London we now live in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all over the city. It's in the university areas around Euston, around UCL and elsewhere. You can see several dotted around the city, and of course around Parliament, Westminster as well. I think the problem is that we have freedom of speech and freedom of expression in this country, and those are rules that, or laws or norms that were established before mass immigration and before the kind of mass radicalization of the Cold War and so on. And now our openness and our tolerance is struggling to cope with people people who are exploiting that tolerance to try to subvert it from within, if you like. And it's, radical activists who put up those encampments, but also, the Gaza independents, as they're called, the Muslim Brotherhood powered MPs and other officials who are organizing around the country to try to gradually seize the levers of power, legislating against, for example, Islamophobia, so that we can no longer call a phenomenon by its, criticize Islam and call the threat a threat. And slowly but surely they're seeking to dismantle our freedoms from within. And that's the predicament where we find ourselves. In order to protect our freedoms, we need to start to restrict them for people who are seeking to destroy them. But it runs contrary to our instincts of allowing people to say what they want in a free society.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, what did you make of Donald Trump yesterday coming out and saying that Palestine Action was now going to be categorised in the US as a terrorist group? Because, here in the UK, we can't seem to make up our minds whether they are or not.
To be honest, I think that the harder we can go against these guys, the better. The problem that we have is that we haven't gone hard enough against extremists of all sorts.
Yeah.
I think back to February when an Israeli missile strike killed the Ayatollah in his offices in Tehran. Well, his offices in London were still open and are still open today. His organisation, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, hasn't been fully banned in Britain. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is banned throughout the Arab world because they are extremists seeking to overturn local governments there, has not been banned in Britain. Therefore, Britain and Europe is now a centre of gravity, a new HQ for the Muslim Brotherhood. They're running rings around our law enforcement up and down the country, week in, week out. There are extremist preachers giving hate sermons in mosques, often quite close to synagogues. We're not equipped to deal with it. We can't understand what they're saying. We just haven't got the muscle and the will and the resources to fight these people. As a result, they are incrementally creeping their influence forward in our country, not just in terms of trying to subvert the mainstream, but also in terms of the Muslim population here as well, which the moderates of which don't dare speak out for fear of retaliation from these guys who run a lot of the mosques, the charities and so on. So I think Donald Trump is really blazing a trail we need to toughen up to.
Yeah, and it doesn't help, of course, when Andy Burnham comes out and was on the front page of the Times yesterday, that he wants to launch some kind of boycott against Israeli goods, which seems very ill thought through, very ill thought out, not least because it's going to be very difficult for him to delineate between Israeli products coming from, settlement areas and or, non, as he would call them, settlement areas. And I was speaking to some Israeli people over the course of the last week, really, about general Labour Party policy about internal Israeli matters. And they're kind of going, well, to be honest, what's it got to do with him? Basically.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is a man who apologised before he even took office for Labour's supposed support for Israel under Keir Starmer. Now, Keir Starmer was the man, of course, who recognised the state of Palestine while the Israeli hostages were still being held in the tunnels without demanding their release first. And so that's the level of supposed support that Burnham has apologised for. So he set his direction of travel early on. And I think that these settlers, I mean, as reprehensible as these violent thugs are, we need to put this in context. We're talking about 540,000 settlers in the West Bank, the vast majority of whom, totally peaceful. I've been there many times, living alongside their Palestinian neighbours, often shopping in the same supermarkets and so on, employing Palestinians in their settlements, of which about 300 of those 540,000 are extremists. Of those 300, about 70 are hardcore violent extremists. I mean, that's the size of the problem we're talking about. 53,000 Palestinians work in those settlements, earning double what they would earn in Palestinian areas. In 2015, the SodaStream factory was closed down on the West Bank due to this BDS action, this boycott action. And you had Palestinian workers weeping outside the gates because they'd lost their livelihoods while activists here were celebrating. And the other thing is, I suppose, that these territories on the West Bank were won by Israel in a defensive war against an enemy which was trying to destroy it. So it's not like they went in and took territory in some expansionist move, settler colonialism style. They were defending their people, and that's how that territory arrived in Israel. And finally, Britain is damaging our relationship with Israel in the process. We benefit a lot more from the relationship than Israel does. Bilateral trade stood at 5.9 billion in the year last year, and we're running a healthy surplus in that. We're selling them far more than we're buying. 1 in 7 prescriptions in this country is filled by Teva, an Israeli company. Israelis invented the camera that we use for colonoscopies, avoiding intrusive surgery. A lot of our tech, our Challenger 3 tanks, for example, which are being rolled out soon, our Watchkeeper drones rely upon Israeli tech. We rely upon Israeli intelligence to keep us safe. Damaging that relationship for the sake of virtue signaling over 300 or 70 hardcore extremists, as repulsive as they are, is total self-sabotage and virtue signaling by Andy Burnham. I almost said Keir Starmer there, but by Andy Burnham.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, we did a poll the other day, actually, and many people said they'd rather have Keir Starmer back. Because Andy Burnham is so odious, and so because, I mean, my argument about Starmer, as much as we thought he was an awful, useless, hopeless Prime Minister, talentless, charmless, all of the lists that you can think of, but yet at least you could see that. Whereas with Burnham, he comes across as trying to be this kind of Mr. Nice guy. I'm just going to get my guitar out, sing a little Smith song. I'm just going to have somebody knock on the door of your house to see what you've got in it, and maybe I might charge you some more money because you might have a bit too much of it. It's all a bit dark and insidious and rather overbearing.
Yeah, at least Keir Starmer knew that he didn't have any charm. Andy Burnham is convinced that he does, and he's putting a lot of time, it seems to me, is almost most of his time spreading that charm on TikTok. I mean, the number of TikTok videos we've seen coming out of number 10 has been totally disproportionate to the amount. I mean, who's running the country? It doesn't seem to be him. He's busy doing the PR, playing the guitar and all the rest of it. It's an absolute joke. It's a farce. It's a nightmare. He's not the man for the moment. We need to get rid of this government ASAP.
Yeah, absolutely right. Couldn't agree more. Great to see you, Jake. Thank you very much indeed. Jake Wallace-Simons, check his Substack out. There's a lot going on there as well on every daily basis. Another man whose Substack is very much worth checking out is, of course, Jamie Jenkins. We've got a couple of super chats, though. We do one of them from Cindy, who says, Mike, how can I order a T-shirt? Well, Cindy, I know you're in the US of A, and we haven't actually got the wherewithal to send T-shirts overseas. So the best thing I can suggest is if you can get somebody here to order one for you in the UK, we can send it there, and then they can send it on to you, because it's too complicated otherwise. Simon Kilford, thank you very much indeed for your super chat. Cindy, Mike, you're not ugly, you're quite handsome. I don't listen to those people. Listen, I'm not worried about it. I don't think I'm ugly either. Mike, you are very handsome. Listen, I wasn't searching for compliments. Laura Jane, thank you. I wasn't. Honestly, I wasn't. I was just saying that some people do call me all sorts of things on social media. Hi, Mike and Big Willie. You two are fantastic together. You're a brilliant guest and a great show. Thank you, says Tina. We love doing what we do because we get so much love from you guys, which is really, really very much appreciated. Off on the MSC Grandiosa tomorrow, says Blue Odyssey. We'll be listening from the Med, drink in hand, while you put the world to rights. Mark and Helen from Belfast. Very nice. Have a lovely time. Where are you going? Tell us where you're off to. Sunshine Hawk says a super chat as well. Thank you very much indeed. We've got loads more coming up. We're going to have a very exciting show today. Christian Drogan here later to talk about his incredible journey across the Channel as a migrant. He actually smuggled himself back into the UK as a migrant on a dinghy. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. We've got footage of it. We've got all of that going on. Also, we'll be speaking to, we'll hear from Majid Nawaz on the migrant crime data. We're going to talk to Jamie Jenkins about that right now. Our favourite statistician, of course. Jamie, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. We'll have to get you smuggling yourself back into the country as well on a boat now. We have to get some tips. How are you going to do yourself, Mike? You can do a live show on the boat.
Yeah, I'm thinking of smuggling myself out of the country, actually, and see whether I can manage to do that because, it's getting harder and harder to move around these days. Bank holiday weekend coming up. Actually, we should do the poll, shouldn't we? Asking people what they're doing for it. Because I'd completely forgotten there even was a bank holiday weekend. But the rain has started in the southeast of England. So everybody, of course, is going, oh, yeah, but just because it's raining where you are, it's been raining where we are for ages. Nobody's talking about wildfires anymore. Nobody's talking about don't have a barbecue. So we're asking, what are you doing for bank holiday weekend? Heading to the beach, 10%. Getting out of Britain, 15%. Having a barbecue, 15%. Staying under the duvet, 60%, which tells you all you need to know, really, about the state of the nation, doesn't it? Tell us what you've been looking at, Jamie, this week, because we'll talk about the migrant crime data as well. But you've got some other fish to fry, haven't you?
Yeah, well, one thing, Mike, that I picked up was come out actually yesterday as well, which is on we talk about wildfires and the weather as well. So ONS did a release, Mike, yesterday, looking at kind of climate-related deaths since 1988 up to 2025. It just confirms what we've been talking about. I think in England they were saying, and it's a big period of time now, 1988 to 2025, but about 40,000 heat-related deaths, because there are deaths that are related to the heat, how they track it and stuff. You could question some of them, but 40,000 the big comparison, Mike, is there's 40,000 heat-related deaths, but there's 139,000 cold-related deaths. So all these people talking about, the heat is really bad. If we can get rid of some of those cold-related deaths with some more global warming, Mike, and some more heat, that will help. But yeah, some stuff, Mike, that's been out. So one of the big things in Wales, so Plaid Cymru, Mike, they took over, didn't they, from Welsh Labour in the Senedd, and I think they've just hit 100 days, Mike. And what's changed in Wales since they come in? Absolutely bugger all. And so one of the things that's quite, I say, a bit of comedy value on this one, Mike. So in the NHS in Wales, we've got about 63 midwives now who've qualified. The Welsh government have been paying and putting these people through their education and their courses, and they're graduating. But guess what? There's absolutely no jobs for them. Right. Absolutely. It's just bonkers. You think of the NHS, and I know the midwife system in Wales as well. They're crying out for staff, Mike, but there's just no jobs. Can't afford to pay them. Where we're spending £350,000 again. This is a policy of the Labour government, but Plaid Cymru doesn't seem to be stopping it. 350 grand a year planting trees in Uganda, Mike. We've got millions of pounds of offices overseas in China. Like, what do Wales need these for? And even in the health system, we got people advertising marketing roles, communication roles. They ain't going to bloody deliver your baby, are they, or save your life? So it's just comedy value again, Mike, in this country where you've got literally people who've gone to university, they've trained, they can't get a bloody job. What's going on, Mike?
I know, it's shocking, isn't it? And then yet the NHS in Wales is probably worse off now than it's ever been, because it was already in a bad way, much worse than the NHS in England. But they waste so much money on non-medical staff, So if they're now not able to hire medical staff as a result of all the money they're spending on non-medical staff, something's gone very, very badly wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, and I put this out on my social media platforms yesterday, and then somebody that I know commented as well, saying that it's the same with paramedics, that basically people are qualifying in this country, bringing in people from abroad, filling these vacancies. Maybe they're seen as a bit cheaper and stuff, but we've literally, Mike, we've got an NHS system, and you're right, in Wales it is much worse. Another thing Plaid Cymru come in and promised, and it's still early days for them, I know, it's 100 days, but they promised to get waiting lists down. What every government promised to, Mike, they have all promised to get waiting lists down, and then they're going in the wrong direction. They're just going up and up and up. We haven't heard nothing on this free childcare policy that got them elected, that they were going to introduce. It's just another one of those things, Mike, where politicians, they promise the world, and what happens when they get in? They do bugger all and fail to deliver, Mike. And we're going to probably see that with Burnham. That's going to be the interesting thing now over the next few months, isn't he? He's kind of had his little honeymoon period with no scrutiny in Parliament. I don't think we haven't even seen the Prime Minister's questions with Andy Burnham yet. And that's
we've not seen one. And everything he said he would do, he's not doing. All the promises he made about, renationalising the Thames Water Company and the water business, that's not happening. The fact that number 10 North isn't going to cost us any more money. We've already just seen today, 50,000 quid just on the kind of the overall just making it look different scenario, including getting a number 10 door, some different chairs, 50,000 quid, crockery, all sorts of stuff like that. He's now looking at putting up taxes probably in the budget in November. He's already been to Ukraine. Guess who he's getting over next week to bring joy and love to the UK? Emmanuel Macron's coming for a visit. So it's literally the same shit, different day. My expression.
Yes, and Mike, and on one of the things Andy Burnham's talking of doing as well, which I don't think the public will support, is foreign aid, Mike. So they're talking of increasing the foreign aid budget because there's been a bit of pressure in recent years to try and cut the percentage of our gross national income. So I've been digging in some numbers, and I'll stick this out my Substack in the next couple of days on this one, Mike. So literally, if you think now we had the ONS public sector finance figures out last week, Mike. So we're 15 billion shy of having a £3 trillion debt in this country.
Yeah.
Now, 3 trillion, there's a lot of noughts, Mike, before you get to writing that one out if you're ever in school. So £3 trillion. And ultimately, Mike, it's been very few years in the last, say, 40, 50 years where we've run a surplus, basically where we've taken in more tax than what the government's decided to spend. Very, very few. I think you got to go back to the early 2000s for that. So what I've done, I've gone on the OECD data, Mike. I thought, well, how much foreign aid have this country been actually dishing out over the last 50, 60, 70 years? So I've looked at it from 1960 onwards, Mike. And if you add up every single year, as a country from 1960 onwards, we've dished out £285 billion in foreign aid. Now, obviously, what the value of a pound in 1960 is a lot more now than what it was. So what you normally would do, Mike, is you'd adjust all of these and put them in constant prices. So you compare, basically, if you're looking at that 3 trillion debt today, how you compare the foreign aid. So if you then adjust all of the spend on foreign aid for inflation, it's literally like £500 billion, £500 billion this country's given to the rest of the world at a time where we've racked up a £3 trillion debt. So 1 in every £6 of our debt can be accounted for by giving money abroad. And it was quite flat. It was around 4 billion in current prices up until about 2000. Then Blair and Brown started accelerating it. Then actually Osborne and Cameron made it even worse. It was on 19 billion a year in 2019. It has come down, Mike, but I got a novel idea. Rather than have some arbitrary target, which is what percentage of your gross national income are you going to give on foreign aid, why don't we have what percentage of our surplus that we've got in the government budget? And if we don't run a surplus, we don't put any money abroad, and we never run a surplus, Mike. We're always borrowing money. So I think that's what this country needs to do: not increase foreign aid, which is what Burnham's talking about doing, but actually say, until this country is earning more in tax than what it spends, we ain't giving a bloody penny to the rest of the world.
No, exactly. And also, shouldn't we have some kind of connection between the amount of foreign aid that we give to certain countries like Pakistan or like India or like Syria or wherever it is that people are coming to this country from illegally, where we say, look, there's a condition of this foreign aid, if there is going to be any, and it is that you stop these people coming to this country illegally and committing crimes, which brings us on to the crime stats that they don't want us to see.
Yeah, Mike, you're right. And basically, if you've got people and you're struggling to deport them, just say, well, if you're not going to take them back, we ain't giving you any money.
Right.
It's just a shock of mine. So the crime data, I know Lee was touching on it as well. So this is just that, having worked in government statistics throughout my career, this is literally one of those areas where, so the role of government statistics normally, Mike, so when I was at the ONS and I worked in other departments as well, is you're there to inform the public debate. You sit on a lot of data, you put it out, and it allows people to have debate, but it also allows the government to come up with different policies. Now, if this is it's a topic that people are interested in, they want to know, are migrants coming over, committing crimes? Data exists. So this is another thing. So if the data exists, there's no real ethical reason why they shouldn't release it. Right. That's why the Information Commissioner has said they should release it. So for the government to then say, well, we're going to appeal this, who's paying for that? Taxpayers, Mike. This data should be in the public domain. It's of public interest. You shouldn't have to keep writing FOI requests to to public bodies to gain access to stuff. It's there. Publish it. Have the public debate. If there's nothing to hide, great. But there must be something to hide, Mike. Because otherwise, why the hell would they want to stop us?
Well, what's the point of collecting data if you're never going to publish it? Surely it's not like some kind of private data club where only the important people get to see it and all the plebs don't get to know what's going on because we can't handle it because we're too stupid, or we might start rioting, or we might start killing people. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, and one of the things, Tony Blair did a lot of bad things with this country. One of the good things he did do was bring in this Freedom of Information Act, because it does allow the public, journalists as well, to write to public bodies. They sit on a lot of data, Mike, and they can't always, they can't publish everything. They can't think of what does everybody want to see on everything we collect, because they collect data for different reasons. And then somebody will say, oh, you've got access to this data, so you put an FOI request in. And then if something's very interesting, I think some of the crime data that we're talking about originally came out as an FOI request.
Yeah.
And when somebody finds some information that they find helpful, what I would have done at the time working in government is to say, right, you don't have to keep writing to us with an FOI request now. We'll routinely say, right, people are interested in these numbers. They're adding public debate. We'll stick them out. So the fact that they're trying to suppress them, Mike, this is the data isn't the government's. It's the public's data, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And it's public money that's been used to collect it. And I mean, I don't want to give my book yet another plug, but I might as well, since we're here. Fake news. In here, there is actually a reference to the Public Information Act, because it turns out that the Freedom of Information Act sometimes was used to stop you getting the information. Because if it's something they really don't want you to get your hands on, they'll say, it's a bit wide, the question you're asking. You might need to narrow it down a bit. Or sometimes they'll say, because they used to do this to us in Scotland, it's a bit expensive to do that. So we haven't got the bodies to do it, so we can't do it. So sometimes the FOI Act is used, the Freedom of Information Act is used to actually not give you information, which is the insidious and rather clever part of it.
Yeah, and what happens there, you've then got to play some games, Mike, and you got to, because they'll go down some cost route and say, well, what you're asking for is going to cost us an absolute fortune.
Yeah.
And if they're getting similar requests from a range of different people, that's where you'd say, well, actually, we shouldn't have to spend time doing, an ad hoc release of some public data. Get the bloody data out, the crime data out straight away. So you then have to go away and then maybe ask lots of different requests and play the game about how you're going to get access to it. But for the Information Commissioner to come out and say, well, no, you should release this, they don't normally step in and support the public if they think, there's not a justified reason. So for them to come out and say, this crime data should be released, Mike, let's get the bloody data out. Let's all see it. Let's have a debate. Me and you can talk about it next week. You can talk about it with other people. Nothing to hide here. The reason being, Mike, we know from what we've seen in the past, that some nationalities are more likely to come over to this country, commit crimes, sex crimes. And when you look at the size of that population in relation to kind of the British population, and you start looking at it in terms of the relative proportions, it's much, much higher. That's the information we want to know, Mike. You can't keep having these people coming over on small boats. Burnham's got to get a grip on it. It'd be interesting to see, when you've got Christine on shortly to talk about that. You cannot have these people coming over. If only one person on every single boat, Mike, is wrong and commits some sex crime, that's still one too many for me. It shouldn't be any, none whatsoever.
No, exactly. That's the one statistic we need to know about. Just how about a nice big fat zero? That'd be nice. Jamie Jenkins, good to see you. To get on his Substack, he's also got a great series of informational points on there that you can find. Lots and lots more to talk about. We haven't talked yet about the horrible story on the front page of The Sun, which is all about a girl of 7 who died yesterday after her house was firebombed amid what looks like an all-out gang war. This is in the heat of the moment after what happened at the beginning of the week up in the northeast. A fire in Middlesbrough was 2 miles from the A66 wrong-way crash that killed 7, including 2 police officers and 5 scroats who were involved in a chase, apparently, with some rival gang. And now the rival gang have apparently retaliated in some way, and it now means that Valentina Foster, just 7 years of age, was killed alongside her auntie Natalie MacDonald, who was 34. 2 men, 23 and 31, have been held on suspicion of murder. That story is still bubbling under. We'll bring you more on that coming up. Based in Bougie is here, though. Very good morning to you. Nice to see you back. We'll come to you in just 1 second. We've just got a little bit of news to get, I think, with Edward Hughes, who's going to get a reprieve, even though he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt and some sunglasses. Here he is.
Good morning. It's Edward the News Hughes with your Thursday bulletin. Harry the Herbert and Meghan are back after 6 years. The King and Queen have booked the Caribbean. One couple returns. The other books a holiday. Efficient. Energy bills rise 4% in October. No extra help. The PM just wants wealth creators to stay put. Warm thoughts all round. The Knob of the North, Andy Burnham, visited a Sainsbury's, promised work experience for the young, and pubs report a bounce. Labour MPs want voting reform in his first 100 days. Ambition. 33 Britons missing in Nepal floods. A child and her aunt died and a Middlesbrough fire police are treating as murder. More thunderstorms incoming. Classic August, film legend Tim Curry and pint-sized country icon Dolly Parton have both died. The Palace Guards played 9 to 5. Even the weather couldn't ruin that. That's your lot. Don't look at the bill. Please remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Yeah, he looks very happy, doesn't he? Bank holiday vibes going on there with the old Edward Hughes scenario. We've got a poll, actually, if you want to chuck it up there, on what you're doing for the bank holiday weekend. I completely forgot it was bank holiday weekend. Based in Bougie's here. Very good morning to you.
Thank you so much.
You doing anything exciting for bank holiday weekend?
I actually forgot about it.
Me too.
How much I've been working so hard, I completely forgot. But I'm probably going to be working, filming, editing I usually do.
Good news. I mean, sensible people don't take bank holiday Monday off. There's no point in doing it, right? Because, why would you? But we've got a question for you. What are you doing for the bank holiday weekend? Are you heading to the beach, 10%, getting out of Britain, 15%, maybe we should have coming into Britain, see what that one is, having a barbecue, 15%, staying under the duvet, 60% of you are, and then looking at the weather, it's not going to be that nice by the looks of things. It's going to be, and it used to always be like this, the bank holiday in August, August bank holiday weekend was always rainy and wet, and people would think about going to the beach and then just go, can't be bothered. But we've got 2 more people in the country, actually 4 more people in the country than we had at the beginning of the week. Harry and Meghan, Lilibet and Archie flew in yesterday. in a private jet, apparently.
Winge and Ginge.
Winge and Ginge, very good, very good.
Yes.
Yeah, we had Kinsey Schofield on a little bit earlier on saying that they gave out the name of the charter company, and she was speculating that maybe they wanted to give the name out so they got a freebie. Or did somebody else pay? She reckons the flight would have cost about 120 grand.
Yes, and this is another thing that is really aggravating me, is that this is the same two people who have been convincing us for the last 6 years that they are victims and they're trying to fight off racism, whilst they've spent a whole load of money travelling back and forth and making this trip on their international privacy tour.
Yeah, right. International privacy tour in private jets, usually paid for by other people.
Exactly.
But you know what I find interesting, and I mentioned this as well to Kinsey, is that the Sun haven't put it anywhere near the front page. It's kind of gone back to page 17. The Mail have got a little bit on the front, but it's on page 7. You know, I wonder if the media are getting a bit tired of them now, and they're kind of going, do you know what? It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I think everyone's getting tired of them. For example, on X, when I was searching up Meghan and Harry just to get the public reaction, nobody had much to say. Most people just had to say, we're really bored of this, we're really tired of this. And this is what happens when you base your whole personality on being a victim and whining and crying. I know there's many people online who are literally created platforms just whining and crying about the things I've said. They're not realising the next couple of years, everyone's going to find you so boring because it's not interesting to constantly cry and complain. I think Meghan and Harry, they actually remind me of, you know, remember Shamima Bagoon? The little girl that went to Afghanistan thinking she was
still
going
out there trying to get back into Britain.
They remind me of them in the sense that the both of them remind me of her in the sense that they're very ungrateful, they do not listen, and they don't realise what they have until it's gone. And this is actually why I started my platform, because I realised this constant bashing of Britain, British history, British people, British culture, but these are the same people who refuse to stop benefiting from it. So once they realise that they're no longer a hit in the US, I think they've come back to the UK because they realise this is the only place where they can actually have some kind of stable life.
Well, I think they've kind of lost, haven't they? The experiment of them going to America to burst into, you know, life and to become this massive couple and to be really, really famous. As many people have said, it's just fallen flat on its face because one, there's a lot more famous people in America than Harry and Meghan. You know, because if you get right down to it, he's not even anywhere near getting the heir to the throne's job, and basically they've been mixing with people who are a lot richer than them, a lot more famous than them, a lot more interesting than them, and who have done many more things. And so, like, what do you need them for?
Exactly. Their move to America was not smart in the slightest because, for one, you know, they've basically gone into an industry that's already overpopulated, which is Hollywood. Hollywood is surrounded by so many different stars. Not only that, but Hollywood is completely different to the world that Harry comes from, especially my generation of Hollywood. In order to get famous, you have to do some of the most drastic things, for example, like Kim Kardashian and the sex tape and all these TikTok stuff. Like, you have to really do just crazy things. And Meghan and Harry were not willing to do that. The only thing they could do is just whine and complain about being victims. And the US got bored of it. They got tired of it. Not only that, you do still have an aspect of the US that's still very conservative and that's still very appreciative of British history and the British Empire and also the British monarchy, and they were also tired of it. So you saw this right-wing media kind of pushing back against them, and that's why they lost their popularity, and they're back here.
And also I think people saw through this whole idea that they were philanthropists and that they were doing good things for charity and stuff, because they weren't really. They would sort of show up and it would be all about them.
Exactly.
You know, and here's a picture of, I remember they went to, was one of the, I don't think it was an Invictus, it might have been an Invictus Games thing in Canada, where she was being paraded around on the back of a golf cart and everybody was made to sort of wave at her. And we were kind of going, this is meant to be about the veterans who are coming here to take part in a really, you know, grueling series of athletic tests when they've had, you know, injuries as a result of being in war zones, and you're going, I'm here, you know, wave to me, hello, my name is Meghan, I'm beautiful.
Do you know what, I would have much more respect for someone like Meghan if she was like a Kim Kardashian who just admitted she just wants to be famous, but she goes about it in such a sly way where she's like, I don't really want the cameras, I want my privacy, whilst at the same time having, you know, her eyes lit up every single time she sees paparazzis and waving and smiling. And not only that, remember the documentary she put out where she was saying paparazzi were chasing her when really it was footage of Katie Price. She wanted the fame, and if she had just admitted that, maybe I could respect it a little more. But it's the fact that she puts on this image that she doesn't want it, she doesn't want the privacy, and yet she's always at the front of the camera. She's done podcasts, she's done Netflix series. It was just a whole it was just a whole load of hypocrisy.
She just keeps trying to become somebody worthwhile, and
exactly.
she keeps failing at it. You'd think after a while you'd go, do you know what? Maybe I should just disappear into oblivion.
And do you know what? My whole thing is that I'm not one of these deranged people like Piers Morgan who think Meghan and Harry are just the most evil people in the world. I think they're just human beings who are imperfect and don't realise what they have until it's gone. However, the problem that I have with them is that they don't realise how important the monarchy is to us. They made a mockery of the monarchy. They tried to destroy the monarchy. I mean, trying to insinuate that the monarchy is racist, at a time where we had so much racial tension during BLM and George Floyd and people were taking down statues. That really could have put the monarchy in harm. So for them to do that was absolutely unacceptable. And for them to enter the country without an actual apology, not just to the royal family, but also to the British public, is also not acceptable. So I think the reason why people dislike them, it's because they just don't realise just how important the monarchy is to us. The monarchy is a representation of the British psyche, the British traditions.
Because we don't have much to hold on to be
exactly,
honest.
especially these days. We feel like Britain is being eradicated, and I feel like Meghan and Harry, they're kind of symbolic of this push, this anti-British push that we're constantly seeing, where people are telling us that British culture needs to be shape-shifted, it needs to be changed, it needs to be modernized. No, we don't. We want to keep it the way it is, and they attempted to try to change it. It didn't work because you still have this strong base of people who love the country. So that's my problem. They don't understand what it means to us. The royal family represent to us many different things, whether it's tradition, conservatism, modesty, whether it's reticence, the ability to keep your emotions to yourself. You know, most British people don't care to bore people with all their problems. It's just not with us. We like to keep a poker face and keep our problems and deal with it private. But they did the complete opposite of that. And that's why, I mean, I saw this morning that Meghan's popularity is at 22%, and Camilla, who was hated at some point when we was mourning Diana's death, well, I wasn't alive then, her popularity...
You went alive then. I feel very old, you know. I covered that story, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was at Daily Express in those days.
Wow.
But yeah, so...
But her popularity is around 43%, I believe, 44%. So just imagine just how hated. So for her to come into the country, I think she just needs an apology. She needs to give us an apology. Not only that, they need to be quiet. Just go have a quiet life somewhere.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. The trouble is, you know, one, the apology probably isn't going to come. They're probably going to try and hook up with some, you know, like-minded individual. I don't know who it would be. Maybe it would be somebody like Gary Lineker. They'll do an interview with somebody, because they might be able to help themselves, will they? But it will be this whole thing about, you know, how terrible it all was and how they've come back to the fold because, you know, Harry feels very close to his father, and it will just be more BS, basically, won't it?
Exactly, and that's another thing, is that if they want to return, they can. Because at the end of the day, this is Harry's home. This is Harry's country. We can't tell him where he can and cannot be. And as long as he's here legally, then it's absolutely fine. But my whole thing is with them is they need to behave themselves whilst they are here. They need to be quiet, live a quiet life. If you're not going to apologise, if you're not going to participate in the monarchy, which is represent British culture, represent its traditions, its morality, its psyche, please just be quiet, because we do not need another international privacy tour.
No, we really don't. But I mean, what happens next, do you think? Because, like I say, I don't believe that... I see the King and Queen are planning an autumn tour of the Caribbean. It says on the mail here, which might be interesting. They're going to visit Antigua and Barbuda. The King says he's also taking solo trips to the Bahamas and Guyana. I mean, what's going on in the Caribbean? Because the last time I looked, there was a lot of Caribbean countries who were looking at kind of, you know, decoupling, if you like, from Britain. And saying we don't really want the monarchy to be our leaders anymore. We don't want to see that as a kind of, you know,
good luck to them.
Empire. Yeah, exactly. But they're all looking for reparations, though. Some of them, aren't they?
Oh gosh, I'm so tired of these countries and reparations. Reparations for what?
I know.
Do you understand? And I'm not being funny. I mean, we look at Britain, for example, after World War II. Did you see the British begging for reparations? No, they rolled up their sleeves and they rebuilt their country by themselves with a couple hundred other Windrush people who came. It wasn't a lot of people, by the way. When people say the Windrush built Britain, they didn't. 250, was it 250 people?
Yeah,
can't
but
rebuild the country.
one of these sort of, you know, truisms that people spout.
Exactly.
And you know that they don't know what they're talking about.
Exactly. So they rebuilt their own countries, and can't seem to understand why other countries, particularly black countries, Caribbean countries, African countries, just can't have the same mentality. You look at China, for example, they went through a season of absolute poverty, but they took it amongst themselves to say, do you know what, whatever poverty we're going through, we're going to rebuild our countries. If it means working in sweatshops, if it means selling our products for 1p, we're going to rebuild back this country, and we're going to do it on our own. But you see these black countries, and there's always black countries that are always begging for someone else to support them, whilst also saying that these countries are the reasons for why the country has fallen apart. If that's the case, why would you want their dirty money? It makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, exactly.
So I encourage all Caribbean countries and African countries to just take on the responsibility by themselves. Every country has experienced some kind of slavery or just unfair treatment. But at some point, when are you going to build your own country? You know? And if we're going to sit here and talk about reparations, that means the whole world deserves reparations, because how many people have been enslaved?
Well, exactly. But also, as they worked out, remember, I think it was San Francisco who came up with this policy where they wanted to give away $1 million to every black person who had somehow been affected by slavery. And they went, well, how are you going to work that out? I remember speaking to Esther Cracker about it, and she was like, well, do I qualify? I don't know if I qualify. She said, I might have relatives who actually were involved in slave trade activities, in which case you can't get the money. It's an impossible thing to do.
It's the insanity of wanting money for something that you didn't do for me that I just will never understand. And not only that, I wouldn't even entrust our community with reparations money, because if you actually look at black households and black youth, and what they spend money on is always trainers, it's always parties, it's always these weird balloon things. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. We kind of, of all the communities, we don't spend the most conservatively or the most responsibly. So that money would be wiped out like that anyways. So yeah, this whole idea of reparations, I'm tired of it. I don't want to hear it. If anything, I think we should be encouraging black people to just go out and rebuild for themselves like every other nation has done.
Yeah, right, exactly right. So just to go back to old Whinge and Ginger Whinge for the first part of the next. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think she's going to stay here? Because there's a lot of talk of him staying here and her maybe not staying here. Maybe her, they talk about international couples and all the rest of it. What's going to happen?
I mean, there's many theories speculating to why they're here. Some people are saying that they want RAVIC, which basically is like a publicly funded security service for royals. Some people are saying that they're here because Harry obviously is aware that his father allegedly is not fully well. It could be the last day for him, so he wants to be close to his father. And then some people are saying they're here because they're simply just not a hit in the US. But my whole thing is that it's not looking good for them. The British public are not happy with them at all, because they try to shame the country. Because when you insult the monarchy, you're basically insulting Britain. It's kind of like if you go to Dubai, if you insult the sheikhs, you're insulting the whole country.
And you won't get away with that for very long. You find yourself locked up.
Right, but for some reason the same rule doesn't apply here. So the British public is not happy with them. I think the best thing that they can do is either stay quiet, have a private life, do not talk, pipe down. We don't want to hear anything from you.
I find that hard to believe that they'll do that.
Exactly. Or the most courageous thing that they can do that could potentially redeem themselves is just apologize. Literally just apologize and say we was wrong. We took what we had for granted.
We made a mistake.
We made a mistake. And the public will well, I don't know if they will accept it, but I would, because I believe in forgiveness. Again, I'm not one of these deranged Piers Morgan people who think they're evil. I just think they're human beings who don't notice what they have until they're gone.
Well, Piers has a good reason for thinking that, though, because she did try to get him fired, which in fact she did get him fired. The reason he hates her is because she got directly in touch with the woman who was in charge of ITV at the time, Carolyn, whatever her name is, and actually ordered her to fire Piers Morgan. Which is why he's got his kind of gander up about it all,
And also she ghosted him. And I think that's why he's upset. But he has a personal issue with her. I don't know them personally, so therefore I can never hate them. But the best thing that they can do to redeem themselves, honestly, is just apologise. Apologise not only to the monarchy, but also to the British public. They publicly disrespected the monarchy, insinuating
and
that
also
it's
the whole
racist.
country. I mean, they more or less made out that UK people were racist.
And they did it very, very publicly, and they went on an international tour disrespecting the country. So I think their apology should be just as loud as their disrespect, and they should do it publicly.
I agree.
That's the only way they can redeem themselves.
And there are some chinks of light. I mean, I've seen there's a piece by Douglas Murray, I think, doing the rounds today, which he's written, I'm not sure if it's in The Spectator, it might be, in which he says, I think they should get a second chance. And there are some people who will say that, and I guess many of them will do it just because they know that they'll get a reaction. I mean, I don't think they should have a second chance. I'm like you. I think they should shut the hell up and go away for a while, stay silent, and then maybe re-emerge in a couple of years' time, anew?
I think they should get a second chance if they apologise. I'm very big on accountability.
Yeah.
The last time I was here, I was talking about Jason Ardy. Jason Ardy would have come out a hero if he just said, you know what, I was wrong.
Yeah.
What I participated in was not okay. And we could forgive them because they took it way too far. What they did was absolutely unacceptable. Like I said, to them, the monarchy is some kind of a joke. To them, it's something that's outdated. It's something that needs to be rebranded. To us, it's something serious. It literally represents our values, whether it's tradition, whether it's modesty, whether it's controlling your emotions, whether it's having respect, whether it's following the rules. Meaning, if the rules is you don't wear black or you don't wear dark nail polish, just follow the rules. Right. This is a very British thing to do. And they did the complete opposite. God knows how many times she broke protocol. So she disrespected our culture and she wouldn't do it anywhere else. And this is exactly why I started my platform, is because way too often I see people being so disrespectful towards Britain whilst refusing to stop benefiting from this country. And I think people like that should simply apologise, hold themselves accountable. Maybe we can give them a second chance.
Maybe we can.
Yes.
Based in Bougie, great to see you.
Thank you so much for
Where
having
can
me
people
again.
find your platform? Tell us.
You can find me based in Bougie on Instagram, based in Bougie on X, based in Bougie TikTok, and then based in Bougie YouTube.
Okay, brilliant.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Interesting stuff. We've got lots more to do. Gareth Wynne-Jones is going to join us coming up in a little while. He's going to give us the latest from the farming community and why it's costing so much money for farmers to get their crops out of the ground and get them to market. Paul Burgess is here as well with some thoughts on climate change. The rain has come. Nobody's talking about the old fireballs anymore, are they? Or any of the wildfires that are supposed to be engulfing the country. Christian Drogan as well. And just before we get to all of that, it's going to be time for my meltdown. Let's have a go at that. So, earlier this week, Christian Drogan, the Watchman, he works for that Watchman organisation, did quite a remarkable thing. He decided that he would try, amongst all of the incredible brave things that he's done in the past, which is to chart what's going on in Calais, to chart the migrant camps. You might remember Christian first came on our show and actually walked through a migrant camp, all the while being shouted at, being abused. At one point, people were throwing rocks at him. He's a very brave man. He's a man from the north of England who knows a thing or two about being a hero, because he is a proper modern-day hero, Christian. He's going to be talking to us in a little while. But before we talk to him, I just thought I should tell you about some of the things that he's been doing. So he decided to smuggle himself back into his own country. And the journey itself made an awful lot of headlines, made an awful lot of news earlier in part of this week. But it's an extraordinary tale, not least because it shows how easy it is for somebody to do it. It might be uncomfortable, you might be risking life and limb, you might in some cases be putting your life in danger. However, an awful lot of people are doing it on a daily basis. And Christian wanted to know precisely how that would feel. And he wanted to know precisely how difficult it would be. But as a white British man, he was not stopped at any point. He was not made to reveal who he was. He was able instead to clamber onto a dinghy in northern France and to see that dinghy set off from the shore into the English Channel, from whence it was rescued by a British rescue vessel. And he was able to come to this country completely and utterly without any hindrance from customs, from immigration, from border force. And it's quite an extraordinary story. He's going to tell it to us. But let's look at the other story that's all about migrants today. And that is, of course, the story about the crime rates that are going through the roof as a result of people coming to this country from certain other countries. Not from every country, but from certain other countries where crime and criminality is very much at the top of the agenda. European countries, other European countries like Germany, have released the statistics on the crimes that are being committed by different people from different countries, right? But we, in this country, are somehow not doing it. Let's have a listen to Majid Nawaz, who is a campaigner and a commentator, of course, as well. He was on GB News last night talking about this.
Well, I think the fact that we had a underage rape, so-called grooming gang survivor, Ms. Goddard, speak, points to the reason as to why the government isn't releasing this data on the crime stats. And that's because it's linked. The two are connected. The underage rape gangs and these crime stats are connected in the following way. For decades in this country, the local councils, largely led by the Labour Party, the institutions with the leaders of those institutions largely appointed by local Labour governments and also national Labour governments, such as in those areas where those gangs operated, certain police, certain mayors, certain members of Parliament, such as the House of Lords, Labour peers, were all found eventually over the number of years either complicit in suppressing these stories. I include the Home Office in this, by the way, and they've only just recently accepted this on their social media pages and apologised for it. Either they suppressed the stories or they gaslit the victims, or they were themselves involved and have been convicted for child sex offences. So I'm thinking now of Lord Ahmed of Rotherham, Lord Nazir Ahmed, convicted for child sex offences, 2 counts of attempted rape, 1 count of buggery. And also, they were connected, these people that were involved in these networks, whether they were police. Recently, police have been arrested for being accused of being involved in these underage rape gangs. So this is a institutional rot. And institutional rots, when they happen because the government is either turning a blind eye or is complicit and involved. Now, I'll let the viewers decide which one of those it is, but that's why we find that we have a drag effect in, look how long it took for them to accept the underage rape gangs existed and were real and were disproportionately Pakistani, British or British Pakistani Muslim. Men like me, right? Look how long it took for them to accept that point. And of course, and Ms. Goddard wouldn't be surprised, of course we're struggling now to get them to just release the overall data we need to see the extent of the problem, because it will expose them. It'll expose the Labour Party, it'll expose Labour in government, and for decades they've been telling people like us who've been speaking out about it that we're the problems, we're the troublemakers. Those victims, Miss Goddard, and there's an entire network of them, they were blamed as being the ones that were either asking for it or making stories up.
Child prostitutes.
Of course, or even accused of racism and that made-up word Islamophobia.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve, what do you make of it? I mean, is it a cover-up? Are the government covering up to protect themselves?
And that, to me, is an absolute and utter disgrace, isn't it? Because the idea that this government is trying to withhold information which might not be particularly preferential to migrants coming here from other countries is ridiculous. We deserve to know, as we said earlier in the show, what the data shows. We deserve to know if people from Iraq or Iran or Afghanistan or Syria or Eritrea or Somalia are more likely to commit crimes in this country, then we should make that very much a part of whether we allow them in. Obviously, you know how I feel about that. We shouldn't be allowing them in anyway. But if you need a reason to stop them from coming in, then surely you use that data and say, I'm sorry, because you are from a particular country, you have got a propensity to commit crime. Therefore, we are not going to let you into the country. It's as simple as that. When we talk to Christian Drogan, you'll see how easy it is for these characters to get here. And then what happens is now what we know happens, and that is that more crimes are committed, more people become victims, more women are terrified, and that should not be happening. Not in this country, not in 2026, not anymore. I'm not having it. That's my meltdown. I'm going a little rant. So, some other stories that we haven't really touched upon yet, but I want to touch upon because we will do it in the next hour. Coming up, Paul Burgess is going to be here, Christian Drogan, as I say, Gareth Wynne-Jones as well. But one of the big stories, which is in the papers this morning, and is all about modern media, if you like, because modern media is changing even as we speak. Because, yes, of course, there is social media. Yes, of course, we know that social media is good in many ways, but is also bad in many other ways. Yesterday, though, an incredible story happened, and it was that Facebook, owned by the company known as Meta and Mark Zuckerberg, agreed to pay £13 billion in America. It's called their big tobacco moment because they're trying to boost child safety. Basically, they were sued by a whole bunch of different companies and states because of the way that they were stewarding their platforms, okay? According to a piece in The Telegraph, Meta will now restrict how children can use Instagram and Facebook during school hours and at night as part of a £13.2 billion settlement over claims that it deliberately made its apps addictive for teenagers. We talk about this an awful lot, and we will be talking about it because this is going to have far-reaching consequences, not just for children, not just for families, but for all of us. Because while this is going to affect Meta, it's going to affect Facebook, and it's going to affect Instagram. It will also probably affect all of the other social media accounts like X, like YouTube, like Snapchat, and others. The social media giant agreed with 52 US territories and states yesterday to end a lawsuit claiming that it had harmed children for years while concealing the truth about the risks of social media. Now, I don't want to keep plugging it, but I am going to plug it once again. Inside this book, Fake News, a bestseller on the Sunday Times bestseller list, currently running at number 4, by the way, and also running at number 2 on Amazon. I talk about Facebook, and I talk about the insidious nature of how Facebook works and how you can say something while your phone is not recording you, while your phone microphones are off. And yet somehow Facebook will know what you've said. Somehow Facebook will be able to reproduce something that you've mentioned. For example, if you talk about going on holiday to Italy, the next time you switch on Facebook, there's an advert for somewhere in Italy for you to go. The next time you mention the kind of food you like to eat, there's some food advert coming up after you. If you mention that you might be a bit hungry, suddenly there's an Uber Eats sign that comes up. You know, this is what goes on. They're very clever people. The UK government has said that it's monitoring events closely because, of course, we are moving ahead with a ban on under 16s using social media. But the suggestion is that the British government might make the same demand of Meta so that they make similar changes in Britain as the ones they're going to make in the United States. According to The Telegraph, the US lawsuit has been called social media's big tobacco moment. The resulting settlement means teenagers in most of the US will not be able to access Facebook and Instagram between midnight and 6 a.m, and notifications will be silenced between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. They'll also be subject to a 2-hour daily limit, and they'll receive regular alerts. Now, you might say that's a good thing. I know there will be people like Emma Wolf who's campaigned for safety on the internet for children and for somehow a limitation on what they can do on social media and what they can access. But of course, as we know, digital ID is something that governments would like to bring in. This takes us a step closer to that. And I think that is a problem, because what we don't want is for the internet and the various companies running it to be able to access your data as a human, as an individual, as an adult, so that you have to somehow register with some organisation in order to use the internet. Because I think a lot of us would balk at that. So we're going to have to find some kind of happy medium, aren't we? Whereby we can look at things we want to look at without being encumbered by the government. We don't need to ask permission to look at them. But at the same time, we want our children protected from some of the more insidious and ghastly things that are out there on the internet. One thing I will say is that big media companies are very good at clamping down on people like us. If we run a clip from a TV show that we shouldn't, because it's got copyright written all over it, they suddenly come down on us like a ton of bricks. They can stop one of my shows going out on YouTube as a result. They can demonetize my channel if they don't like the fact that I've used something I shouldn't have used without permission. Sometimes we do it by accident. And sometimes we have to cut those clips out of the show in order for it to continue to run on YouTube and continue to make money, because that's what we make our money from. So it's a very, very interesting time and a very interesting crossroads that we're about to reach. And I think we all have to talk about it and think about it quite a lot as to where we go from here. We shall see. Coming up in the next hour, we're going to speak to Gareth Wyn-Jones. We're going to speak to Paul Burgess about the climate, even as I watched the rain falling from the sky. It was so dark this morning when I came out, I couldn't quite believe it. Thought we'd suddenly woken up in October. Also, Christian Drogan, as I said, is coming into the studio to talk us through his incredible journey from the northern shores of France into the UK on a dinghy as a migrant. Incredible stuff. Right now, though, should we get some news with Edward Hughes?
Good morning. It's Edward the News Hughes with your Thursday bulletin. Harry the Herbert and Meghan are back after 6 years. The King and Queen have booked the Caribbean. One couple returns. The other books a holiday. Efficient. Energy bills rise 4% in October. No extra help. The PM just wants wealth creators to stay put. Warm thoughts all round. The Knob of the North, Andy Burnham, visited a Sainsbury's, promised work experience for the young, and pubs report a bounce. Labour MPs want voting reform in his first 100 days. Ambition. 33 Britons missing in Nepal floods. A child and her aunt died in a Middlesbrough fire police are treating as murder. More thunderstorms incoming. Classic August, film legend Tim Curry and pint-sized country icon Dolly Parton have both died. The Palace Guards played 9 to 5. Even the weather couldn't ruin that. That's your lot. Don't look at the bill. Please remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
There he is, Edward Hughes there with the news. Thank you very much for that. He's gone a bit early on the old bank holiday support system. He's wearing a Hawaiian shirt, some dark glasses, and he seems to have got the heron back as well. I'm not quite sure how that happened. But anyway, let's talk to Gareth Wyn-Jones. We haven't spoken for a while. Farmers have not exactly had a great year. The weather has not been particularly kind to them. It's now raining in the southeast. People outside of the southeast, of course, will say, well, we've had rain before this. Why you keep banging on about it? But let's find out what the lie of the land is, literally, from Gareth Wyn-Jones, who is a farmer over in Wales, in Llanfairfechan, I'm going to say. How's that for pronunciation?
Your pronunciations of Welsh is getting. It's when you can get Llanfair put Gwyngic or Gerrill Winthrop or Llantysilio or Goch, right? I'll then buy you a pint.
Well, I managed to get the Goch bit at the end, but I can't. The rest of it's pretty easy, pretty difficult. You've had a tough old year, Gareth. You've had a tough few years, I suppose. How's the weather there? We've got rain today in the southeast. It's quite a lot of rain actually for the first time in a while. How are things?
Yeah, things are looking a little bit brighter, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's been. I don't think we can just say 12 months. It's been, most probably, if we want to look back at it, 15, 20 years of decimation within the agricultural industry, from, different policies to different governments to different criteria. And I think there's a lot of, a global agenda against the agricultural sector, especially the livestock sector. In between me and you, I had a message from Denmark yesterday. There's going to be big protests out in Denmark again over the weekend. There's going to be hundreds of farmers going out. We are really struggling to get our message across. Mainstream media's keeping a lot of this quiet. And then what we get hit by this summer or this spring is the worst drought that we've had in many years. So our crops are low. The feeding we have for our animals over the winter is going to be very expensive. A lot of these farmers are struggling already, and we've got Andy Burnham throwing about £100 to each farmer to build a lake to, save water for our winter supplies. It's just, honestly, I live in a world which is a fantasy world when I look at the political agenda from all our governments, and I don't mean this from Westminster. It's everywhere. We need people to listen, and we need people to learn. And hate to say it to you, but the only time they will listen and learn is when there isn't any food on them supermarket shelves, and when people are going hungry and they can't afford to eat, and then we'll have absolute chaos.
Yeah. Well, we saw yesterday, I don't know why we saw it, but Andy Burnham and Sadiq Khan in a Sainsbury's stacking the shelves with bread. And I mean, I say to people all the time that, this nonsense that we're suffering from an inflationary rise of about 3%. Forget about it. Inflation in food alone is running, for me anyway, for a lot of people, between 20 and 50%. Every time you go and buy something, it's gone up by at least a factor of 2 or 3 times what it used to be, And I find it amazing that people aren't paying more attention to that,
Yeah, and that's the tip of the iceberg as well, mate, because what people don't realise is now, all these crops are low, the wheat, and everything that's been processed over this autumn is going to be hundreds and thousands less tons in store. So, and this is not just a UK problem, it's a European problem. It's a worldwide problem. So there's going to be shortages of food across. Well, look at Trump. He's opened the gates to Argentinian beef, something that they'd never thought would ever happen, just to lower the price of beef in the US. So there's going to be challenging times. And what people don't realize is that at the end of the day, it's the farmer that's going to be the primary producer here. He hasn't been having a fair price for what he's doing. He's been absolutely hammered by policies, by governments, by the WEF, the UN, and you can own nothing and be happy. And well, you can own nothing, be happy, and be hungry, and paying every penny that you earn into your energy, because again, net zero is going to cost us a fortune going forward. Look at the energy hikes again for this autumn. This country is going to be the poorest country and the most hardworking country in the world, the way things are going.
Yeah.
And nobody seems to be even listening. They think they're going to save the planet and save the climate, but it's scary stuff to look at as a farmer.
Well, it's true. I mean, it says on the front page of Daily Express today, Britain's OAPs are facing a dire winter because we're going to have the highest energy prices we've ever had. Food prices are going up through the roof. We're going to get more taxes coming in. They're now going after people who have got a bit of a pension, saying we might have to tax you some more for that. You know, I see no kind of light at the end of the tunnel from anything coming out of Westminster, coming out of Andy Burnham. And the more I see he wants to sort of devolve power, whether it's to the Welsh Senedd or whether it's to local councils, you know, all they want to do and all they know how to do is to take money from you and to tax you as an individual and as a farmer to make your life more miserable.
Well, I think really, if we look at it in the general perspective, anybody that really works hard and peddling and trying to make a good crust is absolutely penalised. Anybody that sits back and does bugger all, they're going to reap the rewards. I'll give you an example. I was with an old school friend yesterday. His parents have been in an old people's home for 7 years now, and he's had to pay. He's lost all his own finances, to make sure that they're there. They're taking the house now, everything, and he's got people in there that have never, really added into our whole economy, and they're sitting next door and they're getting everything paid for. I know it sounds really ludicrous, but it just thinks that the system's not fair to people that are working hard and paying the taxes and being honest. And you know what? If we paid our taxes and they went to the right places, I don't think the majority of people would mind. But we're getting absolutely skinned, and these taxes are getting peed up against the wall for no reasons, for net zeros, for people that shouldn't be here, for people that should work and are not working, for people that get cars and benefits and all kinds of things. I don't want to get on some kind of soapbox, but by God, this country could build a better Britain on its bellies, and if we all started to put into the system, I think we'd be a lot better. And the worst ones out of them are the ones that are running it, the politicians with all their freebies and the way they live their lives. They don't set a good example. Andy Burnham's crew of had 400,000 of freebies already. They're all taking it. They're all with their blimmin' noses in the troughs, scoffing away while they get a massive wage with all their taxes paid, all their bills paid, and then they get a good pension. I think it's wrong, I really do. And I think we should be challenging every single political party on the manifestos they've put in front of us.
Yeah.
So if they've promised something and if they don't deliver, kick them down the road and get somebody else that can do the job properly. We need a new political whole system. We need people that are in there that understand what's needed. And as a farmer, honestly, we hear about our agricultural minister going into a cutting plant and fainting, fainting in a cutting meat plant.
Right.
Well, this is what I'm saying to you. Great. This is what I'm saying to you. We live in a world full of bloody woke numpties, and if you say anything like I'm saying, I'm being called right wing and racist and all kinds of things. I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a farmer. I work 7 days a week. I've got 3 businesses. I don't have a day off, and I pay my taxes.
Yeah.
My father's 90 and he's done exactly the same. He's never taken anything out of the system. And then if we say anything against the whole, system from the WEF and the UN and our government policies and net zero or immigration, you're right wing. Well, you know what? We're not right wing. We're just common sense people that want a better Britain, and we have to make sure that we're watching after the people that can't afford to feed themselves. I don't disagree with that. But when there's too many people that can't afford themselves, the people that are working will not be able to feed them. And that is just, common sense.
Yeah, well, it is. There's 13 million more people, Gareth, living here than there were a few years back. That's got to have an indication and an influence on everything, right? That's why it's difficult to get to see a doctor, difficult to get to see, a hospital appointment when you need one, difficult to get from point A to point B. There's less food to go around to more people. It's just, it's as you say, common sense to fix it. But let me ask you about the diesel price as well, because I'm told that's also a problem at the moment for you. What's going on with that?
Well, diesel again, that's our mainstay to keep the farms running, and it's on a big hike again. And that's not just one problem the government should be looking at as well. We've got import duties coming on artificial fertiliser in January. That's going to be a massive hit to a lot of these farms when they're already struggling to pay bills and on their knees. Now, don't forget, half the world's food is produced with that fertiliser. So, we're on an island, a small island with a growing population, losing hundreds of thousands of acres to solar, to industrial, to roads, to infrastructure every year. So our land mass to produce food's getting smaller, so we need to utilise that. We've got the lunatics that want to rewild these areas and trying to plant trees in places where trees were never supposed to be. We are just absolutely struggling. So, diesel, fertilizer, fuel, all these things will add to food inflation in the future. And people really need to realise, and I'm not joking now, I've been saying this for 6 or 7 years, we are sleepwalking into food shortages and into food inflation on the biggest scale we've ever seen. So, if you're just in a city, wherever you are, start asking questions of where that food comes from, how much you're paying for it, how you getting taxed on it, and how do we support British agriculture going forward. So if you buy British, and if the British government started procuring more British foods, we might get a fair price where we can invest back into the farm so we can produce more sustainable, seasonal, local food, because there's ways and means, technology today, that we can invest in our farm and into our farmland where we can grow more land locally and seasonally. So we have to not rely on these imports and these cheap imports that we don't know how they're produced. There could be all kinds of toxins in these foods, and we're feeding that to our children who are going sick and going ill, which are costing millions to the NHS. So build a better Britain on our bellies by feeding the next generation with good, nutritious food that the farmer can produce. So it's needed, a farming food revolution globally, but let's start in the UK. Let's push Andy Burnham. Let's push Rhina Piorwerth in the Welsh Government. Let's push all these people that are in charge to ask questions of how they're going to support, British agriculture going forward to sustain us for the future, because if they don't, we're going to lose a lot of farmers.
Yeah. Gareth Wyn-Jones, great to see you, great to talk to you. Fantastic words, really, really inspirational. And I think a lot of people will learn a lot from what you just said today. Thank you for talking to us. Gareth Wyn-Jones there, who is, of course, one of the great campaigners for the farmers in this country. But they're struggling because they're getting squeezed. Of course they are. So is everybody else. The only people who are not getting squeezed are the bleeding migrants coming in. And we've got some incredible news for you coming up later on in this hour. Christian Drogan's here. He's just coming to the studio. Morning, sir. Good to see you. Man of the moment. Blimey. He's the rock star of the migrant business right now. He's just been smuggled himself in to Britain. Most people want to try and smuggle themselves out nowadays, but he decided to smuggle himself in. We'll find out how he did it. We'll look at some of the incredible footage that he filmed at the same time as well, while he was doing all of that for Watchmen. Fantastic stuff. Also, we're going to talk to Paul Burgess coming up very shortly. I just want to show you something else in case you haven't seen it, and it's a shocking piece of video. But if we can play it, I'd be much obliged. And it is, of course, this terrible story from Nepal, where they think there could be as many as 1,000 plus people missing now. But if we can have a look at the, I think it's the number 10 Nepal flood wave. Just check this out.
I got it!
Wow, that is one of the most horrific things I think you'll ever see. And I'm apologising to anyone who's watching that, having not been warned about it beforehand, but it really is devastating. Devastating for that part of Nepal where it's happened. Nobody's quite sure how it happened. They think there might have been some kind of earthquake which might have dislodged a glacier of some kind, which has led to this massive mudslide. But so far they're saying 120 people have died, thousands of people missing though. And you can see from the devastation there that houses are just being washed away, bridges washed away, entire communities washed away. Just awful, horrible. Let's talk though to our next guest, Paul Burgess, who is here, of course, a man who can talk to us an awful lot about what's going on in the energy business and also in the weather business, because we woke up this morning, Paul, very good morning to you, to find that it was actually raining, something we hadn't seen for a while. And suddenly nobody's talking about wildfires anymore. We're all now talking about flash flooding.
Yeah, well, rain is good. We've got rain. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
I can, absolutely fine, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, yeah, we've got rain here in Pembrokeshire, and it's great to see it. It's just great to see it. I don't like all the scare stories about it.
No.
But, you know, in the winter, as winter comes, September comes, we get rain. It's pretty normal. You know, nothing unusual there. What I want to talk about today is how Ofgem and the government are distorting and simply lying about the cost of energy. Yeah.
Yes.
So I've asked your producer to produce a diagram, a little plate slide I've given you, which I'd like to quickly go through.
Yeah, have we got that? Yeah. We have. All right. Let's have a look.
Hopefully.
Let's see.
Oh no.
All right. Yeah, Paul's now producing the segment, so you know, would you mind doing what he's asking? Elena's here. Sorry about this.
Sorry, we'll find it once.
So we'll find it in a second. All right, Karen. You carry on,
okay,
Paul. We'll stick it up.
I'll carry on. What it is Ofgem today said a typical bill was 1,723 from October, up 4% on the last quarter. Yeah? But in actual fact, the same energy, January to October, is up 19%. 19%. And if you take it to this January with what we know is coming, you've got 20% rise. Now that's just based on the unit cost. When you go into a shop and you buy a product, it's got a price. And so is electricity. It's a kilowatt hour. That's what you buy. But what they do is there's 6 ways they fiddle it. And the first way is this. They put part of it, as we know, onto tax, which is like a restaurant. It's like, and I do analogies for all this. So on the slide, it's like a restaurant taking the tip off the bill, adding it to your tax, and then saying the meal got cheaper. The price is still the same, no matter how you pay for it. That's the first fiddle. The second fiddle is how the VAT came off for 6 months. Then the new sales prices, and what they've done is they've used that to show a price drop, but it's an underlying increase or gain. All you've done is change the tax system to fiddle it, right? So it's like a shop holding a sale, claiming the prices are down on last year, whilst the sale is temporary up, and the real price has gone up. And then they say that, this is a good one, the typical home uses less electricity. It is, there's the list. The typical home uses less electricity because the price went up. They present that as a cut. In other words, that's like saying the food is cheaper because you eat less. That is not a way. That's not a way to do it. The fourth way is the October official bill, up 4%, was set. If you set it to January, and it looks like it's 2% lower at the moment. But if you set it to January, you're going to actually end up at 20%. So it's like moving the finish line closer when you're doing you're doing a faster mile. The fifth way they do it is the typical home. Now, the Office for National Statistics says the actual median home is 2 people, but they call it 3 people. So they have to split the bill between 3 people they're advertising instead of 2 people. Right, and that's another fiddle.
So that makes it cheaper per head, as far as what you're saying.
That's right. That's how they represent it. And the final way is if you take the typical bill forecast now, that's happening, after the fiddles since January, electricity has gone up by 20% by January. On the year, it's 20% up. Gas is actually 55% up because of the Iranian war, but the same energy, for the same energy, that is. But again, gas is tiny. So at the bottom of the slide, I make this point. Gas today is about a quarter of the price of electricity, right?
Yes. Well, we did a story yesterday. I think it was yesterday. We did a story because there's a couple of things I'm going to ask you about in a minute, and I know you've still got other bits to explain. But there was a piece in the papers the other day about how difficult it is for companies in this country, particularly companies that use a lot of energy to produce whatever it is they're trying to make, to compete on global markets because they're paying sometimes as much as 4 times for their energy cost as everybody else. And there was one example used, I think, I can't remember what the company was, but for a business that would use some ridiculous amount of money for the whole industrial sector of the UK, something like £30 billion was spent on energy. And if you'd done the same or used the same amount of energy in the United States, it would have been about 5 billion. So,
that's right.
The whole system is rigged against Britain. And I don't understand why we keep hearing politicians saying things like, well, the thing is the prices are arrived at on an international market, so that's why they're so expensive. Well, why aren't they so expensive anywhere else then?
That's right. Well, they're not. In actual fact, gas, as I've just said, today, even with the Iranian spike, which is put it up by 55% temporary, right, whilst that's going on, without war's going on, it's still a quarter of the price of electricity. Right? I mean, gas before the Iranian, you're paying for the gas supply to the home, you're paying about 6 pence. Yeah, but now you're paying between 8 and 9 pence. Yeah, electricity today is 31 to 33p, just what you're being charged, and that is fiddled. What they've done is they don't simply look at the price per unit, of electricity. Right. So what they should quote is the price per kilowatt hour. Then you know what you've got. They shouldn't be quoting it, but all the mainstream media, when you hear it, the typical household bill is going up this amount. First of all, it's not a typical house. So all these fiddles, these 6 fiddles, are how they adjust it to gaslight you. It's as simple as that. Right. Now, the other thing is, on top of that, you've got a huge increase, not 20% on the year, you've got a huge increase coming. And EDF on the 21st of August said, this is at the bottom of the slide, and all this is on my Substack, by the way, in a proper paper, right? On the grid upgrade, quote, EDF spiralling out of control for the grid upgrade cost. And these are additional grid costs. All these pylons everywhere are totally additional for green energy. They're not to do with maintaining the existing grid. So what they've said, it's a £70 billion programme, 2 to 3 times higher than the original forecast. And you know how much that cost? It cost £1,000 for every person in the UK. Right? So if you've got 2 kids in your family and a couple, that's 4,000 quid. Yeah, and it's not viable. So even now, some of the rats are deserting the ship a bit and saying, "Hey, this isn't working." But you can't compete as an economy. You just can't compete, which is your opening point, with energy costs like this. And it isn't just the high intensity industries, that use a lot of energy. They've been decimated, but it's right through the economy. Energy costs run everywhere with everything, and so that's it. So what I'm trying to say is that we're into an even worse time, because on top of those prices you're seeing there, we've got to add constraint payments, the inertia payments, the backup costs, the network costs, and so on. And it's just, we're hitting a wall, and it can't last. I mean, the bubble's got to burst. It can't go on.
Well, as somebody just pointed out there on the chat, isn't it good news that we're getting 90p off a week from Andy Burnham, because that will obviously help in massive ways, right? That's from Ian. So pleased the government gave us 90p off a week so I can afford the extra £10 that I'm going to have to pay. It's a joke, isn't it?
I know it's an absolute joke. What I'd like to do next is show that I've got a 25-second video to show, which as it runs, I can talk. And this is quite. This is my most important work.
Hear you when we're playing the video. So try it now. Go on.
Try it now. Play it again.
Well, we've got it stuck in a kind of in a solid mode. So try that.
Okay, leave it in the solid.
Yeah.
1982 to 2025. This is my work that calculates what I calculate it should be. It's almost spot on. It's the nearest in the world has ever been to it. Now, this next bit is what the CO2 does. Now, the red line is the CO2 energy heat due to CO2. Where it's orange, all those dips, the CO2 has been cooled by the oceans.
Right.
It's the oceans doing the work. When you get a big peak there, you get the peaks in terms of things like El Ninos and the Atlantic oscillations we get. So the entire energy system, the paper shows, and it's all in my Substack, it's the best work I've ever done. All the heat is coming in the last years, as you can see, the big blue bits. They're because of the oceanic cycles. And even today, we've still got a high Atlantic cycle, a high warm Atlantic cycle, and we've got maybe a record coming for the El Nino. Now, we had an El Nino in 1870s that actually caused the warmest year for 61 years. It was the warmest year that year until 1939. It's the oceans that govern it, and how they do it is they control the cloud cover. So if you've just got a 2.5% reduction in cloud cover, then actually, maybe they get too technical, but that equates to all the warming since 1982. 2.5%. So basically, my work now, I've reached a stage on the science side, I do now lecture on science, I've reached a stage where really I've got a complete paper that explains all the temperatures of the past, explains the warm 30s and 40s, explains the Ice Age coming scare, and goes back to the depth of the Little Ice Age and even further back than that, and even explains the medieval warm period and so on. So I'm excited about it because I'm a nerd and I'm a scientist. Sort of thing.
It's great.
But that's it.
Well,
I've got an explanation.
I've got two questions for you, Paul, before I let you go. One is, a lot of people are asking, what about the AI revolution and what will that mean for our energy usage and the cost of energy? Because what we're told is that these AI data centers are going to cost a fortune in terms of the amount of energy they're going to need, the amount of water they're going to need. And so what's that going to do to the prices?
Right, they've got to put themselves by the salt water, and deal with it that way as regards to water. And secondly, they should provide their own energy. They should build their own power stations. That's the only way around it. You can't put them on the grid. We would just collapse immediately. The only way, we're now using less electricity per capita than in history, sort of thing, of late, if you like. It's declined. And what's happened is the energy from industry has really declined. If it wasn't for the loss to cope. So we're actually living off failure at the moment. The actual whole green energy system is living off the failure of itself. This is going to come to a crashing halt. There's no way it can carry on. And there is no science to back it up at all. None at all.
Yeah. No. And my final question to you, is it going to stop raining in time for me to watch the cricket this afternoon?
I doubt it. I doubt it. Although I do forecast some hot years coming, by the way, before it dips down. It's going to dip down quite savagely in the 30s, mid-30s, because the big oscillation in the Atlantic's going to be certainly over by 2035. So we are going to have some hot years. All that's going to be due to the oceanic pulses of hot and cold, which hold the heat for 1,000 years. So you're seeing heat from the past coming in.
Yeah. Okay. Paul, great to see you, and so great to see such enthusiasm as well for what you're doing. Brilliant stuff. Paul Burgess there talking to us about what the real truth is about the cost of energy and why people just keep lying to us about how much it's going to be going forward and how much it's going to cost to do all these data centers and all the rest of it. But listen, what can I tell you? It's coming up to the last half an hour of the show today. It is Thursday, coming up to Bank Holiday weekend. We've been doing a little poll, actually, what are you going to do for Bank Holiday weekend? And I don't know if you can throw that up there, but it's rainy. It's not very nice. This is what it used to always do on August Bank Holiday. But are you going to, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the beach? 9% of you are going to go to the beach. Getting out of Britain, 15%. Having a barbecue, 15%. Staying under the duvet, 60%, which sounds about right to me. Coming up, Christian Drogan's here. Christian, great to see you. Good morning.
Good to see you, Mike.
And fantastic to see what you were up to this week. I mean, you've been the sort of media star of the week, definitely. If we had the opposite of Plank of the Week, you'd be it, right? We'd be giving you some kind of award. We're going to come to you in a minute. We're going to get a bit of news first from Edward Hughes, who's gone a bit early on the old bank holiday gear. But have a look at him, and we'll be back after this.
Good morning. It's Edward the News Hughes with your Thursday bulletin. Harry the Herbert and Meghan are back after 6 years. The King and Queen have booked the Caribbean. One couple returns. The other books a holiday. Efficient. Energy bills rise 4% in October. No extra help. The PM just wants wealth creators to stay put. Warm thoughts all round. The Knob of the North, Andy Burnham, visited a Sainsbury's, promised work experience for the young, and pubs report a bounce. Labour MPs want voting reform in his first 100 days. Ambition. 33 Britons missing in Nepal floods. A child and her aunt died, and a Middlesbrough fire police are treating as murder. More thunderstorms incoming. Classic August. Film legend Tim Curry and pint-sized country icon Dolly Parton have both died. The Palace Guards played 9 to 5. Even the weather couldn't ruin that. That's your lot. Don't look at the bill. Please remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged international transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally, because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price, because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. Bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Tally card, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here. Coming up to 9:35. Christian Drogan is here. Christian, how are you?
I'm good.
Good to see you. From Watchmen, of course, the organisation. When did we first have you on? A few months back, right?
Yeah, it was quite good.
Quite a few months back when we had that very famous day where you walked, you were live, and I don't think anybody's seen anything like it before, walking through one of the jungle Dunkirk jungle camp, where in the end people were chucking rocks at you. Yeah. You were walking through. We could see all of the kind of the rubbish that was being strewn around. You could see the young men who were all. I remember saying to you, all these young guys who we're seeing here, there's hundreds of them over quite a large period of area. And I said to you, where are they all going to be in a couple of weeks' time? You went here in Britain. And so you now taken it a step further, and you've done brilliant. It was all over the Telegraph. Talk did a big exclusive. Isabel Oakeshott and you working together, so you took it upon yourself to just try and see if you could get on a boat and come into Britain.
I mean, we've lived in the camps, we've been to the camps, we've been to Belgium. I know the smuggling routes in the north of France off by heart. Tell me where the boat's going from. Right. I'll take you there. I'll take you there from the route they take.
So you know exactly where they're leaving from.
I know where they're leaving from. It changes day to day, but I know the routes that they take now. Because when you first get there, what you've got is you've got people with life jackets, big groups just going in all different directions. You're thinking, what's going on? But obviously they're heading towards different launch points. Yeah. I just thought, we need to. No one can argue against the truth. If it's documented with videos and pictures, then it's proven. So I thought we've done the French side of it. We need to see what happens in terms of actually are these. Everyone's sort of picking the numbers off the TikTok ads, but do they check out? Do they work? So what we did was, I've been liaising with loads of smugglers off TikTok. One of them seemed to be a bit more responsive than the rest, and sure enough, he was the guy that smuggled me into the UK.
And so did he know who you were, as it were, or did he think you were just another migrant?
Well, he thought that I was. There's no way that I can hide that I'm British, so I thought I'd have to come up with another cover story.
Yeah.
And that cover story was that I was a British criminal on the run from the British authorities. Been living in Barcelona for 5 years, and you know,
wanted to get back
I needed
in.
to get back in, miss my family. So, you know, made a promise to him. Just said, I won't cause you any problems if you don't cause me any problems. And, you know, we sort of did that gentleman's sort of handshake, if you like, and that's what we stuck to.
Wow, wow. Well, we've got a few bits of video to show you. The first one, I think, is you walking through what looks like a fairly kind of densely forested type area, where you're kind of, I guess, walking through the land before you get to where the boat is.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at that first of all.
Mental. Absolutely mental. I'm not trained for this.
So you're crawling through the undergrowth there. That is on the way to the boat.
So this is sort of like the dune area, one of the dune areas. So we actually missed the stop, the train stop where we were supposed to get off to go to the beach. So we ended up getting a new pickup point because we'd gone further down the coast, closer to where the boat was anyway. So it wasn't the end of the world. And it just so happened that the only police activity there was a drone above us that was following us about.
So is there a sense that the police are going to intercept you, or is it just that they're watching you?
Well, they were watching us. I mean, you know, when I could see the dinghy and the Navy ship well down the coast, and you know, you're sort of thinking, right, you're waiting for it to come further up. You're thinking, well, the police obviously know where that is because the Navy ship's with it out at sea. And you know, sure enough, we were quite lucky. We didn't actually have any. We didn't have any police on the beach when we boarded the boat that second time. Obviously, the day before, I'd already got on a boat. Which had been punctured by the police.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So they are doing that more now.
Well, there's.
Once in a while.
I'll tell you one reason why I think that they punctured it. I mean, the boat wasn't going anywhere. The first boat I got on, there was engine problems, there was problems with the hull, it was overcrowded, and you know, and there was loads of police on the beach. So we weren't going anywhere. I was screaming at people, trying to tell them what to do because I could see the police getting closer. I'm thinking, this is it. This is my chance to get over. And plus, as well, you're that tired, you just want to get home. You know, it's like I'm thinking, I hope this is my lift home now. I'm knackered. I'm knackered. I'm sick of sleeping in parks. I'm sick of, you know, not really sleeping in dirty camps. I just want to get home and get some home comfort. So, you know, that's another reason why the migrants are desperate, because you're just so knackered and worn out by the time.
And so the conditions in those kind of areas where you're crawling through there, I can hear you kind of out of breath. It's hot. Presumably, it's really roasting hot.
I mean,
and so is that where they're kind of sleeping then, just sleeping rough?
Well, they sleep in the camps. So we'd met these lads, these particular lads that we were with. We'd gone and picked them up. I was staying with the group leader who had been assigned the task of getting the group to the boat by the smuggler.
Okay.
So
it's quite well organised.
Oh, it's so well organised. So we actually met up with these lads. We picked these lads up, and next thing you know, we sort of made our way down to the beach, but obviously through the undergrowth. This wasn't a well-trodden path, so it was like new routes through the undergrowth, and it was our legs were cut to pieces, and you know, it was quite brutal, to be honest. But then they're not all
that picture we've just seen of you, that's you wearing the mask, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, that's me wearing a mask with two of the migrants.
And did you find out who the others were, or did you not really speak to them?
I mean, you know, I'm still in touch with some of them on the boat. And yeah, I mean, that was sort of like when we were sort of well on our way, and we knew we were on our way to Britain at that point. You know, as the smuggler turned around and said, because we only had 36, including myself, on our boat. So they aborted the last pickup, so we were like, plenty of space.
Right.
I actually had an half an hour kip on the boat on the way over. But
it's like getting on a plane and finding out there's nobody sitting next to you.
Yeah. The smuggler turned around to me, and he turned around to me. He says, "We're aborting the last pickup." He said, "VIP Britain, inshallah."
Right, amazing. And so, did you find out where any of the others were from, or not really?
So there was a couple of Syrians and mostly Sudanese and a couple of Iranians.
Okay.
So and maybe a Turkish-looking one. There was one lad actually who had he had a Union Jack tattoo on his leg,
right,
with an underground sign, London Underground sign, and then an immigration stamp on his knee.
Wow.
Just to really sort of rub salt into the wound.
So, I mean, did you get the sense that any of them had come over before, or they were coming back, or anything like that?
Potentially, yeah. Potentially one or two of them.
Right.
But like I say, I mean, a couple of the big sort of takeaways and findings were that, normally what happens is the smugglers get off the boat onto as the last few people get on. So on the last pickup, the smugglers get off the boat very sneakily. Well, we aborted the last pickup, so they were stuck on the boat. So then they had
to come all the way across.
No, they got lift back off the police.
Oh, really?
So the gendarme gave them a lift back to the beach.
Yeah.
Obviously, I guess they can say, well, we didn't know there was the smugglers, but I mean, I'd worked it out days before this.
Right.
But yeah, it's documented, it's done, and even still, the Home Office have decided to turn around and label me a reckless individual.
Yes. But the Home Office don't think the others are reckless, do they? Or
well, no, exactly. I mean, there's a couple of things here, Mike. I've now got a meeting next week with the Home Office intelligence, or a branch of the Home Office intelligence team, who want my intelligence on the subject.
Well, that's good.
Exactly.
That's something.
So that's how reckless.
They're not going to try and make out you committed some kind of crime, though, are they?
No, they're well on side.
That would be ironic, wouldn't it?
They're well on side. They're quite excited to. I've not broke the law in doing what I've done. I was legally allowed to travel to the UK by sea.
Yeah.
But
because you're a British citizen.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not allowed to do it.
No, because they don't have a right to be.
Yeah.
They don't have a visa. They don't have a right to. All you have to do, if you're travelling by boat and you have a right to be in the UK, you have to just notify the Border Force, which is obviously what I did.
So let's have a look at the next clip, because we've got a clip here which I think is the moment where your dinghy gets sort of hooked up with the rescue vessel.
Yeah.
Which would have happened. How far across would that have happened?
So that was at the halfway point. You're literally we were by the halfway point.
Literally as you get into British waters.
Yeah, it's waiting there for you.
Okay, so have a look at this. This is the dinghy rescue scenario.
No. وين برسون نفر واحد شوي يا صاحبي حط عليك بالعكس يا صاحبي شوف الصورة يا شباب شوف الصورة قدموها لقدام يا صاحبي
So it looks pretty calm there, but I guess the boats are moving around quite a bit. Are you getting on the back there? Is that
so? Yeah, we're getting on the back there. I mean, when
you don't have to clamber up the side.
No, when you're in that position, actually, and you're on the dinghy, it's more boredom because you literally just sat there for hours, in an uncomfortable position. When you see that, it's just like, oh, thank God.
So how long did it take you to get to that point then?
7 hours.
Wow.
7 hours on the dinghy.
7 hours.
Up and down the waves. And to be honest, in the middle of the channel, it can be calm at shore, but in the middle of the channel, it got fairly choppy, to be honest.
Absolutely. So did you at any point feel, I mean, I know you said it wasn't that crowded on that particular dinghy, but did you at any point feel that it was dangerous? In the sense that you could fall in or anything like that?
I had we all had life jackets on, because even the ones that didn't have life jackets were handed life jackets by the French.
Right.
So, everyone's got a life jacket on. If some of them had fallen in, didn't have the life jackets done properly, they'd have panicked and they probably would have drowned.
Yeah.
I had mine done properly. I know I can swim. And, there's a search and rescue boat right next to you, 10 metres away from you. There's a police boat, quarter of the way over, that comes a quarter of the way with you. There's a big Navy ship that's probably got little vessels it can drop off anyway.
Right.
So, as long as you can swim for 10 to 20 minutes, you'd be rescued anyway. So I guess it's probably more dangerous, the ones who set off unseen or undetected. And obviously some people can't swim.
Because we sometimes hear, I've certainly heard stories from further down the coast, like places like Dungeness, where I used to know someone who lived there, who said quite often you'll see a dinghy just pull up on the beach and people jump out of it, nowhere near Border Force. They haven't been picked up by Border Force. They seem to have come in on their own.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a lot of that going on?
Well, I don't think there's too much of that going on right now in terms of the dinghies. Now, this opens up another conversation. I do think there are sort of sailing boats and other sort of boats that are bringing maybe more hardened criminals like the Albanians in.
The ones who are paying more money and all that. Yeah.
So there are people coming in the other ways, but the dinghies are pretty much always picked up because there's that much surveillance over the channel. Yeah. They can't really miss them. And the idea behind picking them up out at sea is so that they can put them through the process.
Yeah. And
which, to be fair, I have to say, if Border Force weren't shackled by the government and by politicians, and they were allowed to actually keep our borders safe, from what I saw in Border Force, we'd be in good hands.
They'd be all right. So what happens to the dinghy? So you get off the dinghy, you're all onto the rescue vessel now, and that chunders off into towards Dover. So what happens to the dinghy?
So, well, actually, on this occasion, they towed it back. But sometimes what they do, they have another boat that sets off from Dover. Right. So they just leave it floating. They'll have another boat that sets off from Dover, and that'll go and pick it up. It's like like a crane.
So when you say they towed it back to Dover?
Yeah.
So what happens to it then, though? Because we've seen, haven't we, there's older pictures, isn't there, of some of these dinghies being loaded onto lorries,
well,
and then what would appear to be driven back across the channel.
Well, I've not been able to prove that they have been driven across the channel, but what I have done is I've been up to the Home Office compound in Dover, and when you go up there, you can quite clearly see it's palisade fencing. You can see through the fence, and you wouldn't believe how many dinghies and engines are sat in pallets there. I mean, there's.
Because you think that would be the place to destroy them, wouldn't it?
Well, the Home Office have put out a statement saying within 44 days of us seizing these boats, we destroy them. Well, I worked the maths out from the amount that come over one time, and they weren't being destroyed within 44 days. So that was a lie. Just like the 48,000 boat crossings they tell us they've prevented, it's not true. It's a huge manipulation of statistics.
Right.
So
when you got on the boat and did they start the process as you're on that boat before you get to Dover, or do you do?
I mean, to be honest, I had sunburn, I had a bit of a t-shirt tan, and as soon as I got off the dinghy onto the Border Force boat, the guy turned around to me and said, "You're on the wrong boat." And then I sort of, I tried. They were asking me questions as soon as I got into the processing facility. They were asking me questions straight away. They just recognised me a mile off, and
Do you think they knew who you were?
They didn't know who I was until the counter-terror copper when he came down, because I was detained by counter-terror police and Border Force police, and it all ended up as having a great big laugh about it. It was quite a funny moment, to be honest.
So at some point you told them exactly what you were doing.
I just thought I can't lie to them, because then I am breaking the law.
Well, there's no point in you telling them you're a wanted criminal, is there?
No, exactly.
Otherwise they might lock you up.
So that's the way it ended. We had a bit of a laugh about it. I said, what's going on here, mate? What's happening? We know you're British. What's going on?
Yeah.
I said, well, I've just invaded Great Britain, haven't I?
Yeah.
So we had a bit of a laugh and a joke, and they sent me. Well, they actually gave me a lift down to the Premier Inn, and Yeah, they were sound.
I bet you were the first time you've ever been pleased to stay at a Premier Inn.
Yeah.
It's like you normally go, oh, it's a Premier Inn. But actually this time you're going, oh, brilliant. So you're going to go and see the Home Office, which is good. Their initial reaction, and what about government reactions? Have there been any government reaction?
Not that I've heard of, no. There's been a couple of MPs who've sort of said, interesting findings, and that's about it. But our mission is to keep on going on these investigations, finding out the truth and putting it out there, because nobody can argue with the truth, can they? The truth is the truth, and
Well, I mean, what you've proven, it seems to me, is that with a bit of determination and not very much insistence, you've been able to find a smuggler. You've been able, I don't know if you paid them, you've been able to get onto a boat relatively easily, it seems to me. I'm not trying to diminish what you've done, because what you've done is brilliant. But you've managed to do something which you would think on the face of it would be quite difficult. But you've managed to do it in a few weeks.
Well, I think I was sort of almost like a bit of a test to the smuggler, really. He turned around to me after, he gave me a follow-up call. He said...
when you got in?
Yeah, he said, brother, how was the trip?
Really?
Yeah, he said, okay, anything you need, if you want, any other Europeans want to come over to Britain, tell them to give me a call.
Did he give you any sort of indication of, say, people that you could contact in the UK if you needed any help?
Not really, no. I mean, there was a few people that borrowed my phone because I always had battery. So, I mean, some of the numbers I've got and the people that had called off my phone are quite interesting. But I'm still in touch with people on the boat, and I intend to. I'm still in touch with people who made the journey with me. I intend to go and catch up with them. Just as another
to follow the story, really,
exactly,
to see where they end up.
Yeah, that's it.
Because obviously, what we know is that they normally will end up going to Manston first, won't they?
These are in.
Place. Did you go there or not? Did you just get let
go?
No,
I was as soon as I'd sort of been found out, I was taken to Premier Inn in Dover, and that was it. But they're processed now. They're in a hotel. And yeah, I mean, one of the key things is that I found out, and I've got proof of, is that not many people pay for these boat tickets.
Well, I've been saying this for years, because they don't want them to pay necessarily up front, because by the looks of them, most of them couldn't pay up front.
No, not
but
at
what
all.
they can do is work when they get here. And then work for whoever it was that got them there.
That's it, in the black market, paying no tax whatsoever.
Yeah. Exactly, it's an extraordinary story. It's a fantastic thing that you've done, and it's really, I mean, it's an eye opener for a lot more people who didn't believe it was happening in the way that it was happening. Well, you and I have had loads of conversations about the way that it works and how efficient the system is.
Well, for me, one of the other great things about it is it brings the attention back to the fact that we are being invaded. Our southern border is being invaded by mostly young men.
At will.
And
at will, whenever they want to.
So, I mean, if it all happened at once, the amount that have come over, then, people would be calling it an invasion.
I mean, when we saw what was going on in Sweater, and 70,000 people came over in one day, I said it at the time, I said, well, that's the same number of people who have come here. They've just taken longer to get here.
Exactly, exactly, yeah.
But it's shocking. Did you see any women, by the way, on your travels?
On the first boat, there was a couple of women and kids. On the boat I actually made it over on, it was just 35 blokes and me.
And all youngish.
Yeah, all younger. It must have been under the 8. Well, I probably was the oldest one on there, I reckon,
Yeah.
At the age
So they're
of
all in their
35,
20s, aren't they?
Yeah. But I mean, it's not just the boats, Mike. What I'm seeing now from just some sort of desktop investigation is the numbers coming through on wagons must be increasing, because the amount of videos that I'm seeing of blokes in the back of wagons on the way over to Britain is going through the roof.
That's, again, something we're hearing here as well. Well, fantastic stuff, Christian. Really, really amazing job, and well done. Congratulations.
Cheers.
They should be giving you some kind of journalistic prize for this, shouldn't they?
Well, listen,
and for my next trick, you don't have to tell me what it's going to be, but I'm looking forward to it already.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a few things planned. It's just obviously, it's where do you start and what do you go with. There's that many things to investigate, but going forward, I mean, we've made a good dent in the story with this, and we've got other avenues to explore. So yeah,
amazing, fantastic. We've got some super chats. A lot of people really, really appreciative of what you're doing. Let's have a look at what some of them are saying, if we can. This one, another outstanding show, Mike. Your guest is second to none, says Lark. Well, that's nice. I was hoping for something nice about Christian, actually. There we go. Christian's a real hero, says Loyal. Cannot be thanked enough for making it clear to us what is really happening. The establishment should hang its head in shame. Absolutely right. Too true. Incredible stuff. So, listen, great to see you back. Anyway, good luck with whatever the next endeavour is.
Cheers, Mike.
We should probably do a little bit of Pooch's Pooch, shouldn't we? Yeah. And then we're going to hand over to Paul Cox, who's next door. Great face on that dog there. Amazing. Paul Cox is here. He's coming up at 10 o'clock for the next 2 hours. You will have the delightful Dr. Paul Cox, as I like to call him, and Mark Littlewood possibly, or possibly in absentia. Paul, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. How are you doing?
Very well
Christian's
indeed.
great, by the way, isn't he? I just greeted him like a celebrity when he came past the studio.
He is a celebrity now, yeah. I'm surprised he comes in to see us anymore, that he's so famous.
He's also ridiculously good looking as well. How can you go undercover and be that good looking,
I know.
Mike?
Well, that's why he's wearing a mask, because otherwise they're all swooning. I did say, I've said to him before, we used to call him the world's most handsome man. You know, when we gave him his start. So, you know,
look at him.
After this, he's off to Hollywood. I mean, you could make a film of it, actually. I mean, you actually could. You star as yourself.
Yeah, they won't know, because I asked him very briefly if the mainstream media has shown any interest in his remarkable journalism. Turns out, Mike, they're not interested.
Well, to be fair, Talk did run it at the beginning of their week.
Talk
this week,
did, but
and the Daily Telegraph did as well, because Isabel Oakeshott does some stuff for them. But yeah, I mean, you won't get it on the BBC. You won't find it on Sky News or ITV. They don't do that sort of thing.
But we need to change hearts and minds, and it's not, we're the choir, we don't need converting. There are lots of people out there that need converting. Mike, we've got a great show coming up today. I've got Connie Shaw on. We've got a special segment with Ask Ange. So Angela Rayner will be asking, will be our agony aunt for the day. Plenty more to come as well.
Fantastic stuff. Brilliant. Paul, good to see you. Have a great day. Have a great show. 2 hours coming up with Paul Cox. And Ask Ange. What more could you want? Get your questions in to Angela Rayner. See if you can get a few house prices out of her as well while you're at it. We'll say thank you very much indeed. The rain is still coming down. I'm off to go and see some cricket. Well, maybe. If not, I'm certainly going to have some lunch. And I'll be back tomorrow morning from 7 o'clock. Christian, thank you very much indeed. Thanks to Elena. Thanks to Charlotte. Thanks to Pooch, who's in absentia, sorting a few things out. And to Scarlett as well. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 7.
The revolution will be televised.
Good morning, common sensors. It's Thursday morning. What a week it's been. We've had some fantastic shows, some fantastic guests, and today is not going to be any different whatsoever. Welcome to the Littlewood and Cox show, 10 a.m. through to midday every morning. Thanks to Mike for a fantastic show again this morning. And thanks to everybody who's come across on the Mike Graham show. Please do stay with us. We have a tremendous show ahead. Mark Littlewood is still away, so it's just me today. We might not speak to Mark today, but the chances are we will speak to him tomorrow. Hope he's having a lovely break. Look, it's Thursday. Let's have a quick look at the news before I tell you anything else. So over 30 Brits missing in Nepal. Flash flooding. That is a terrible story. Anyone who's seen the footage of that, it's surreal, isn't it, when you see something like that? It's like Fukushima when we saw the earthquake and the subsequent tidal wave. You look at that, it feels like it's another planet. You feel because it's not affecting you, it's not affecting anybody else. But of course, it is affecting millions of people, and 30 Brits are missing. Another tragic story on the front page of The Sun. Valentina, 7. Innocent victim of joyrider gang war, as the fallout from last week's deaths continues in the northeast. A young 7-year-old and a 34-year-old auntie were firebombed to death in their home. And then on the front of the Times, we have Britain's lost in Nepal, and a story there about Dolly Parton. Well, in the studio, helping me do absolutely everything today is the Duke. Relatively sober, didn't find any sick this morning when I came in. Normally there's at least 2 piles of sick, but there wasn't one pile of sick today. We've got the Duke, we've got the Princess, we've got Charlotte, we've even got the little one. and the little one is related to me. This is Nepo Baby Central here now at UK Live. So my daughter is here learning the ropes. Let's get her on the right wing. Lots of messages coming in from Piper saying, good morning, Coxie. I saw another one saying, Coxie's always in a good mood. There's a choice, isn't there, when you do a show like this? If I came on here oh, look, Pete Middleton, Paul's always in a good mood. Thank you, Pete. Look, what would you want? You know, if I came there going, oh, you're not flipping believe it again, the missus getting right on me tits, or whatever it might be. You know, it wouldn't be fun, would it? You don't want that. You need entertaining, and that's what UK Live is all about. And that's what Paul Cox and Mark Littlewood are all about.
And we've got a super chat from the Killionaire.
A super chat from the Killionaire, thanks to the Duke. Simon Kilford, 50 English pounds. Wow. Thank you very much, Simon. I hope your life as a Killionaire is treating you well. Thanks for sharing some of that wealth with us. We really do appreciate it here. Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox, who here is another £50 super chat. Look, thank you so much indeed. I put a question out today on my Twitter, as I do every morning before the show. So let's just go and check that out very quickly, shall we? Oh, it's on the screen. I asked today's big question: what government policy has made your life noticeably worse? Well, here we go. So looking at the comments straight away at the top there, we got Rax, follower of mine for a long time. Good morning, Rax. Said, I can't think of a single policy that's made it better. I can't think of one either. Sean Walsh, who's going to be on the show a bit later, talking about AI, chatbots and jokes of all things, has said, an embarrassment of riches. I'll try and whittle it down to 20. Please do let us know in the comments what you think. Deborah Hampton said, Little Cox. That's not my nickname, by the way. That's the nickname of the show. You are both lovely men, and I admire you both. But you know jolly well what the beleaguered folks of the country will say. Exactly. I know what they will say. But maybe not. Maybe you'll come back and say, love the state of Great Britain right now, and people like me have got it entirely wrong. Love the UK said, where do I start? Just a few out of many. Net zero, making life more expensive in every direction. An unaccountable and out of order civil service, or out of control civil service, with number 10 North adding to that. Also, DEI rules that lock out people outside of jobs and universities. So true. Do you feel like you have been locked out of a job or locked out of a chance of a place at university because you don't meet the identitarianism of DEI? I mean, I know I've suffered from that, but I don't tend to dwell on that, actually. And my advice to anybody who feels that they are is just keep going, because in the end, talent and skill will always win out. Always win out. Because given time, DEI hires will always show themselves to be what they are. And that is generally not good enough, which is a massive issue for Great Britain, because what we find ourselves now in is a mediocrity soup where the best you can possibly hope for is just about good enough. We have a message here from Catherine Pratt saying, well done, Simon Kilford. You are a generous man. Isn't he just? Look, Simon, I know you're out there. Thanks for watching, and thanks for all your super chats. We will be doing a number of live shows on the Mike Graham Show across the country over the coming year. Make sure you come along to one, Simon. You would be a guest of honour, and maybe you don't want to be, but it would be lovely to meet you. Vixen says, Cox is the sort of guy you hope you sit next to in a pub for a good chat and a laugh. Well, like I said, the little ones here, my daughter, she would argue that sitting next to me is not as much fun as you'd think it is. But there you go. Let me just talk to you about what we've got coming up on the show today, because we've got a lot coming up. Very shortly, our first guest will be Connie Shaw of the Free Speech Union. Want to talk to her about Gary Stevenson. No, what was his name? Stephen Gray. Sorry, Stephen Gray. He's the guy who's just been fined for sharing a joke online. That's considered not to have been too serious by the judge as well. A fine of £1,000. We've also got Laura Perrins coming up now. With Laura, I'm going to be talking about the Lindsay Clancy case. Now, if you don't know about the Lindsay Clancy case, don't worry. Don't go away and search. Laura will explain it. I will explain it. And we'll show a little clip too. But Lindsay Clancy is someone who has admitted to murdering her 3 children, tried to commit suicide herself, but says she's not guilty. She's not guilty. The Mike Graham Show. Pooch, keep his beady eye on the team. Yes, Pooch is out there. Pooch is always there. I never mentioned him, but he is always out there, always looking. Pooch isn't actually here today. Amazing. Which is actually probably why the Duke wasn't sick overnight, because I secretly think that Pooch is feeding the Duke. That was the Duke love. Of course, what you don't realise is the Princess has actually started a love affair with the Duke, and the Princess is someone who I'm worried about, actually, because she always kind of favours the wrong un. And if you've ever got young women in your family, you'll often notice this, that you try your best with them, but they see the first scally they meet, the first drunk, the first super brew sipping guy with sick down their shirt, they go, I can fix him. Well, that's what the Princess has done, unfortunately. And she finds herself knee-deep in a whole bunch of trouble as a result. Like I say, we've got Sean Walsh on, and my guest, my presenter buddy from 11 o'clock onwards is Lempit Opik. Lempit Opik of Cheeky Girl fame and Lib Dem scoundrel. But he's always great value. He's always great fun. I won't get a word in edgeways, but I'll tell you what you'll get is a whole bunch of entertainment. So I'm just going to check in with the guests, not with the guests, don't be ridiculous, what words am I using? I'm going to check in with the comments. Who we've got? Alison Moore says, Lindsay Clancy, shocked face emoji twice. Yeah, that is something. Lou D, sorry, Paul didn't realise you had a little person with you. We'll watch the language. No, look, she's not that little. She's a young adult, and she's lived with me. So what do you think? She learnt to swear. I sent her to swearing school before she went to real school. She knows all the words. In fact, now she could teach you a thing. And also she grew up in the Greater Portsmouth area where swearing is compulsory. Piper Halliwell said, oh no, that was in response to Eid Barrett. I'm always doing this. I'm always reading comments from commenters to commenters. But anyway, wow, okay, I'll look that up on Google now. I think that might be to do with Lindsay Clancy. Bob the Seagull, great to have our seagull on board, probably munching on someone's chips as we speak. So true, Coxie, about daughters and their first bloody boyfriends. I know, look, the Duke isn't wrong, and there's no two ways about it. But there's no telling the Princess. She's, I think, funding a lot of his special brew. She started buying sort of cloths to wipe up his chin. I don't know what she hopes to do, but look, even though he's a drunk, even though we found him, and likes to eat out of bins, he's a good-looking guy. He's a good-looking guy. They always are, aren't they? He's got great hair, great physique. I'd want him to hold me. Heath Baker says, play up, Coxie, Coxie, play up. Yep, I'm a big Pompey fan. Thank you very much, Heath Baker. I really do appreciate your support this morning. And any support for my football team is always welcome. Alison Moore said, immigration, net zero, Islamism and traitors. Those are the things that she would change. Mr. Fish and Chips, OBE no less. While the pooch is away, the children will play. Well, I've got my children here. What Pooch doesn't know is I've got her on £108 an hour, and she's going to be here for 20 hours today. So that's good news. Thank you very much for that, Pooch. I really do appreciate it. Oh my God! We've just found a couple of the Duke. I said he hadn't been drinking. The Princess and the Duke have already opened up the wine this morning. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm worried about the Princess more than the Duke. The Duke can handle it. He's been drinking and eating out of bins since 2018. The Princess grew up in a castle. She has a wealthy father. She knows people. She's not used to this sort of thing. Anyway, we've got our first guest this morning, Connie Shaw. Is Connie here?
We don't have Connie till 11:30. We do have Sean.
We do? What do I know? I'm just the presenter. Connie's not here till 11:30. A smashing, no worries. Let's get Sean involved. Sean, how you doing, mate?
I'm all right. I didn't know I was coming on at this time till about 20 seconds ago when Charlotte phoned me, so I've not done my hair or anything.
Mate, you look absolutely glorious. You really do. I didn't know you were coming on either, but this is the chaos of Live UK Online. It doesn't matter. I mean, look at you. You've got half a screen ahead, half a screen a ceiling. What more? What's it? There you go, mate. Look at
I'm not taking the blame for that. I'm rushed.
Little quarter zip going on there, mate. You're looking rather stylish. Yeah. Where'd you get that? Marks and Spencer's, or was it Matalan?
Yeah, were you there? How do you know it was Marks and Spencer's?
Oh, of course, I know everything, mate. Look at me. Look at the way I'm dressed. Same
My
shirt
mum,
every
by
day,
the way,
different jacket.
can you just say hello to my mum, who's called Maureen?
I can-
Because she says about you that you got a lovely grin.
Have I? Your mum, Maureen. Good morning, Maureen, and thank you for saying I've got a lovely grin. That's because I've accidentally got something stuck up my bottom, and that's
right now.
sorry, yeah, sorry, Maureen. Yeah, that's Sean. I forget that this is your mum. How old's your mum, Sean?
So I think she's 84.
You think she's 84? That's
Something
right
like
in my age bracket. Brilliant.
Yeah.
So
Her
Maureen,
husband's watching as well.
her husband.
Her husband
Did you
Dave
say?
is watching as well.
Wow, how old's Dave?
Oh, he's ancient. He's ancient. He's biblical. He's biblical old.
Biblical
I
old.
didn't come on to talk about my family.
Sorry,
But
yeah,
I
we had
think
to. Where exactly do they live, Sean? No, Sean.
I live in-
Oh,
They live in
okay.
Holland.
Don't. Yeah, great, smashing. Well, I was joking about that. Please don't tell them exactly about it. Have you seen the wrong uns in the chat? So, I mean, the Duke here for a start. He'll be round there. If they've got any wine in the fridge, that'll be gone. Sean, tell us a bit about yourself, mate, and then we'll get on to AI.
Yeah, okay. I'm the associate editor of Country Squire magazine, which is a kind of subversive right-wing magazine. Not really about the countryside, but we sort of run. That's our cover for running all sorts of subversive stuff. I also write elsewhere, including for the Critic and Daily Skeptic, which I think we're going to talk about that article now. All over the place, all over the place. I'm a former university lecturer. I haven't done that for a while, but my area was philosophy. So I am interested specifically in the philosophy of mind and the nature of humour. And who better to talk about that than a professional comedian? So I'm not going to get shown up here at all.
Thank you very much. Benjamin Butterworth described me as second rate, which I've always held in high regard because, I don't know how many rates there are, but I'll take second in the league of comedians. But that was because I was...
He's within his own category, I'd have thought. But anyway.
Yeah. God
Enough
bless
said
you.
about
God bless you, old butterballs. Anyway, look, let's talk about AI because... Yeah. I'm a big user of AI now, and I've probably been using it most days for about a year. I know it's been around a bit longer than that, but we use it in this line of work for broadcasting. I never use it to write jokes, actually. I remember one of the first times I ever used it, I tried to take a piece of material that I was writing and see if it could help me write it in a different way. And it just lacked the humanity required and the nuance required to write jokes, because it can write jokes, it can write endless knock-knock jokes, but if you're trying to do an anecdote about your actual life, then it struggles a little bit. But can it get a joke? That's the thing. Can it get it? Do you think it can get a joke, Sean?
No, I don't. And that's the big difference. There's no doubt that AI can write a joke, albeit a bad one. There's no doubt that AI can tell a joke, but it doesn't know what it's doing. I first started thinking about this stuff in the early 90s when I was in the audience when the then world chess champion Garry Kasparov lost to a computer. And Kasparov sort of stormed off the stage. Yeah. And that was interesting to me because he was reacting like a human person was. Everyone was saying this proves that AI is breaking through, that the world chess champion has reacted has been beaten by an algorithm, basically. And I thought that was the wrong conclusion to draw. And the conclusion I drew was that computers, even back then, were very good at stuff that we were very bad at and very bad at stuff that we were very good at. And as a philosopher, I've always been interested in the nature of humor and its relationship to the mind and to consciousness and things like that. So I kind of come up with these arguments that suggest that computers can't get a joke because very crudely they lack the subjectivity to do it. In the same way that they can't feel pain, they can't get a joke. And the other thing I say in the article, which I wrote for Toby Young at the Daily Skeptic at the start of the week, just to plug that, is that we forget about jokes, amusement, and laughter as also having a kind of moral component to them. There's a certain complexity to the telling and the getting of a joke. There's a certain etiquette to it. There's a certain interaction to it. And it reminds us that we relate to each other not just as kind of bodies and consciousness, but as moral agents as well. And I suspect that you're never going to build a machine or build a robot that can interact and get the joke in the way that we do, because they would never be properly socialized. Now, I realize that all of that's contentious. I realize there are people who take a different view, but I kind of trying to do two things. First of all, to make jokes and humor central to philosophy again, because it's hardly been talked about. And secondly, to suggest that people who are strong on AI, who say that we're going to build these machines that are just like us, are kind of trying to persuade us of the wrong stuff. They need to persuade us that there are certain things about human consciousness, Paul, that are left out. And people who want to say that we're just algorithms are looking at the measurable side of human persons. They're not looking at the stuff that's more ineffable and less easy to describe.
Now,
So that was a very long-winded answer.
No, it wasn't actually. It was a fascinating answer, a very interesting answer, and I appreciate it, Sean, because the psychology and philosophy of joke writing is something I've tried to get my head around, because what is it that makes people funny? And there's two types of comedy that I do, I guess. One is observational stuff, which I've written, and the other is when I'm hosting comedy clubs as the MC, is interaction with the audience.
Yeah.
Now, certainly the latter, the interaction with the audience, very much relies on being quick-witted in the moment, and that is a muscle that you just keep working at, and you learn certain things, or with certain people, certain occupations, you can say certain things. And eventually, my philosophy with that is just talk long enough and so someone will say something that you can make seem funny. It's not about making fun of the person. It's about getting the collective group to think something's funny. And that's true also of writing jokes, because the way I describe writing jokes is what you're trying to do is create the image in your mind that's in your mind, create the same image as quickly as possible with as few words as possible in the audience's mind. So in order to do that, it's got to be relatable. For me to write something relatable about my life that you and 100 other people might find funny, I need to understand human nature, the sentient values of being human. And I'm not sure an AI can ever achieve that. Now, like you say, AI is all about measurable outputs and algorithms. Chess is about that. Humour's not like chess. Humour has got a bunch of variable outputs, and you just don't know. And one thing that could be funny to you, or one thing that could be funny to you and your friendship and family group, is not funny necessarily to a whole group of people. And it's about creating those images. I just don't see AI is ever going to achieve that, Sean.
No, I agree. And when we say that a person lacks a sense of humour, we're saying more than that they lack a certain capacity. We're saying that there's something not quite right about them as a person, because humour is a kind of I don't know. I think of laughter as being the sort of universal language of empathy, and humour is a means through which we relate to each other. It's not, and as you say, it's not just reducible. You can give an account. You can give an account of the mechanics of a joke, of how you can put a joke together, which is going to make you and I laugh. But you can't give an account of the feeling of finding it funny. And it's that further subjective thing, the feeling of finding it funny, that's often overlooked in, or the feeling of finding something like anything, which is often overlooked in the whole AI business. They can produce machines that are very competent at doing certain things, but the machine doesn't know what it's doing. The machine has no subjectivity. The machine doesn't even know what it's like to be a machine. And I'm treating humour as a specific example of that kind of flaw. Getting back to, I mean, the interaction with the quick-wittedness that you have to display when you're doing stand-up. I don't know how you do it, actually. It just fascinates me.
So it's about intrusive thoughts, Sean. It's the best way I can describe it. We all have intrusive thoughts, and over the years, I've used humour as a technique to integrate myself into society, right? Believe it or not, it's not easy. I don't always find personal interactions terribly easy. And humour, and I don't mean this interaction, because this is quite, I understand.
How about this one?
Small talk, for instance. I don't know. A lot of people are very comfortable with small talk, and you think I'd be brilliant at small talk, but really, I'm not always feeling entirely comfortable. And intrusive thoughts come into mind. And I know how to make them funny, so I just allow those intrusive thoughts to come out. But I also know what's not funny, what could be seen as offensive, for instance. And we talk about you don't give offence, you take offence. But obviously, in a situation where someone doesn't know you're a comedian and you start banging on about the size of their head or something, they're all a bit, well, hang on a minute, mate. I only came in to buy some crisps. What are you talking about? And there is structure to jokes as well. You were talking about writing jokes. One of the best ways of writing is the pull back and reveal, where you're distracting someone and taking them somewhere. One of the first jokes I ever wrote was something like, I once spent 20 minutes chasing a daddy long legs around my bedroom until I realised I had a crack in my glasses. Okay, thank you for laughing, Sean. It's not the best, but it's a good, But
come on, then.
It does come on a little bit. It's only a little bit though. But that's a pull back and reveal. So you're going over here. I'm talking about daddy long legs, and then I've said, actually, it was a crack in my glasses. Everybody can understand it. It's a distraction. AI could write that. If you taught AI about pullback and reveal and the structure of that joke, you could also saying the funniest word last as well. You could teach. You could teach AI that. So So if you're trying to, you're trying to write something funny and there's a funny word in it, say it last. Leave that with the audience last, and don't say too much. You know this. If you stood in a pub with a mate who thinks he's funny and he's got a joke and he'll tell you a joke, and you're 15 minutes in before he's finished, you've forgotten what the basis of the joke was. You don't know what he's on about anymore, and then you just fake laughter because you're like, thank God it's over. Really, when you're trying to write stuff and you're trying to convey a message on stage, what you want to do is use as little words as possible. Comedians and writers, sketch writers, are looking to convey a message in the shortest amount of words possible. You could teach AI that. What you can't teach AI is the nuance of human behaviour.
And you also probably couldn't teach AI when to fake the laughter out of politeness.
No.
That's actually a very complex social thing that's going on there. You're right about distraction. Obviously, you're right about distraction because you're the professional comedian. But the one philosopher, there's several, the main philosopher who's acknowledged for having a theory of the joke was the 18th century Enlightenment philosopher Kant, who talks about what you call distraction, he called incongruity, but it's the same thing. The joke sets things up to go a certain way, so you're expecting a certain outcome, a certain punchline, if you like, and then it pulls away and goes somewhere else, and that causes laughter. So there have been theories of all this, but they're not explanations of what the feeling of finding something funny is like, which is more metaphysically significant and quite deep, actually. We can't really put it into an algorithm or to explain it in purely behavioral terms. You've got three things going on. You've got humor, which is the stuff we find funny, so jokes would be a feature of that. We've got laughter, which is what happens when we find something funny, and we've got amusement, which is the feeling that we have when we find something funny. And if you disaggregate those things, there's a heck of a lot of philosophy to go through there that hasn't been done. And if I put it simply, jokes are serious business, philosophically and intellectually. Which is why some of the brightest people around are stand-up comedians. I mean, yourself, Simon Evans, of course, is brilliant.
Simon, I know you didn't, but let's just pretend you put me in the same league as him, both comedically and intelligently. But I'm friends with Simon, and he is an incredibly intelligent, well-read man. One of the reasons he's able to write the type of jokes that he does is because he understands the nuance of language for a start. Yeah. And that's incredibly important, because it's not by accident that Simon Evans can stand on stage for an hour and keep people laughing consistently. That is pure craft. And it's true of all the comedians, whether you like them or not. The most famous and well-known and prevalent comedians are those that are able to communicate with the widest possible audience. Someone will say, like, "Oh, I don't like Michael McIntyre. He just talks about himself and moves his head around funny." Well, the thing about Michael McIntyre is he can connect with more humans than maybe Stuart Lee can, for instance. Stuart Lee, on the left in particular, is seen as a very funny comedian because the victims of his jokes are usually the right wing to some degree, or what he perceives as the right wing or the wrong side of history. But that alienates. When Michael McIntyre and Peter Kay are talking about stuff, they're talking about everyday observations that anyone, irrespective of their political bent, can understand. So the more you take away from that and the closer you go into nuance, you are going to make less and less people laugh.
Ken Dodd was famous for having extremely long sets. So, I mean, I saw him come on stage and he was on for 3.5 hours or something ridiculous. And he actually made that part of the routine. He kind of went a bit meta and made his own stand-up routine part of his stand-up comedy. It was brilliant.
Yeah. I've actually spoken to someone who was one of his gigs, kind of got a little bit fed up with being there in the third hour.
People did leave.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. I don't know how we done that, to be honest. I mean, just relentlessly coming out with one-liners as he did. From my perspective, and this is something AI also can't understand, is I think an hour show, most people, if you go to Edinburgh, an hour show is actually about 45 minutes long. You're allowing people to come in, you're allowing people to leave. You've only got a finite amount of time in that room. And I think 45 minutes to an hour is about as much as I enjoy, no matter how much I like the comedian. Beyond that, it's a little bit too much for me. What do you make of that?
The other thing that might be worth mentioning is the fact of embodiment, the way that we speak through our bodies and gestures. I mean, I don't in the article go into slapstick because I don't find slapstick particularly funny, but there's no doubt that it's a species of comedy, and it's a species of comedy which relies on the nature of, gestures and all of that. So we communicate in that way as well. And obviously, algorithms are not embodied. You can stick them in bodies, but they're not embodied as such. And our thoughts, there are some philosophers who, you can go back to Aristotle, who would say that the way we think is actually intimately commingled with the fact that we are physically embodied, and our biology is part of our thought. So there's that, there's that part of thinking about it as well, I think.
Sean, this conversation, I could do this all day. This could be, for me, a conversation I can continually have. We've got to leave it there because I've got to get to another guest shortly. But Sean, that was brilliant. I'd love to get you back on. If you'd love to come back on, please do. Let's keep talking about this stuff, Sean. Hello to your mum, Maureen, and her very old husband. And enjoy the rest of your day and the bank holiday weekend.
All right, cheers, mate.
Speak to you soon. See you later. Wow. Well, I hope it wasn't just me, and I don't think it is looking at the comments. They found that incredibly interesting. Sean was a great guest, wasn't he? We've still got 6,000 on the Mike Graham show, so thank you very much for staying. I'm sure we've got even more over on, not even more, but some more over on UK Live. So thanks so much for sticking with us. We've got so much more to come. Very shortly, I'll be talking to Lauren Perrins about the Lindsay Clancy case, and you do not want to miss that. You might think that that's pretty straightforward. If someone kills their children, admits to doing so, hey, that's bad, isn't it? But that's not how it's being seen by everyone, because there is some nuance to that case. But let's check in with what people are saying in the comments. So PASDS says Bob Monkhouse was hilarious. I agree. Bob Monkhouse is one of the godfathers of modern comedy, by the way. A lot of new comedians are inspired by Bob Monkhouse. Jeff Box 1684 said Harry Stottle was a hoot. Was he indeed? Richard 8331. This guy looks very different from when he was on Strictly. That's not the same Sean Walsh. That's two ends Sean Walsh, who is also a friend of mine and a very, very funny comedian. I didn't want to bring that up because I'm sure Sean Walsh gets that all the time. And we got the Chike. The Chike. Good morning, sir. Or lady, I never know. Please do tell me, the Chike. Brilliant guest and conversations, guys, in capital letters. So he is shouting that with 4 clapping emojis. Who doesn't want 4? 5 next time, please, the Chike, if you wouldn't mind. Let's just check in on some more comments, shall we? John Golding, my daddy Longlegs was always getting stuff on the top shelf. Okay, again, thank you for your comments. Please do make sure you take your sertraline in the morning. Cancer 1948 said, thank you, Christian. This always makes me laugh, this, because Christian Brogan was on about half an hour ago. And what I know has happened there is they're watching with a slight time delay. So like, oh, why is no one else talking about Christian? I'm going to put a message up. But Christian was fantastic, by the way. If you don't know who Christian Brogan is, or the Talk TV Isabel Oakeshott documentary is, go and check it out. Really, honestly, the more this story gets out there, the better it is for people to understand what crisis faces Britain today. He managed to get himself over to France and back on a legal immigration dinghy, and in doing so has managed to expose a whole raft of things that we would never know. And as you can imagine, the BBC, Sky News, ITV, etc. are giving it a wide berth, are going absolutely nowhere near it. Dave H says, I believe in safe sex. I have a handrail around my bed. No. Great joke, Dave. Nice, mate. Leave it to the professionals, mate. It's not easy, is it? Strawberry says 6K, still great news. Look, still great views. Sorry, yes, absolutely. We're doing splendidly. Still 6,000 people watching on the Mike Graham Show. Our guest is here now, though, and her name's Lauren Perrins. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. How are you doing, Lauren?
It's Laura, but I am good.
Oh, so sorry.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
I'm so sorry. Do you know what? I was a bit worried I was going to call you Laura Clancy, because if I see two words like that, like Lindsay and Laura, I always get them mixed up. I don't know where Lauren came from. Laura, thanks ever so much for coming on the show. We're going to have an absolutely fascinating conversation about Lindsay Clancy. Before we show a clip that will help our audience understand a little bit more about this, do tell us a little bit about yourself so our audience understand.
Oh, okay. You've caught me on. I'm not used to talking about myself, if I'm honest. I am a lawyer by training. I'm qualified in both jurisdictions in Ireland and in London. I practiced for a short enough time in London at the criminal bar. Always as a criminal defence barrister, but I've been sort of doing this. Then I stopped working when my children came along. I've got 4 children, and then I ended up doing this kind of journalisming or whatever we want to call it. So that's the short version.
Laura, thank you. The reason I asked you is because you are a barrister, and I think it will help people understand when we get onto the subject of Lindsay Clancy shortly. But the production team, if we could play that video, please, that would be very helpful.
Be quiet, please. I've had it with you.
Oh my God!
And
they should be
your
commended. They
sexism
didn't
and
kill their
misogyny.
children. She's a murderer. These women are cheering.
I'm done.
These are man-hating women that are standing outside. This is what it's about. They think the husband did it. They're crazy. They've lost their mind.
Do you know why
they're waving for a murderer?
Do you know why the woman is in a wheelchair? Did you even notice that she's
Couldn't care less. She's a murderer.
Because she jumped out the window after this happened.
So she should have. I'd have pushed her. They say that Lindsay was in psychosis. I think these women are suffering from psychosis. They've been watching too many true crime Netflix dramas. You know, this was a incredibly privileged woman, incredibly wealthy. She had a nanny, and she's still complaining that she needed help. She could not have got more help from the system that she already have received. This is a murderer who strangled her children one by one. One of the boys ran away, and she chased him down and killed him.
Laurie Watkins. What you just said was absolutely disgusting.
Thank you.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you.
And you can hear that he's not. Okay?
Why? Because it's true.
You clearly don't care, so pipe down.
I don't care. And by the way, men watching this, if you have a woman sat next to you on the sofa who is defending this murderer, you got to think deeply about this. I've seen weddings.
So we need to have some empathy with.
Talk to your women and find out what are they thinking. They're defending this woman. It's
I don't think
insane.
anybody's defending what she did, but you can have empathy for what she went through and how she. I know many women that this has happened to. No, they did not kill their children, but they also, what you failed to.
Well, they should be commended because they did.
I've had it with you.
Oh my God! They
And
should be
your
commended. They
sexism
didn't
and
kill their children. She's a murderer. These women are cheering.
I'm done.
So, Laura, that's a rather extravagant way of showing that this is quite a divided debate. Now, Laura, Lindsay Clancy is from Massachusetts. She's a mother on trial for first-degree murder of her 3 young children. Her defence team argues that she is not guilty by reason of insanity due to postpartum psychosis because she was on a number of drugs to help her. Now, what do you make of this case? Because it seems quite straightforward, but it's not, is it?
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 ways you can look at it. Is the case itself, which, you know, I know people don't like to be bogged down with details and nuance. I'm not saying that's you, but obviously things like legal tests and medical tests, I'm qualified in one and not in the other, is very important. But also just the reaction I have seen, at least coming out of the United States, and I've seen it, we saw there in your clip, I feel leaking into the UK has to be quite mumsy about it, very disappointing. You know, that they've turned this into yet another talking point, yet another sort of, I think the person who had linked to that had said this was very entertaining. I want to be very clear, and I know you're not saying postpartum psychosis is not entertaining. This is not something to debate. It's like saying let's go and debate prostate cancer, or why are you complaining to me about your heart palpitations? No. What happened in this case, just to give the background to those who are not familiar, an absolutely tragic case where Lindsay Clancy, 36 now, strangled with an exercise band her 3 children, Cora, her daughter who was only 5, her son Dawson who was only age 3, and her 8-month-old baby, Callan. It just, you know, a really unspeakable offence. And there's a photograph of them, and it really rang true to me because I had quite a similar photograph of my 3 children at a similar age. The age is a little bit wider, but I really recognise that photograph, and if you know, I think a lot of moms would. And you know, the prosecution case is just unbelievable. I consider myself a cynic. I consider myself somebody who thinks carefully about human behaviour. I also consider myself a conservative. But the prosecution case are essentially saying that this woman woke up one day and said she didn't really fancy doing this motherhood lark anymore, and she plotted and planned to kill in cold blood, in a brutal manner, her 3 children. I have looked at this in some detail, certainly not as much as others have, and think this is not the case. What the defence are saying, and this is proved, both Lindsay Clancy and her now ex-husband Patrick Clancy are suing medical practitioners for malpractice. What happened was that she suffered from postpartum depression, which is common and serious, but that then tipped over to the much rarer condition of postpartum psychosis, which the NHS says it affects about 1 or 2 in 1,000 mothers who give birth. Now, if you are suffering from postpartum psychosis, this is a psychotic emergency. You go to the A&E if you have this, not your GP. Symptoms can include hallucinations, delusions, and mania. And what happened, unfortunately, for Lindsay Clancy, she did reach out for help. And as the other just ridiculous man said, she did reach out, and she was on up to 13 different medications at the time, some of them incredibly powerful. I think this should be a moment to look at what is happening with big pharma in the United States. I think she went 48 hours without sleep, and anyway, things got worse and worse. And her case is she was suffering either from a sort of change as a mania or psychotic, but she was listening to what are called command voices telling her to kill herself and the children. She killed the children, and then she cut her neck and her wrists and threw herself out the second floor window, which is now why she's paralyzed from the waist down. The evidence of what she was like as a person beforehand is very compelling. Her mother obviously stands by her. The nanny who was called to give evidence said that she was a very, very loving mother. Now, the mother-in-law, and if you don't want to get into the science of it, I think is also a compelling witness, because if you think about it, her mother-in-law has lost everything. Sue Clancy, she has had her 3 grandchildren taken from her. She was a nurse. She worked in the labour and delivery room. And so actually did Lindsay Clancy. She was also a nurse delivering children, delivering babies. And in evidence, Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, as I said, who's lost everything, said that Lindsay was a wonderful mother. She loved her children, all of them, very, very much. So if I'm presented with that kind of evidence, I ask myself, I don't think people like that just turn around one day and say, I don't want it anymore. And even if you do, then you get a divorce. Okay, you do not do what she did, and in the United Kingdom and in Ireland, if this case, because it's being tried as a first-degree murder case, and the plea is that she wasn't criminally responsible, because they do not have the offence of infanticide available to them in the state of Massachusetts, or indeed any jurisdiction in the United States, whereas that offence is available in England and indeed Ireland, or indeed, say, diminished responsibility. And I don't think that this would be tried in either England or Ireland, or if it was, it wouldn't be as divisive. There was a very tragic case here in Ireland a few years ago, where a 44-year-old woman suffocated her 3 children, and she was found guilty by reason of insanity, but there was no contest between the state, I was going to say the Crown, but it's the state here, and the defence. But as usual in America, it's how can we cause as much division as possible?
Oh, Lord, there's so much to unpack. This is obviously a very, very tragic case, and thank you very much for explaining that so eloquently, because it's difficult. There's a fine line with a number of things here. The way it's reported could be seen as exploitation. We see the division of social groups. We almost pits men against women, but not always. But it seems to pit left versus right to some degree. You're seeing people out there going, we're seeing mainly women out there saying, men don't understand what this woman's gone through. She wasn't culpable, therefore she's not guilty. And men saying things like, well, if this was a man, we'd view this differently. Now, if this was a man, obviously men don't suffer in the same way after having a baby. But if it was a man, do you think that this would be treated differently, Laura?
So, I mean, first of all, yeah, but I think that's very critical. If this was a man, then it probably wouldn't have happened, because men cannot suffer from postpartum psychosis. Okay, that's what she's claiming. Now, if you do have male annihilators, even aside from this case, if you gave me a father, God forbid, who had killed his children, and there is no other motive, because for most of those cases there is a motive. So in the Watts case, which I looked at detail, I think Chris Watts, who killed his wife and his 3 children, he was having an affair. So what normally happens at those kind of cases is there's either a huge financial problem, or indeed, or there is usually an affair. And if that, the police look at that, and this is the reason he wants to get rid of his family. Sometimes he makes an attempt to kill himself, and he kills the whole family. Now, if you're looking at a father, okay, and say he suffered not from psychosis, but from, manic depression, and he's on very serious drugs, and there is all the evidence, all his friends, all his family, including his mother-in-law, says he was a great father. He was a devoted and dedicated father, but he got depression, and then he was put on 13 different medications. And in fact, the doctor, which has happened in Lindsay Casey, doubled the medication of one of the very strong drugs beforehand, and he killed his family. I would be saying, I think that looks like insanity to me. If there's no other motivation, people do not flick like that unless there is, as I said, a money motivation or an affair. And most of those family annihilators, I see people are so ignorant about this horrendous condition. Yeah, and what I want to say is genuinely, I don't know the age profile of your audience, but if you're a woman, or indeed you are a man caring for a woman who's had a child or thinking about having a child, just be aware of there's baby blues is one thing. The postpartum depression is quite common and can happen. Now, postpartum psychosis is very rare. Thankfully, it is very rare, but it does happen. And in the UK, if you want to know how tragic this is, this was June 2024. A mother who admitted killing her 5-month-old daughter had been a voluntary inpatient at a mental health unit at the time of the child's death. This was in Leeds on the 20th of December. I think it must have been 2023. Hayley McFarlane, who was 39, she smothered her baby Evelyn while on a walk. Now, she had she entered a guilty plea to infanticide, which was accepted, and she received, I believe, a hospital order. So these cases, these cases happen, and this is how tragic this is. Again, she self-referred herself to the local mental health team in October. This poor woman up in Leeds. She wasn't sort of ignoring it. She knew that there was something wrong. She was discharged 3 days later. She was prescribed antidepressants and sleeping tablets. And then I think she actually, she checked herself back in. And she said at the time the court heard, McFarlane displayed a fixed belief that she had ruined everything and had stunted her baby's development. So this is what happens in these cases, from what I have read, is that the mothers become fixated either on saving the children, someone else, there's an outside threat to the children that they must stop, or they themselves are a threat to the children. I mean, it's difficult for you and I to understand, but these, because mental illness, especially severe mental illness, is rare, but it's not as, if someone is in a wheelchair, let's face it, we can see the physical disability, but a mental disability is far worse. It's harder to understand, but it is real. It's a chemical imbalance in the brain. I'm not talking about people who are anxious, although severe anxiety can spiral. This is a chemical imbalance in the brain, and if it's treated incorrectly, and I think it was in Lindsay and Clancy, again, because Big Pharma in America are so keen to dole out these incredibly powerful drugs, the harm can be absolutely devastating. As I said, that was an English case. I mean, can you imagine a 5-month-old baby? That's how serious this is. So
yes, of course.
who have serious mental health issues, they shouldn't be dismissed. If anything comes of this trial in the UK, anyway, just stay aware of these kind of conditions. It's rare, but it can happen. And it's not that, by the way, this is very important. It's not that this isn't like Scooby-Doo. Mothers aren't going around sort of dazed and confused for days. No. They can operate on a day-to-day level. In fact, on the day of the killings, Lindsay Clancy took her daughter to the paediatrician because she had a stomach ache, the poor daughter. Now, again, if you were planning on killing her, you would wonder why you would bother bringing your daughter to the paediatrician. But I don't know. Maybe she is an evil genius. I don't know. And then she came home and played, I think, in the snow with her children. So this was supposedly one of the better days. But then something happened. And I have been researching this on the internet, and I have, from people who are qualified doctors, psychiatrists, supposedly these command voices are very authoritarian, and you can try and reason with someone and there's no reasoning with them. I mean, even somebody else said one of the drugs she was on, I think it might have been just an anti-sleeping drug or a sleeping drug, but she said, if you take these things and you don't fall asleep straight away, the carpet starts moving. That's what I've heard. I tell you what, I value my mental health after looking into this case. I actually, sure. It's terrible.
So I thank you so much once again. I think it's really important. I did a podcast. I was interviewed on a podcast just yesterday without having, I would say 90% of the detail that you've provided today. And I think it's very important that we allow our audience to listen to that. My immediate reaction was this was a step too far. She'd gone over the Rubicon, killing 3 children and then trying to harm herself. Seemed much more like a selfish act rather than a selfless act. And I looked at it in a very binary way. I'm not convinced entirely that she is not responsible. She is responsible for the death of her children. She's admitted that herself. But I think it's also very important that we understand this condition better. I mean, just to play devil's advocate, however, and we have to when we're talking about things like this. Again, I don't want to. There doesn't need to be whataboutery here. The only thing I can put up against it is if this was a guy, and I'm not putting myself in this situation. I've never, fortunately, much like yourself, I very much value my mental health. I've had, as everybody else has, you have your problems over the years, but I've never felt this way. So it's very difficult to put myself in the position. But there'll be people in the comments, as there is, saying she still killed the children. The children are still dead, and we're not talking about the children. We're constantly talking about Lindsay Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy seems to have made this all about her. Now, she might well have done that because she's fighting for her freedom. But what do you make? What would you say to people that look at this and go, well, she still murdered 3 children. This is just totally unacceptable.
So she killed 3 children. The question is whether or not she is criminally responsible. Now, it's technical, but this is why what a jurisdiction calls murder is important. And it's certainly important to her. And just actually, if I can just jump forward. So if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty of the 3 counts of first degree murder, she will be imprisoned for life. No parole, no chance of parole. They don't mess around over there in the US. If she is found not guilty, and it's basically she's not criminally responsible, it's not by reason of insanity, she will be detained at a high security mental health facility. People seem to think she's going to be doing the shopping down in Walmart. That's not what happens. Andrea Yates, who was the last mother who drowned her 5 children in a bathtub in 2001 in Texas, the well-known liberal state of Texas. She was found guilty by reason of insanity. She was detained and remains in a high-security mental health facility. She was convinced that Satan was going to kill her children. She had to, I can't even understand it, she had to kill them instead. So that is what Lindsay Clancy faces, either life imprisonment or detention at a high security facility. From what I've read from what I've seen, she is obviously a broken person. If she is, the choice is either the ultimate evil. You couldn't get any more evil than a mother killing her 3 children, intentionally killing her children like that. Okay, I accept that completely. Or she wasn't in her right mind. She is not. As I said, you only convict people of murder, even in England. It's a complex offence, even in England and indeed Ireland. if they're criminally responsible, not just that they did the act, but that they had the appropriate mens rea. Okay. Now, she's actually nearly saying she didn't even do the action because she couldn't resist the command voice. It's kind of technical, but it's important. So morally, what you call murder is really, really important. For people who might think because they've been listening to too much Fox News that, as I said, she's going to be out there on Oprah Winfrey's couch or shopping in Walmart. No. That's not what happened. They have put her through a 6 to 7 week trial with really gruesome autopsy results. And, this other idea that, people like me who aren't willing to plug my ears and go around and say the earth is flat, that actually I think postpartum psychosis is real, like all the doctors in the NHS do, suddenly don't care about the 3 children. Like, I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer. I have 4 children. My youngest is 5. As I said, when I saw the photograph of those children, I mean, it doesn't get any sadder than this case. And this is why, although rare, thankfully rare, we must look at why something like this happened and see if we can stop it happening again. As I said, up in Leeds, that poor mother drowned her 5-month-old baby, and she was actually in an institution. That's how dangerous this is, because you're looking at this person and they say, oh, she's getting better. It looks like she's getting better. Not always. This is, it is rare. I don't want to hype it up, but it's out there and people need to be aware of it. Mothers need to be supported. I've heard commenting, oh, you're celebrating her or she's a mark. No, you have to try and understand what is happened. Like, number one, is she really evil and criminally responsible? Then convict her. That's no problem to me. But if she isn't, and the medical big pharma are out there doling out these drugs to vulnerable mothers, where she can then go over the edge and take the life of her 3 children, then that's not something you want to happen again. I think the civil case against the practitioners is going to be very, very important, if not more important, to see what kind of care, I believe negligent care, but to see what kind of care actually happened in this case.
Laura Perrins, that was fantastic. Thank you very much for sharing your view there. I'd like to get you back on very soon and talk about this. This case is going to keep going on for a little while.
Yeah, well, thank you for not making it into a culture war issue.
I really didn't want to.
Cancer.
I don't want to. I also, in order for me to form an argument personally,
yes,
I need to understand it better. And I was kind of caught on the hop when I did a podcast yesterday. Not that it's anything I'm ashamed of, but I think being caught on the hop and not understanding everything means that I just came in it in a very binary way.
Well,
I'm going to... Go on, sorry, Laura.
No, I had a huge argument with a very close friend of mine who did the same thing, and look, sometimes you're under pressure, right, with subjects, so that's
exactly. Laura, tell everyone where they can find you until we next see you again.
Yeah, well, I am on Substack. I try and write on English and Irish issues, or a big issue like this that has what you call leaked over. It's either Laura Perrins Substack. I call it the West Brit, which is a niche term they call Irish people who are really interested in Britain. So Laura's Substack, the West Brit. I'm on Twitter as well, where people can get angry at me there.
Oh, great. Well, I hope they don't get too angry. Laura Perrins, thank you ever so much. Have a good weekend. Take care.
No problem. Thank you.
Wow. Look, there's plenty of comments coming in. We're going to go to news shortly, and then I've got Lemper Opic with me. We're going to talk through this. It's a big story. I'm going to read some of your comments, and I'll give my view after the news.
Good morning. It's Edward the News Hughes with your Thursday bulletin. Harry the Herbert and Meghan are back after 6 years. The King and Queen have booked the Caribbean. One couple returns. The other books a holiday. Efficient. Energy bills rise 4% in October. No extra help. The PM just wants wealth creators to stay put. Warm thoughts all round. The Knob of the North, Andy Burnham, visited a Sainsbury's, promised work experience for the young, and pubs report a bounce. Labour MPs want voting reform in his first 100 days. Ambition. 33 Britons missing in Nepal floods. A child and her aunt died and a Middlesbrough fire police are treating as murder. More thunderstorms incoming. Classic August, film legend Tim Curry and pint-sized country icon Dolly Parton have both died. The Palace Guards played 9 to 5. Even the weather couldn't ruin that. That's your lot. Don't look at the bill. Please remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Well, thank you, Edward Hughes, for the news. Now, that was a very powerful interview, I thought, with Laura Perrins on a very important subject. Lindsay Clancy is the main focus of this at the moment, and I saw a lot of comments saying that the children aren't being mentioned enough. But the only reason I can think that is because it's Laura Clancy that's on trial. But I agree, okay? So my personal view hasn't changed a tremendous amount. There is nuance to this. The psychosis is, something that's real, very much so. I don't know the evidence with regards to the combination of drugs and what that can mean, or if that can induce the psychosis, and therefore she was completely out of control. What I would like to say, though, is as this story develops, my thoughts are always going to be probably, first of all, with those children, all 3 children murdered there with the exercise band, and irrespective of what the husband did or didn't do in his personal life prior to it, he too, and the rest of her family, of course, are now grieving the loss of those 3 children and the loss of Lindsay Clancy too, because whatever happens in this trial, she's already admitted killing those children. Therefore, she's going to end up in an institution for the rest of her life. I do not envisage an outcome where she's not guilty and therefore is to roam free. I think if she was, that would be outrageous. But I'd like to thank Laura for coming on also and giving her view, because there are a lot of women, particularly in the comments, that have said that we just don't understand. And I think when they say we, they do mean the general public, but men also. And talking of men, I have a great one with me right now. Limpet, how are you doing, my friend?
Good to see you. Yes,
good to see you, Limpet.
Shocking story.
A shocking story. Yeah, give me your take on this.
Don't like judging by television. There's an entire legal system going on and process going on at the moment, and it's quite clear that it's going to conclude quite soon. Overall, it's obvious to me that this woman wanted to kill herself as well. Whether she heard voices or not, this is what's called a murder-suicide attempt. She's paralysed from the waist down. I don't doubt that means that, amongst other things, she's not going to have a complete life now because of her self-harm. The figures, though, so I don't know whether she heard the voices. I wasn't in her head, but the figures are quite shocking. We're all focusing on these 3 people. Do you know how many parents kill their children in America every year?
I don't actually. I really don't.
Up to 500 children are killed by their parents every year.
So that's 10 per state.
I suppose so, yeah. And so we're focusing on these 3. But statistically speaking, just under 2 children will die today at the hands of parents. And the younger the child is, the more likely the mother is to kill them. The older the child is, the more likely the father is likely to kill them. And also,
the older the child is, the more likely.
Yeah. So
the reason I say that, Limpet, is because my daughter is in the room. She is 17, and she looks quite worried actually now that as she's getting older, I might get angry. But I won't. I promise not to do that today.
But you'll be worried, and she'll be glad to know that the older the child is, there's less likely it is to happen because she can fight back.
Yes,
she can fight back.
I'm pretty sure now. I'm pretty sure now that she could fight back, and I would lose. But I'm trying to lighten the mood here, obviously slightly, but it's a huge thing. I'm just going to go into the comments very quickly. And PW said, "Stop finding someone else." This is not you, Limpet, or me. This is just in general. Stop finding someone else to blame. She strangled them. No one else did. Who else in here? So Lone Wolf said, "I have no problem with punishing the ones that make excuses. Also, sick of these people." Ludi63, in response to Alison Kirby, says, "It exists. My sister had it. Luckily, she got help." And that's an important point, actually. I think if we polarise this into political view versus political view, as this has become inevitably, as does in our divided society now, some of the nuance, some of the humanity gets lost of it, because what happens is we start going, well, the left are on her side because she's a woman and we hate men. And the right go, this has got nothing to do with men. This woman's only getting away with it because she's a woman. I think we need to get away from that.
Think about the statistics that I said before. Youngest children most likely killed by parents. Older children most likely killed by women. Older children most likely killed by men. So this isn't really a gender thing. You can't simply say, well, she was a woman. And I don't like having gender politics involved in this, because this was murder. whatever her motivation, it was murder. These 3 children did nothing to deserve this.
No.
And incidentally, there's another even darker statistic. About 1,800, just under 1,800 children die of neglect in America. Just neglect and abuse rather than intentional murder. Put all that together, it's 2,300 kids, probably more. They're the ones we know about. And the question's got to be, has it got worse? Has it got better? Is it more likely to happen now or less likely to happen now? I don't know the statistics, to be honest. But one of the worries I've got is something that you were just talking with your interviewee about. We're focusing on the woman, on Lindsay Clancy. As a parent, and you're a parent, I just can't stop thinking what did those poor children feel at the end. And that's the heartbreaking part of this. And I think our society still actually does draw a line. There's a red line here.
Well,
you abuse children and that's
my
it.
understanding is one of the children tried to run away, having seen what their mother was doing to her siblings, and she chased after them. So, and obviously subsequently killed them. Now, that is where I start to look at this a little bit more binary, because when I hear something like that, irrespective of the psychosis and how she was affected by the drugs, irrespective of whether her husband was having an affair or not, and I don't know if that's true or not, I understand he's remarried elsewhere now, this was a couple of years ago, and is married to the person he was allegedly having an affair to. Irrespective of all those things, in that moment, she is the human who is choosing to take other humans' lives, and those humans happen to be her children. Because it's a mother and her children, there's something innate in us that makes that incredibly difficult to understand.
Yeah, there is this, in my view, fundamental fighting instinct in me. If anybody came close to my children, I wouldn't use proportionate force. I'd do whatever I had to protect the children. I'd deal with the rest of it in court. The visceral protection of the most important asset in my life, the biggest privilege of my life, being a parent. And she didn't have it. She didn't have it. And there's an argument to say, and I'm sympathetic to this, actually, to be honest, that she should just be banged up or whatever the local court ruling is, because however mad she is, if other people know they will not get away with this, then somehow in their deranged mind, they just might stop. And to have this cultural relativism, that's what put me off being in the Lib Dems, actually. Oh, we've got to understand everybody's point of view. There has to be a line. There has to be a line. And we begin to destroy society if you can always plead this insanity thing. I talked to the mother of one of the murdered young people in Nottingham recently.
Oh, really?
And she is incensed. He said every cell of her body feels this white rage because the guy has been put in a mental institution instead of doing time. Just imagine how the parents of that murdering scumbag, whose name I won't even deify on television by honouring him by being named in Southport. Imagine how they feel. There comes a point when you simply say enough.
Yes.
And I wonder if one of the reasons we have films like Citizen Vigilante, which I definitely recommend, and Nobody, which is a sort of lighter take on it. The reason these vigilante films are doing well, and the death wish, is because people want some absolutely raw response to this kind of thing. I'm not advocating vigilantism, but I think we're close to it.
Well, on all fronts, actually, I think civil war is something that is possible, and this could also induce it. Also, we're just waiting for that spark, unfortunately, I think there's a case for morality here, and not just morality and reality, and perhaps spirituality as well, because in order for us to make sense of this, we have to have a social contract, which in this part of the world is based on Christianity, the Ten Commandments, and the speaking of the Gospels in the Bible. Now, we seem to have taken morality to a point where, like you say, we want to justify everything, and we want to be able to protect every victim, and make everybody a victim. Yeah. Now, if you have read the Bible, God is not saying that we should look after all victims. We should identify victims through our moral fabric, our moral teachings, and their punishment is not necessarily to be wicked, but their punishment is so that the rest of society can see that this is wrong, and that's part of the social agreement. We seem to have broken this social agreement now to the point where everybody's just deified. Yeah. And even people committing the most heinous of crimes are held up as the Welsh choir boy, who we won't mention, or whoever it might be in Nottingham. This guy, oh, well, he had schizophrenia. You know, we didn't do enough for him. No. His ultimate act was to commit murder. There are now grieving parents and our children gone. He needs to be punished for that. Otherwise, what are we saying to the rest of society?
Absolutely. And I'm a Christian myself. But Jesus wasn't weak. He was very political. He wasn't weak. One time he went in and they were using the church for basically a market. He went mental, threw over the table, said, "You can't do this in my Father's house." And Jesus' message was about turning the other cheek, it was about being compassionate and so on, but it wasn't about being weak. In fact, actually, these days where the main religion is this completely misguided climate scam, but it's got all the elements without you having to go to church, we've got this atheism which is undermining everything you've just said. When it comes to religion, when it comes to our society, one of the things I'm worried about is that when you take away the real God and replace it with our fake CO2 devil and all of this, then you actually take away the call for morality. Humanism is nonsense. What does humanism mean? We make up our own rules. Yes. That's all it means. You can't have a moral fibre, you can't have a moral framework if there isn't an external anchor. We could spend the whole day talking about theology, but there's a fundamental point. If we make up the rules, they're not real.
With humanism, what you get is the Welsh choir boy, what you get is the Nottingham killer, and what you get is Lindsay Clancy. And as uncomfortable as that is for people to accept, it's the truth. One of the reasons that we defer to God is because it's not human making the decision. I talk about this term, capitulating our autonomy. We sacrifice our autonomy to greater things. Now, when we sacrifice it to God and the teachings of God, what we're saying there is someone greater than us and we're asking for help. When you make it the climate alarmists and when you make it the state, and it's politically divided, whose best interest have they got in mind? Now, people will say, well, God doesn't exist and he's got no one's interest in mind. Well, the one thing about God's teachings, whether you believe in it or not, God isn't saying, I'm going to look after you and everything you do is fine, it's me who made you do it. Saying, no, you've got autonomy. You can choose to believe in me or not. If you do believe in me, I will look after you. You can become part of my flock. And therefore, I will help guide you. But it's ultimately up to you. You have autonomy to make decisions for yourself. When you remove that reality or spirituality, you end up with people acting amoral.
This ties in directly into what you've been saying, what I'm about to say, my view. My view is just quite simple. God has to give us free will, otherwise we're just a machine. For some reason, which I don't fully understand, God needs entities that make decisions, and that's got to be bad decisions too. I totally lost faith in Stephen Fry when he said there can't be a God because there's evil. If there's no evil, there's no good. If there's no valley, there's no mountain. There has to be a choice. And people like Stephen Fry just demean themselves by saying, oh, well, God let bad things happen, therefore there can't be a God. Tying right back into this point, because we spend our time with this moral relativism, everyone can give an excuse. We have diluted the idea that there is good and evil. I think that the West particularly is locked in this terrible battle of good and evil. The whole Epstein thing, whatever happened to those revelations? How come not one single prominent person who visited the island has never been tried? All of that buried somewhere in there. And some
humanism buries that.
Well, because we're not meant to judge people and so forth. You have pictures of Bill Clinton with what looked like quite young ladies in the pool, but nothing's been proved. Only Epstein, who somehow strangely killed himself in the most odd circumstances, and the cameras were off, and all the cameras are, people like that to disappear. And in the meantime, we're all hectored to say, don't make that judgment. On the other hand, of course, we're all meant to hate the Russians because Ukraine is good, one of the most corrupt states in the whole of Europe, by the way. So we're being told what good and bad is by humans. One of the pathetic things about Keir Starmer, and there were many, was his atheism. He was proud of it. In other words, he believed in nothing. He had no moral framework, and it jolly well showed.
Absolutely.
This Clancy thing, what worries me about it is, again, once you demote God to be behind humanism and the climate emergency and understanding mental health, which is important, I absolutely get it. You said a very good point. All of us suffer at some point, some kind of a problem. Once you demote, though, the higher power, the higher purpose to something else, then this sort of thing happens. Now, as I say, I'm not prejudging the outcome, but I think an awful lot of people will be very disappointed if people like her and that horrible man who killed Barnaby Webber was the son of Emma Webber, who I spoke to last week. when you demote them to just being sick, it feels to me that we're not sending the right messages, because then you can always say, well, I can kind of get away with it. Incidentally, the same thing's happened with paedophilia, the same thing's happened with sexual abuse, because they're grooming gangs. Yes. And they didn't know that it was illegal to rape underage children. So we give leaflets to people who illegally come here and say, please don't rape our children, it's not allowed.
I tell you who did know, absolutely everybody else. And the problem with the grooming gang saga, apart from all the abhorrent crimes, is that we've attempted in any way to justify it. There is no justification for any gang of any culture to groom young disenfranchised white girls, as they all were, because they were separated from society, a lot of them fostered, orphaned, whatever it means, given up by their families, and were basically not missed and could be taken advantage of. Those are the victims here, not the grooming, not the people in the grooming gangs. And if it's difficult and uncomfortable for anyone to accept that these people have done that because they were Pakistani Muslims, because they didn't like the West, because they didn't like white girls and they saw them as cheap, then I'm sorry, but the truth is the truth. And all of this discussion is about the truth. And there isn't sort of many versions of the truth. There is nuance to what's going on. And, God willing, this judge is able to make, and this jury is able to make a sensible decision based on the truth.
Interesting point. The only defence that's going to lighten her sentence is to plead insanity. Now, I'm not saying that she's making it up, but if I was her defence lawyer, I would be left with no option except this one. And what we're really talking about here is the destruction of the West. Yes. Might be willful destruction of the West. 250,000, maybe up to 1 million underage girls in this country raped almost exclusively, not completely, but almost exclusively by these Pakistani rape gangs. And we're still seeing people in Parliament, to their great shame, to this country's great shame, saying, oh, well, we don't really need to have more of an inquiry into this. Why not? This Clancy situation, again, we're interested in it because it's such a morbid, horrible story. And any parent, any sensible parent will feel for it. And all the time it's the same thing. Well, we've got to understand the victim, the perpetrator's motives. And as I say, I would probably not feel this strongly, but speaking to Emma Webber, a very, very powerful woman, she said I won't forget this for a long time, every cell in her body feels white rage towards the perpetrator. We need to start taking a stand. And I, by the way, think that this is being done on purpose to destroy the West.
I'd love to hear more from the parents of the victims, actually. Like with Harry Novak's father, came out and did a great speech, but also had been coached into saying certain things about community cohesion. Yeah. What I want to understand is 6 months later, a year later, does Henry Novak still believe in community cohesion, or is he filled with that white rage? And if he's filled with white rage, why is he filled with that white rage? And why does he not feel comfortable to talk publicly about it? We know why. We've capitulated our autonomy to the state. And when you do that, and the state say you cannot talk about this, even if your son is killed because he was white, you cannot say you are angry about it. And in talking about community cohesion, all you're saying there is we need to remember the perpetrator's family, because they are the ones we need to be concerned about here. Absolute horse mess, absolute horse. It drives me insane that people would capitulate their autonomy in that way.
There's another example of Anna Turley, who's the MP for Redcar. I don't know if you saw this. This is just despicable. She went and laid flowers or some kind of wreath at the spot where 2 police officers and 5 scum, it seems, 5 yobs, died. The 2 police officers died because of the other car. The 2 police officers were doing their job, but she gave them parity of esteem. Why? Even the mainstream media didn't do that. And she basically goes, well, let's remember all 7 dead. I don't feel very sympathetic to the 5 dead yobbos who killed the 2 police officers. And this is the problem. She's an MP. Now, she said, oh, the police advised her to show equal respect. The police said, well, we never give you that advice like that. By contrast, Mo Molam, who happened to, by coincidence, be the MP for Redcar many years ago, and she's an amazing woman, and she was Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and I worked with her because I was Shadow Secretary of State. She walked in to prisons talking to terrorists, people who'd killed other people, and she never acknowledged they had the right to do it. She said, we've got to stop this. Let's talk. And not once did she cross that line. But Anna Turley lays wreaths or whatever flowers for 5 people who killed, 1 driver and 4 accomplices who killed 2 police officers. It's all the same thing.
Absolutely.
It's all the cultural
And in
relativism.
my mind, she's enabling a future crime of that nature to happen. We're going to go to Connie Shaw very briefly, and I can't wait to talk to her. Please do stay with us, Limbit, and we'll discuss what I discussed with Connie afterwards. But this stuff is maddening, and I think, like you say, it's an attempt to break down the very fabric that's built up Western society. Connie, good morning. How are you doing?
Morning, Paul. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I've just spent about an hour talking about how the fabric of the West is being destroyed. Lindsay Clancy, I don't know if you've seen this case in the States, and arguing the nuance of that, even though this is a mother that's killed her children. And we do have to talk about the nuance, but that's not what I want to talk to you about. Connie, I'm a massive fan of yours. Everybody in the chat and watching this will be a massive fan of yours. I've been privileged enough to meet you a number of times. I'd like to talk to you about Stephen Gray, but before we do that, for those in our audience that might not know, and I don't know where and if they've been, if they do not know, tell us a little bit about you, Connie, and how you got to this point.
So I'm the External Affairs Officer at the Free Speech Union, and when I was at university, I was in need of the FSU's help when my student union disciplined me, and as well as the University of Leeds itself, took disciplinary action against me because I was expressing my gender critical views as a result of starting a podcast where I wanted to discuss identity politics and woke politics. And the student union removed me from my position at the student radio station. And then the university itself launched disciplinary action against me to the point where if I was found guilty, I could have been expelled. And the Free Speech Union, after I paid my £30 membership as a student to the Free Speech Union, instructed a barrister who helped write a 16-page legal defence that I needed to defend myself against basically the university who put me through this disciplinary action, and I was found not guilty of anything. And the university decided to put me through all of that, I think in the hope into scaring me into not talking about these things, and unfortunately for them, they created a monster. So here I am today, very proud to be working for the FSU and continuing their work.
I cannot urge people enough, just even viewers and listeners to this, to join the Free Speech Union. Of course, I'm a member. I feel I need to be. I've never had to lean into the FSU, but I almost guarantee that one day I'll be in your DMs or Toby's DMs going, I've said this, and they're after me. And I'll be very, very grateful that I've joined the FSU. The FSU also have been fighting the cause for many other people, other than yourself, Connie, and other than the people we know about. But Stephen Gray recently was fined £1,000, £1,000 for sharing a joke online. And this joke just happened to involve bacon, Islam, and child marriage. Okay, all those 3 things together are pretty innocuous. However, when you put them together, it's seen as a protected characteristic. Do you mind telling us a little bit about this Stephen Gray case, Connie?
Yep, so Stephen Gray is a retired police officer. He served in the police for 30 years, and so he never expected to then have the police knocking at his door, because you said there rightly, Paul, that he had shared a post. He had reposted a post that had been reposted by thousands of other people. And as you say there, the joke that he reposted, which he was convicted for, it was under Section 127 of the Communications Act. The judge deemed that it was grossly offensive. So it wasn't necessarily on the basis of a protected characteristic. It was just that it was deemed grossly offensive. The joke said that people who eat bacon are less likely to marry 9-year-olds. And clearly that was a reference to the marriage between the Prophet Muhammad and Aisha when she was just 6 years old, and the consummation of that marriage when she was 9. And because we know across much of the Muslim world that child marriage is a very sort of normal practice, far more prevalent there than it is in the West. And it's very clear where that necessarily cultural or religious inspiration for that practice comes from. So that was what Stephen Gray was found guilty of, and as you say, he was fined £1,000. And we are now, I mean, we were defending him in his original court trial. And we're now helping him appeal that decision, and have his appeal in November, and his crowdfunder is on our website. He was one of those members where he had joined a while ago, never expecting to ever actually need our help. He had a few friends who'd joined it, and they recommended that he joined, and then there he was needing our help. He never thought he'd need it. I think that's a lot the experience of many of our members, where they join thinking, just in case, I probably won't ever need their help, but I'd like to support the FSU because there are other people who do need their help, and then they find themselves needing our help. And Stephen said himself that he's donated to many causes that the FSU has supported in the past, and so he really hopes that people will do the same for him. Yeah, that is an absolutely shocking case. It's one of the most shocking that we've ever had, really.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm going to urge absolutely everybody to join the FSU. It's so important. It's maybe give it as a gift if perhaps you can afford it, but a friend of yours can't. And I'm not sponsored by the FSU. I really like Connie. I really like Lord Young, or Tobes, as I like to call him. But he has done some fantastic work here, and it could really help, particularly in these very dangerous times. I'm in two minds whether to read the joke out. I'm not Ofcom here, but I don't want to prejudice him. I don't want to get Stephen Gray in any more trouble than he's in, but that just proves one thing. I should be able at any point just to say what that joke was, and I can do, and the producers here would give me carte blanche to share it on here. But I think we're in two groups now. One is us and the other is them. And I want to protect someone like Stephen Gray, and I don't want to do anything to harm him, because I hope he gets his £1,000 back, and I hope he's exonerated. But this isn't just a standalone case. There seems to be protected groups now, protected characteristics. One of them seems to be Islam and Muslims. The other seems to be trans people. And basically, there's about 6% of the country that are a Muslim, and about 0.3% of the country that are trans. But there seems to be a massive group around them that feel the need to absolutely protect them at all costs, irrespective of what they may be saying or doing. And when it comes to women-only spaces, for instance, why are people so energised? Why do people feel the need to get into those spaces?
Why do some men feel the need to get into women's spaces?
Yes, I mean that. I mean men, Connie, yeah. Why do they feel that, Connie?
Well, I would recommend that people do some research into autogynephilia. It's very well known that it's a pretty common fetish for heterosexual men to have. It's estimated in some of the best research that's been done that about 3% of all men have a fetish where they are aroused by the idea of themselves being a woman. Now, many of those men will keep, like many people who have fetishes, in the privacy of their own home, which everyone should be free to do. However, trans ideology has basically opened the door to the men who have this fetish and want to then perform it in public. And so when people talk about third spaces, gender neutral toilets, having a third category in the Olympics, we know that those things don't work because these men don't want to go into the third space. They want to go into the women's space. It's a direct violation of women's rights, and they know that, and I think they enjoy the fact that they know that they are not meant to be in there, and that's part of the thrill. That's why you'll see many on social media who are not trying to hide their enjoyment when they go into women-only spaces. They take photos of themselves in the mirror to show that they've been into a women's toilet. Specifically for that reason, you'll hear people saying, yes, but women take photos in the mirror with their friends in the women's toilets. Yes, because you're with your friends. It's not to make a point about the fact you were in the women's toilets. When you look at these men taking it, it's very clear that they are almost using it as a trophy to display to the world, look at me, I walked straight into a women's toilet and here I am enjoying myself here. I think there's a very large naivety, widespread naivety when it comes to autogynephilia. If you just hear what these men say themselves, it's very obvious that this, for many of them, is a fetish. For other young men in particular, sadly, there are some gay men who think that life will be a lot easier if they pretend to be a straight woman. And obviously those men I have much more sympathy for, but it doesn't mean that they have any more right to go into a women's toilet. So there are varying reasons, but ultimately this is an ideology that has been hijacked by fetishistic men who want to exploit young children who are confused about, who are uncomfortable in their bodies, using those kids who are confused about their gender and their identity to justify the fact that they themselves have always been trans. The idea that they were always born this way. Many of these men will have also fathered children and then go on later in life to start wearing their wife's underwear in private and then come out to their wives and basically destroy their families because they would rather perform their fetish publicly than basically keep it in the bedroom. Many of these men, I would suggest, also have some narcissistic personality traits. I'd really recommend, there's a excellent documentary on YouTube called Through the Looking Glass, and it's a series of interviews with women whose husbands, after having kids together, being married for a long time, decide to come out to their family and say, I'm actually a woman, and the way that has destroyed the family's lives. So it is quite a complex issue, but ultimately, yes, these men who are desperate to get into women's spaces, it's not because they are vulnerable, it's not because they just want to fit in and that they feel much more comfortable with women. I think it's because they get a thrill out of the fact that they are pretending to be a woman and that they like violating women's boundaries.
I've got Lembit Opik with me, Connie, who would like to ask you a question if you don't mind. Not because you've opened up a Pandora's box for him by describing that.
Connie, you've been very courageous. You nearly lost your paid-for education. As remember, you had to pay for the education. They're trying to swipe away from you. And is it true that your offence was using the phrase trans-identified male? Was that it?
That was one of my alleged crimes. So the university accused me of harassing a member of staff because I had written an article for Graham Linehan's Substack in my final year of university about how trans ideology was everywhere. And one of the things that I included was the fact that one of the lecturers who was going to be teaching me feminist philosophy that year was a man who identifies as a woman. And I didn't name this person. I simply made the point that when you're already in a very hostile environment for gender critical students, regardless of who is teaching you, just from the pressure from other students, if the person teaching you not only believes in the ideology but embodies it himself, then that's going to result in students self-censoring even more. And I was accused for writing that. I was accused of harassing this member of staff, that I had opened up an environment of hostility towards him. And the 5 allegations were that I had referred to him as a trans-identified male, that I had apparently outed him, even though I'm sorry to say, we did all have eyes. Most women are very quick to be able to tell who is a man or a woman, men as well, but particularly as a woman, because of the way that we have evolved, we know when there is a man in our midst. Also the fact that he spoke very openly about the fact that he was trans, not least in his book, and also online. So yes, I was accused of using a slur, which was apparently trans-identified male. They had no evidence for that. I was accused of misgendering him, i.e. calling a man a man. I was accused of
slurring
because I had said to Graham Linehan, when I'd interviewed him that it was an honour to interview him, and therefore I hadn't distanced myself from his views. So there was a number of allegations which they basically didn't have much evidence for. I was originally told that my lecturer didn't have any issue with gender critical views, and I later discovered that he had signed the letter condemning Kathleen Stock when she was hounded from Sussex University. So I'm not sure whether that's entirely true. But yeah, so I eventually was found guilty of nothing with the help of the Free Speech Union.
One of the interesting stats is that 1 in 8 Labour MPs identifies as not straight. 1 in 8. That's nothing, out of total all proportion to the British population. And I just wonder what's going on. Why does this community have so much power when, obviously, as you said it yourself, those people who genuinely want to change their gender and so forth and live in a different way, I get that. But why are they endlessly forcing it upon us? Why is it that in modern drama, a modern mainstream media, you have to have these sub-stories? There's a great series called Ted Lasso. It's actually about football. And they had this whole sub-story, about who's gay and so forth. What's driving this?
Well, I think that many of our institutions are obviously captured by the idea that in order to make something worthwhile in our modern entertainment industry, that there needs to be a storyline of someone's identity. Identity politics has infiltrated everywhere, not least the creative arts. And so I know that many of my gay friends and gay people that I know are frustrated that in many TV series and many films that there will be a character who the fact that they are gay is the main basis of their character. You know, I know many these people that I speak to who are part of the LGBs. The fact that they are lesbian, gay, or bisexual is possibly the least interesting thing about them. They don't want that to be the thing that they are pointed out as being. That's this is something that you just happen to be, in the same way that straight people just happen to be straight. It doesn't define your personality. But of course, I think since 2015, when essentially Stonewall had achieved its aims in getting gay marriage legalised in the UK, and homophobia had become far more taboo, rightly so. They then needed a new sort of cause, and they added T to the end of LGB, and it has become an ideology within itself. And I think it is important to recognise that many LGBs are absolutely fed up with the fact that the T, the Q, the plus, and all the other hundreds of letters that have been added to the end of it have basically hijacked a movement that was originally based on genuine need for human rights, to be treated equally under the law, to not be attacked in the street, or not being able to get a job, all of these normal things that anyone should be awarded. But now it seems that it's very clear that because of the fact that it has become such an identitarian movement, actually quite militant in some ways as well, I would say because of the fact that the T and the Q has been hijacked onto the end, it's become something entirely different. And I know that there are many LGBT people who absolutely cannot stand it.
Connie Shaw, I salute your courage. What a brave guest.
Yeah, well, Connie is the very best. I mean, we've been trying to get her for weeks, but she's a big time star now, and she's high in demand. Connie, can you just tell everybody very quickly where they can sign up for the FSU? We'll put it on. Yes. We'll put it in the comments later. But if you could just tell them, that'd be great.
Yeah, so the Free Speech Union's website is just freespeechunion.org. I'd very highly recommend you join. We now have over 48,000 members. When Labour came into power, we had 14,000. Wow. In the last 2 years, we are now up to 48,000. We have at least 300 cases open on our books at any one time. We get about 40 to 70 requests a week. 15 members of staff in the case team who are dealing with your requests for help. You can email us at help@Free Speech Union. The cases that we've been seeing, like Stephen Gray's we were talking about it earlier, they are not isolated incidents. We've had a 10-fold increase in cases regarding immigration since the general election, and a 4-fold increase in cases regarding people who are penalised for talking about or criticising Islam. So if you're someone who wants to talk about these very concerning things that are going on in our country, I can't recommend enough. It was the best money that I ever spent when I was at university. Gender critical cases still, I think, are still the biggest single category that we have of cases, but they are slowly being sort of pushed down as we get more and more cases coming in concerning people being penalised at work, having the police knock on their door. We've had a 500% increase since the general election of police being involved in people's lives because of things that they've said, mainly on social media. But as we get more and more cases basically to do with multiculturalism, which is clearly this failed experiment, we're seeing a more authoritarian state trying to crack down on people dissenting. And so if you are someone who is on social media, who talks about these things, who wants to have a chat about these things at work, I can't recommend enough making that subscription to the FSU.
Connie, thank you so much for coming on. You're a wonderful woman. I see a bright future ahead. It's a shame that we need the FSU, but I'm ever so glad that we have it. Until next time, Connie, take care of yourself. See you soon.
Thank you so much, Paul.
See ya. Wow.
This is ridiculous.
It is. I mean, the idea that we need this is Orwellian. Which is a phrase of our time, unfortunately, considering he wrote his book 1984 in 1949, almost spelling out exactly
1948, I think.
Was it 48? I thought it was written in 48 and published in 49.
Oh yeah, maybe. Okay.
I don't know.
You said written.
Yeah.
Pedantic. Sorry.
Yeah.
You've got bigger things to talk about. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's absolutely okay. These things are important, but Connie has found her way into the FSU and has become an important voice because she just happened to point out that in her view, a woman is a woman, a man is a man, and neither can become the other. And that she believes it's important that we protect spaces for women. None of these things were big topics 10 years ago. 15 years ago, definitely not. 30 years ago, if we'd been having this conversation, people would have thought we were absolutely bonkers. This has been well established for a millennia. We're going backwards, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. There was a documentary, I can't remember it now, in the 70s, 80s, of a man who was transing to a woman. He had a very difficult life, actually, in the end. His life, or her life, didn't end well. And it was really interesting for a lot of people. I remember watching it, probably as a teenager. I was fascinated because it seemed so unusual. Now, this is a celebrated thing. It's almost promoted. They have drag queens going into schools and so on. 98% of the human population knows what they are. 2%, maybe I think it's maybe even less than that, but around 2% isn't straight. But we obsess about it. We get children to think about stuff which is completely age inappropriate.
Exactly.
And the maximum percentage of the British population that's trans is 1 in 200. Though, funny enough, there's actually a mistake in the figures, because it turns out that while 9%, I think it's something like 9% of people say that English isn't very good, when it comes to the people identified as trans, it's 29%. In other words, they didn't understand the actual question. It was 10% that said they didn't speak English. I'm looking at it now. 29% of the total number of transgender people couldn't speak very good English. So the figures are actually even less than that. And on we go. Now, I don't have an issue. I actually was involved with the UK Transsexual Awards at one point, many years ago. I've got no issue with this. What I've got an issue with is this endless ramming this down people's throat. I'm colourblind. And about 8% of men are colourblind. There's something like that. And I'm not sure exactly what it is. That's 4 times more than the number of gay. Why don't we have Grey Pride Month for people like me?
You're a victim. And this is a great point, Lembit, is because we've commercialised even victimhood. And if you can find the most oppressed, that is the golden goose's egg. We found, colourblind affects men more than women, so perhaps that's not going to be the victimhood that anyone's going to die on. But what I would say is that they, by which I mean how do I like to describe the ultra progressive left? Because just saying left and right is kind of meaningless now. And there are definitely people like myself and perhaps even yourself, Lempit, that pretty much started. I was a Labour voter when I could first vote, and in my 20s I was a Blairite. I was someone who considered myself centre left, then centre right, and then just merely by working on GB News or Talk TV or the wonderful UK Live Online, I'm now right. Far right, maybe, but my views have not changed. I was in conversation on a podcast just this week, and I'd said I'd spoken to you, and one of the things we'd spoken about your views on was that your views have not really changed, and you were Mr. Lib Dem in the early 2000s. If people said Lib Dem, they could probably name the leader and they could name you, and that was it.
And my girlfriend.
And your girlfriend. Well, I wasn't going to mention that, but
it was in your eyes.
It was definitely it was there, heavy, weighing. Yes, you were famously with a cheeky girl.
Yeah, I was indeed. Yes. Let's just get it on the table. Yeah. The elephant in the room.
I think we should. And kudos.
I'll be right in a minute.
It's definitely something to be impressed by. I mean,
well, you're in. Thank you.
I mean, I must admit, I was in a group of people at the time that were like, "How has he managed that? What
I'll show you later."
Yeah. Oh, please do.
Too much information.
But look, I think your views haven't changed, have they?
No, they haven't. I'm a libertarian. What that basically means is it's actually almost ironic based on what we're talking about. Do what the hell you want in your life, as long as you don't harm other people. But also, you can't give offence. You can only take it. So you can say offensive things. That stupid joke, that was reasonably amusing for some people, but it's not reason to fine somebody. In my view, in our world, as long as you understand the consequences of the harm you do to yourself, drinking, smoking, perhaps drug taking, as long as you understand and you own those consequences and you don't impose those consequences on a third party, live your life as you want to. If you want to have a sex change, do it. But don't ram your culture down my throat. Now, I didn't move at all. I'm not really moved in my politics for 35 years. But the Lib Dems have moved, because they've become this namby-pamby cultural relativist. Well, we don't really want to have this strong Christian agenda. We just want to let everyone do the thing. Sharia courts, bring them in. If you want to live under Sharia law, go to a country that has Sharia law. Don't bring it here. My parents are Estonian, and when they came here, they made it quite clear we embrace the culture that embraces us. We don't expect people to fly Estonian flags on National Estonia, Independence Day and so forth. You embrace the culture that embraces you. Otherwise, go back to the culture you actually want.
Absolutely.
Now what we've got here is we've got this perversion of our culture on things which for most people are irrelevant but very uncomfortable. You could never have this conversation on the mainstream media anymore because they're all essentially bought into this weird kind of messed up thing. I don't care what your sexuality is. Actually, I don't even know what your sexuality is. It doesn't make any difference to our conversation. And it doesn't matter to me if you basically got a particular religious nuance which is different. As long as you believe in something bigger than us, then that's good enough for me. These people seem to be desperately trying to replace God with a different religion.
Absolutely. Just for all the viewers out there, particularly the waspy women, I identify as white and straight and ready.
I didn't see that coming out of the
I just made that last bit up. I like to keep the waspy women on side.
And look, desperate.
And desperate. That's what you can take ready to mean, actually. Desperate, just transpose that for desperate. Look, earlier on, I was toing and froing in my mind. Of all the things to toing and froing in my mind about, it was sharing the joke that the guy got in trouble for. Now, there were people in the comments who were sort of saying, well, why didn't I? And it wasn't because of the joke. I don't think the joke's important. No. It's not, I'm a professional comedian.
Connie actually did share it,
Yes, I know she did, and that's absolutely fine because what that does is shows what people are getting upset about. The reason I didn't is because for me, it's not the joke that's important. It's the ability the freedom to be able to share it. Because as Orwell said, freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 = 4. If that's granted, we have freedom. That's the truth, okay? So the truth is that you should be able to say something. And when it's a joke, okay, it might be a thinly veiled joke because you dislike Muslims, for instance. But hey, you live in the United Kingdom, and you know what? You're allowed to dislike Muslims if you like. You're not allowed to act on it in a violent way. You're not allowed to incite violence against them, but you are allowed to make fun. But you're not actually now. Legally, you're not.
One small point. George Orwell did write it between 1946 and 1948. Small point.
What a pedant. You win.
Why isn't it pedant? It's one D.
Yeah,
small point, but it's important.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Think about it. Why should you never tell a punter a kleptomaniac?
Why?
Because they take everything literally. Back to the point. Just a tsunami of humour coming your way.
Yes,
of a highbrow nature. The whole point you've made is right. I can choose to be offended by the joke, but you still got the right to make it.
Yeah.
I could be offended by your shirt. You've got the right to wear it. I could be offended by the music you like. You've got the right to play it.
Exactly.
But now we have this new thing where the risk of causing offence means that Christian preachers in southern England towns have been arrested because they might offend people who don't agree with it.
Yes.
I don't think many Muslim preachers are being arrested.
Oh, there are none. There are none.
And this is the problem. The whole thing, that cultural relativism, is wrecking the society that has actually been instrumental in some of the greatest achievements of the Enlightenment, the last, say, 4 centuries of human history. But now we apologise for it. Now we try to pay reparations. Now we say, well, actually, you don't really want to go too hard down the Christian path because we might offend people. We got the king, the defender of the faiths. No, you're the defender of the faith. There's one religion which is essentially the Orthodox religion of Britain, and it's Church of England.
And his mother did that for 70 years.
Yeah. And I'm worried about it. I like King Charles as a person, but I just worry that if even the head of state has already been drawn into this thing, I'm not quite sure where this goes.
Absolutely right, and the prescription of words that we have to say as well. I mean, you can identify as you wish, but don't tell me or anybody else how I must describe you, what pronouns I must use. This is what we've been fighting for. It is essentially the freedom to offend. Now, I don't like to be offended. I'm sure you don't like to be offended. But one thing I don't want to do is impose that on everybody else and say to everybody else that my version of the world is the version you must live by. I really don't. However, we're going to...
Can I just say one quick thing?
Yeah, of course you can.
One of the ironies is I actually don't mind being offended because if I spend all my time talking to people who I agree with, I don't learn anything. If I meet people who have a different view, and I remember when I worked at a great company called Procter & Gamble, they summed it up like this. When you argue with somebody and they say, I totally disagree, say, good, you see it differently, help me understand. That's the point. So I am drawn to people who have a different view, but we're not allowed to do it now because we're being corralled into a mindset which doesn't tolerate dissent. And that's why our society is in so much trouble.
Well, talking of people that don't tolerate dissent, Angela Rayner doesn't tolerate dissent. Can we play or show the ident for the next section, please? I believe that I've got Angela Rayner down the line. Are you there, Ange?
I defo am, yeah. Ready to go.
Oh my God! Look, thank you for taking time out of your, vaping, dinghy riding, helping the people of the UK with us Labours. I really do appreciate your time.
Right, I've not been doing no dinghy riding, so you can just wind that one back. Thank you very much. I'm here and I'm ready to help people. I think that's all you should have said, frankly.
Well, I'm so sorry, Ange. Please do accept my apologies. I do have some questions for you from our listeners, actually. Are you okay for me just to... she's ready. She's absolutely ready. This one we've called the bin lid crisis. Dear Ange, my husband never fully closes the wheelie bin lid. He just sort of rests it on the top. Every time I see it, I feel a small part of me die. He says nobody cares. I care, Ange. I care deeply. And that's from Janet in Bromley, who is emotionally exhausted. What do you say, Ange?
Janet, I understand completely. And do you know something, Janet? I care about you deeply. Us Labours care about women and girls deeply, and we've demonstrated that a lot over the years. And what I would suggest is there's a lot of underground misogyny going on within your marriage. The signs are there. Perhaps you ought to have a little discussion with your husband and say, which way you're planning on voting in the locals and that? Because I just get the feeling, Janet, that you might be married to a far right adjacent, and we are trying to stop that right now.
And sage advice. I don't know why I'm laughing. This is very, very serious.
Really?
I've got. It is serious. Sorry, misogyny is very serious. I've got another one here from a listener. Who says, and this is what we've called the butter war. Dear Ange, my wife keeps scraping toast crumbs back into the butter. I now have what can only be described as crumb.
Oh dear!
Ecosystem.
Oh dear.
No breadcrumb here. Breadcrumb ecosystem living in the tub. Is divorce excessive? And this is from Martin in Worcester, who is spreading resentment.
Right, that's a lot to unpack.
Apparently, Martin did unpack it.
I've got to say, this is just another example of on the down low misogyny happening. I think it's absolutely disgusting when people do that. There's an hygiene thing as well. There's a real issues with hygiene. There's nothing worse, frankly, than somebody being so ignorant is to spread butter on the toast and then just dunk it back in like they've got no thought for anyone else in the household. And again, I think you need to have a little chat with the rest of the house to find out their voting intentions, because I'm getting a really strong far right adjacent edge with this family.
This does feel very far right. Now, look, we did have a couple of celebrities write in, actually. I'm going to try and hide their identity. Maybe some people are guessed, but the first one here says, Dear Ange, I finally got the top job after years of telling everyone my father was a toolmaker. Now people keep replaying old clips, debating every change of position. And worst of all, the toolmaker line no longer seems to get me out of awkward moments. Should I find a new anecdote or claim Dad also made bus stops? And this is from Kay in Westminster.
Right. Well, I would say you're probably a little bit irrelevant now, to be honest. I think the world's probably moved on, and I can't work out who it is, to be honest, because it sounds like a pretty forgettable character, if you ask me. I don't think he's that important anymore. What I would say is, maybe if the toolmaker thing isn't getting the reaction you want, just move on to something. Just be a bit more honest and say, I was dead into communism and that when I was growing up, and I'm a massive atheist. Just as an example, I don't know who this person is, but I would say that they were probably quite irrelevant now, to be honest. So just move on.
Definitely irrelevant. One other famous person here. Dear Ange, my husband and I spoke very publicly about why life in Britain became difficult for us. Yet there is always speculation about whether we might spend more time there again. If I do come back, how long do I have to wait before everyone stops saying, I thought you hated it here? And that is from M, somewhere very private with excellent lighting.
Can I just say, M sounds absolutely lovely, and I am really feeling like her plight. She sounds very, I'm going to say it, very oppressed, and
yes,
obviously she's been through so much. Sorry, I said she. I should have said they, because we don't know. You don't know. You don't want to assume things. You don't want to assume things. I think they've probably been through a lot of trauma. And I would hope that they would get the help that they needed. And I hope that they asked for the help when they were going through said traumas. And I hope that they got it. But if you want to dip your toe in and return to a place that you didn't feel welcome, and I dare say might be a little bit far right adjacent. I don't know who you are or where you're going or what you're talking about, really. But I'm just saying, just watch your back. Whoever you are, watch your back, because there's a lot of very dodgy people who aren't as nice as they make out to be. So I don't know who you are. Obviously, I don't know who you are, but I would say just keep your loved ones close and protected. And if you feel as though you need to be protected financially, I would lobby the right people of where you are moving to. I don't know where you are, where you're going to, but I would find out who your local MP is and maybe put the pressure on for your security to be fully paid for 5 million a year. That's a suggestion. I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are.
Dare I say, Ange, it's almost like you and M could have an affinity. Very similar women, I mean thems. Look, we're going to go back to normal people now, by which I mean listeners and viewers of UK Live Online, particularly the Littlewood and Cox show. Dear Ange, my boyfriend puts 3 ice cubes in every drink, including squash. I use 2. He says 3 is normal. I say 3 is showing off. Please settle this. This is Emma from Croydon, keeping things chilled.
Emma, look, I think there's a very serious point to be made here, and that is we are in a water crisis right now. We're in heat waves. We've got endless back-to-back heat waves, and the last thing that you should be doing is dunking extra ice cubes in your drink. That took water, because I remember that from school. It took water to make ice, and then you have to put it somewhere cold to make the water become ice. I was listening in school, and because of that, you've got to really ration. I think we need to do an ice cube. I'm going to put this to our Andy. We need to do an ice cube ration. And I would say ditch him out, because he's not taking the water crisis seriously enough.
Well said. Well said. Net zero, net ice cubes is what I say. We're calling this one Fridge Rage, Ange. Dear Ange, my son puts empty milk cartons back in the fridge. He is 29. What age am I legally allowed to change the locks? And this is Janice in Norwich.
Boot him, Janice. Boot him out. He's old enough to look after himself. And that is just another example of misogyny. And I'm not saying it's your fault, Janice. I'm not saying it's your fault. It's probably definitely not your fault. But at his age, if he's still doing childish stuff like that, he's probably a member of Reform or Restore.
He got to be, isn't it? And he absolutely must be. Look, Ange, tell me what you've been doing over the summer, Ange. I really want to know. What have you been doing over the summer? Have you been doing anything to help everyone out?
You know me, I love helping people out. It's all about other people and defo not about me. I have been helping loads. I've been helping our Andy a lot, actually. I've been helping him loads, making fantastic TikTok videos. Really important editing TikToks. Like, what's your favourite snack, and what was the shops that have gone now that you wish we're back. And I was, if you noticed in that video, I was trying to steer him a little bit. Bless him, he needs a bit of help. I was trying to steer him because we wanted to talk about, the big shops that aren't here anymore. And he started talking about some shop no one's ever heard of. I said, oh, God, I'm going to have to talk about Woolies. So I said, what about Woolies? What about Woolworths? And then we did just a little bit of joking about the penny tray sweets and, did you nickel? And oh, no, we didn't do that. And Oasis. So, vibes. We are over maxing and over farming right now for maximum max Riz. If you didn't understand any of that, it's because you're old and you're not in our voting range. So there
I think that's true. What I don't understand is how any of this helps the country, Ange, but I'm sure that's because I'm far right adjacent and simply don't understand what the normal people want.
You don't really, but that's fine. I mean, as you know, our Andy had a big moment this week, did you see him in the Ukraine? Did you see him?
Yeah, he's playing the guitar, wasn't he? I mean, that's just what the people of Ukraine needed, I thought.
The way he strolled off that train with his polo shirt with the zip like a regular lad, just a normal lad, just doing normal things like meeting up with Zelensky. He wasn't full of hugs like our Keir used to. Our Keir used to be a bit touchy-feely, he just lingered a bit too long, didn't he, when he was hugging. But our Andy he strolled in all masculine, all the maxing. He was all the maxing, strolled in, all masculine. And he got off that train like he was on a stag do. He was like, wow, Liz, everywhere. Maxing and relaxing. And then he got a guitar. He didn't plug it in. That's fine. Don't matter. You don't have to always plug them in. I think they were relieved, to be honest, that he didn't get plugged in. But, I mean, it is all about going there saying, do you know this new order track? Shall we do a bit of Smiths? Also, what we're going to do about the massive threat coming from Russia. But that's fine. I mean, that was just a small thing. It was all about the Riz.
The Riz is important. I'm going to learn about Riz. Ange, thank you so much. Look, there are so many more questions for you. I think we're going to have to do this again. Would you be up to coming back and talking to us all again and helping us all out?
Yeah, but can we just, between you and me, can we not call it a second job? Because I'm having a bit of no,
we won't mention it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm doing it out of the goodness of my heart because, frankly, you lot need to be set straight on a thing or two because I don't like where this channel is going. So I want to steer you back into solid ground of as far left as we can get you. So, bring me back and I will set your audience straight on a thing or two.
Thanks, Ange. See you later. Look after yourself. Keep vaping.
Nice one.
See ya. Oh my God, Angela Rayner there. I mean, can you imagine?
What's depressing is I actually did an interview with Angela Rayner a few years ago when I had the audacity to suggest that before she starts criticising other people for earning money outside Parliament, she should take a look at her own expenses. And they went mental, but she had two great, formidable titans of morality supporting her, Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby. I rest my case.
What have those two ever done that's wrong? Oh my goodness, what a show. Limbo, what are you What are you up to at the moment? What are you doing? What can people get engaged with what you're doing, you know?
Well, yeah, follow me on @Lembitopic on X. I'm quite lively there. You got 2.2 million hits on the Next last week, which is personal best.
That is amazing.
Actually, yeah, it was quite good. And I do some other broadcasting as well, but I'm here quite a lot.
You are, we do want you more. Will you come back?
Oh, absolutely. I'll be here faster than
I mean, I've got to say, there are people absolutely loving you in the comments. So if I didn't invite you back, then they probably wouldn't have me on.
No, I've been typing those in myself, all those different names.
Interestingly, a lot of people in the comments there are laughing as if like the Ange thing was a joke. But look, I don't know where they're getting that idea from. It was difficult to get Angela Rayner on, very difficult indeed.
It's surprising
she came on.
It's surprising she had the time because, as I understand, her commute from Brighton to her constituencies 264 miles each way.
It's incredible.
And what was it, 50p a mile?
Well, and on
what's not to like?
On that note, I'm going to start to bring the show towards a close. First of all, thank you to absolutely everybody in the comments. I've not been able to get to you as often as I would like to today, but that's because we've had a jam-packed day for you. This has been an intense show today. It's great, Mr. Fish and Chips OBE. Thank you, Mr. Fish and Chips. A super chat from Chris Maud for £5. Says, brilliant show again, Paul. God help you on Sunday, pal. You're getting better viewing figures than Alex on talk. Let's not mention that. Don't tell Alex that. She was actually messaging me while I was on air. I don't know what she said. Hope it's got nothing to do with that. Jill Johnson said, great discussion, Paul and Lempic. Just on my wavelength. Look, I'm glad we're on your wavelength. That probably says more about your mental health than ours, I would say. But we're glad that you've tuned into us. And who's this? Over the Rainbow said this show today was on fire. Clapping emojis, fire emojis, and great guys. Thank you very much. It's midday, so we got to go. But before I go, I want to thank the Duke, the Princess, the Little One, Charlotte, and the Russian. I could not do any of this without any of them. And a huge thank you, of course, to the man you just saw on your screen there, Lempic Obic. Go and follow Lempic. He'll be back. Undoubtedly, there's no way that he won't be back on UK Live Online. And talking of coming back, I will be back tomorrow, which is Friday at 10 a.m. for Littlewood and Cox. Once again, we have another amazing show for you. But do tune in to the Mike Graham Show at 7 a.m. till tomorrow morning. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, keep it real.